All right, welcome everybody to the meeting of the Utah State Board of Education. Welcome to our, am I on? I think I'm on.
There you go.
There we go. Welcome board members, staff, and our general public. Call the meeting to order and do our initial business. Our Utah Highway Patrol member joining us today is Chris Horrocks. Always, I think, yes, grateful for having him here. Thank you. And in case of emergency use, the two west doors leading to the hallway will allow you to exit the building. So, start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we've asked board member Carol Lear to lead us in that.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Member Lear. And we'll turn then to our board member message, which this month is our Finance Chair, Member Krista Norton.
Good morning, board members. I want to say happy Groundhog's Day to you all. That is not the reason I picked February as the month to do my board member message, but you know, it's a special day for all of us, I'm sure. While we are getting my presentation up, I chose to speak about our 16th President of the United States, President Abraham Lincoln, as we will be celebrating his birthday coming up here in about 10 days. So there's a lot of great things about Abraham Lincoln, and in my class, my students memorized the Gettysburg Address, and it's one of the more famous speeches in our nation's history, but I chose today, instead of the Gettysburg, I'm going to be discussing his second inaugural address. When President Lincoln was inaugurated, he was war-weary. This was the end of the Civil War. It was going to end in just a few weeks. And he had, during the entire 4 years of the war, had been visiting the battlegrounds very frequently. He was responding personally to the widows and mothers who had lost their children or who had had their spouse or their child arrested and put on trial for death, and with a possible death penalty for deserting. He was humble and often felt inadequate as a speaker. After he gave his second inaugural address, he had the occasion to meet up with Frederick Douglass, who was the prominent abolitionist leader in the country and a harsh critic of President Lincoln. And he told President Lincoln he felt that second inaugural address sounded more like a sermon than a state paper, and that he loved it. Next slide. The speech took place on March 4th, 1865, and this particular copy of it is printed in blue ink, and on the day of the inauguration, it was printed in blue ink. Unfortunately, just 6 weeks later, they changed that to black ink for all subsequent printings of the second inaugural address to symbolize that the president had been assassinated. The speech is very short. It took him less than 7 minutes, which I'm trying to make mine less than 7 minutes as well. But it was only only 701 words. The address had a short introduction, then talked mostly about the war and bringing the Union together. Next slide. Part of the address included the State of the Union address. Now, the State of the Union address for President Lincoln amounted to one sentence. That sentence is printed here on the slide. The progress of our arms, upon which all else chiefly depends, is well known to the public as to myself, and it is, I trust, reasonably satisfactory and encouraging to all. With high hopes for the future, no predictions in regard if it is ventured. That was the State of the Union address in 1865. For the most part, the crowd was celebratory that day. They knew that the war was about to end, but Lincoln did not share that same feeling. He did not seek to find blame nor to shame the Confederate soldiers who were also in attendance, but to reunite a divided nation. Next slide. Following the brief comment on the current condition of our country, Lincoln proceeded to the theme of his speech as he spoke about both sides of the contest, as he called the war. He noted, both parties deprecated war, but one of them would make war rather than let the nation survive, and the other would accept war rather than to let it perish. And the war came. Next slide. Neither party expected for the war the magnitude or the duration which it had already attained. Both read the same Bible and prayed to the same God, and each invokes his aid against the other. The prayers of both could not be answered. That of neither has been answered fully. The Almighty has his own purposes. Next slide. Along with the Gettysburg Address, the second inaugural address is carved on the walls inside the Lincoln Memorial. To close his first inaugural address, as the Civil War was about to begin, Lincoln said, "I am loath to close. We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, it must not break our bonds of affection." And with similar unifying language, Lincoln closed his second inaugural address with these famous words, "With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives to us, to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in." Next slide. To bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations. I hope we as board members can take this to heart and realize that we too are there to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for those who have borne the battle of this world as it is now. It may not be a war with arms, sometimes it is, but it is a war out there, and our students need us, the families need us, and we need each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Norton. Very timely and powerful. Appreciate that. Let's turn to our education highlight. Kelsey James, our Board Communications Coordinator.
Thank you, Chair. I am actually going to turn the reins over to USBE's Robert Austin, and I can invite him and our two guests to come sit at the table, and they will lead the presentation.
Thank you. Welcome. And if you could just each introduce yourselves. Robert, if you want to introduce the team.
You bet. Good morning. I'm Robert Austin. I'm the Humanities Coordinator here at the State Board of Education, and I'm joined by
I'm Joanna Sorensen, pre-K through 6th grade social studies specialist.
So I'm so fortunate to have an elementary specialist, and I get to focus on secondary social studies. We're delighted today to introduce Wendy Rexatzit, who will introduce Annika Rao. It's always great to have a real student here. Wendy coordinates with the Division of State History the Utah History Day program, which is kind of like a science fair meets performance art meets all kinds of incredible experiences. The Utah History Day program was really on its last legs, and then this incredible asset to the state in the person of Wendy came to work at the State Division of History, and Utah History Day is an amazing program.
Wendy won't say it, but they are always in need of judges for History Day. And speaking from experience, it is incredible experience. So let us know if you're interested in that.
So Wendy Rexatsit, welcome.
Thank you so much for having us. And thank you for that introduction. That's so kind. I am a historian. I'm with the Utah Division of State History, and I've been actually working with the National History Day program for over 15 years, not just in Utah, but also in Colorado. Utah's National History Day program was created at Utah State University in 1980, and we have been operating continuously in Utah since that time. You may recognize the program from its earlier name. It was called Utah History Fair for most of those years until we came to the Division of State History, and then we changed our name to align better with the national organization. So National History Day is a little bit like science fair. Students engage in a historical research project, and then they present their findings in a series of tournaments. In Utah, we have regional History Day contests in March, and then we have a state contest in April. Then in June, we send our top entries to compete at the National History Day contest, which finally this year will be returning to an in-person week-long competition in Washington, D.C. Our students at Nationals will compete against about 3,000 other students from all over the country. It's very competitive and rigorous. At Nationals last summer, 6 Utah projects were selected to be exhibited through the Smithsonian museums, and 4 Utah projects received national contest awards. And then just 2 weeks ago at our own state capitol, we hosted a contingent of our national contest delegates at History Day on the Hill, which is part of Utah History Month. So National History Day is really, it's all about engaged teaching and learning. Our students discover history by actually doing history. And in the process, they meet many of the targets that are outlined in Utah's Portrait of a Graduate. They develop mastery and historical literacy by researching a topic in depth. They develop critical thinking skills by analyzing historical documents, artifacts, and images, by investigating different points of view and drawing conclusions based on evidence. They develop digital literacy by learning to research and identify credible information on the internet. They develop communication skills and creativity as they present their work in the NHD creative categories. We offer exhibits, documentaries, performances, papers, and websites. They meet course standards in social studies, English language arts, and other disciplines. And the best part, they get to have their own aha moments about how the world that they know is the product of choices made and actions taken in the past. In sum, they build research, analysis, writing, and presentation skills that will benefit them throughout school, college, and career. Now, I'm so happy to introduce to you Anika Rao. She's a senior at West High School.
Hi, so I qualified for the national NHD competition in 8th grade and last year, which was my junior year of high school. So as Wendy said, one of the benefits of NHD is that it allows students to choose their project category out of several options. So in both years, I opted to combine my passion for writing and my desire to learn more about my culture by writing papers on modern Indian history. So in 8th grade, I wrote a paper on British India's freedom struggle, and last year I wrote a paper on the partition of India. It's not often that students have the opportunity to delve into a single topic that interests them, especially at the elementary and middle school levels. I'm interested in global politics, so I chose a topic that allowed me to study the history of government. I practiced the research and critical thinking skills I gained from NHD in my high school classes, including my current IB higher level history class. So I have also learned about the power of history through NHD. While writing my paper on the partition of India, I challenged my preconceptions about this controversial topic in Indian and Pakistani history. The intensive research process helped me avoid defaulting to confirmation bias while developing my arguments. I also learned the extent to which past events have implications for the present. The partition of India, for example, resulted in religious nationalism and ethnic conflict that plague the Indian subcontinent to this day. A greater emphasis on learning from history can help us avoid repeating past mistakes. Although last year's national competition was virtual, I had the opportunity to travel to Washington, D.C. in 2019. One of my favorite aspects of this experience was integrating myself into a community of students who share a passion for history. Each state and country brought their own buttons representing their region, and one of our goals as students was strategically collecting each button. I made friends through this experience who I'm still in contact with to this day. Finally, none of this can happen without Wendy and the Utah History Day team and the volunteer judges. And they just really provide us with an amazing opportunity, and their work has made my experience truly transformative. So thank you.
Thank you so much to Wendy and Anika for that wonderful presentation. I'm going to turn it over just for a minute or two to board members Wood and Norton, who had the opportunity to look at some of the exhibits at the History Day on the Hill event that happened 2 weeks ago now, the same day as our legislative breakfast. So I'll turn over to them.
Thank you, Kelsey. So for this opportunity, I was first actually exposed to National History Day after moving back to Utah after a decade in the Northwest. My sister invited me to watch her children present at the Utah State History Day at Brigham Young University. Over the years, I observed their reenactment of the pounding of the Golden Spike at Promontory Point, their documentaries on the history of pasteurization and the story of Martha Hughes Cannon, and even participated in my first trip to Washington, D.C. after my nieces and nephews qualified for National History Day. A few years later, I watched my own 8th grade son build the Berlin Wall out of styrofoam blocks and engineer a way to have it come crashing down as the voice of President Ronald Reagan played in the background, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." I loved my experiences, the doting aunt and the nervous mom, but I attended the Capitol more as a curious onlooker, wondering how these students had chosen their topics and symbolism behind their presentations. I was so impressed by the presentation of 2 middle school students from Cache County. The display was beautiful, but I was particularly interested in the depth of their symbolism. Their project was on the Japanese internment camps, and in the center of the display was a scale that's shown here on the board, with 2 Japanese bowls on each side. One side, labeled internment, was loaded down with small grains of white rice, and these girls explained to me that those small grains represented each of the Japanese Americans who'd been unfairly sentenced in an internment camp. The other bowl, labeled freedom and liberty, represented the promises that should have been granted to these American citizens. The bowl was empty there on the ground. The final bit of symbolism was that the empty bowl was actually a kintsugi bowl. Kintsugi is the Japanese art of putting broken pottery pieces back together with gold, built on the idea that in embracing flaws and imperfections, you can create an even stronger, more beautiful piece of art. I enjoyed learning from these young women and seeing what they had learned through their in-depth study of this subject. I think that the symbolism of kintsugi is an incredible way to think about the history of our nation. We recognize that there are parts of our nation's history that certainly show flaws and imperfections, but we don't hide the flaws. We learn from them and create an even stronger country that has learned from its mistakes.
Thank you. I too had the opportunity of being a parent of a history fair student back in those days, and what a great experience that was. While we have the picture of the falsely interned up there, I spent quite a bit of time at that presentation as well. I have a great affinity for the Asian culture, and so there was so much symbolism going in there. I don't know if you can see them. Maybe if you could zoom back in again. On the sides, there are a number of pictures, and the time, in the Asian culture, details and time are very, very much part of that culture, and I noticed these girls had included that. Some of those pictures have been matted on makisu, which is a bamboo rolling mat, and had been cut to size. Down below, you can see the spoons that are in there. It was just visually beautiful. And then when you read the stories, it was heartbreaking. And it was such a great contrast there and it really, to me, spoke to many of the trials that our Asian American citizens have experienced, the heartbreak that they hold inside and the beautiful exhibit that they have on the outside. Another interesting opportunity we had to stop by was a couple of girls who did some research, or their research was on women in the space race, and how at that time that they in so many of the testing things that had happened, they far exceeded their male counterparts, and yet were unable to go into space because they were women. And I thought, you know, there's so many of these experiences that have happened, but just like you said, we're learning through history, and that, you know, that we can go forward and make a better nation because of these wonderful things you're learning and teaching the rest of us about.
Thank you so much to our wonderful guests, along with Board Member Wood and Norton, for sharing their experience. I know if board members have any questions, either Wendy, Anika, and then, of course, Robert and Joanna are at your service to answer those for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey, and to Joanna, Robert, Anika, and Wendy, thank you so much, and our board members as well. I'll just add, my house in North Orem was built over a former internment camp, and it had Japanese, also Italian and German, and an ugly chapter. Any questions for our team? Okay, thank you so much, especially Anika. It is always great to hear from one of our students, so thank you for coming. Oh, did we have, I'm sorry, Brent.
Sorry.
Member Straight.
Yes, I'm sorry for this awkwardness. In regard to this, I'd really like, as a teacher, we did History Day as well, in 11th grade U.S. history as you're in. One thing I really liked about the program is there were multiple skills that resulted from that: reading, writing, research. Could you talk to that a little bit more?
So, yeah, for sure. I learned so much from my experience doing History Day, especially because I started at a younger age when I was in 8th grade. So I went into high school kind of already knowing how to, use those research skills, critical thinking skills, citing things in the correct format, which I know is the bane of many high schoolers' existence. So, yeah, I went into high school with those skills, and just beyond that, I kind of talked about this earlier, but you just learn so much about the power of history in addition to these skills that you can apply to other subjects, that I think it's just such a great experience for kids. And the purpose of education is to engage students and make them interested in what they're learning, and so allowing them to choose their own topic that they really get to hone in on and focus on, and topics that are really significant to them. So for me, it was learning about the history of my culture and my country. I think that really engages students. So those are some of the skills that I learned.
Yeah, I can add just a little. You might be surprised to know that by doing a History Day project, students will meet over 25 objectives in English language arts that relate to literacy, reading complex texts, writing, and it's scaled to whichever grade that they are doing that. So we have all those resources available for students. It is a powerhouse. So project-based learning can be really effective, and it bundles a lot of skills in a way that keeps students engaged through a project that they're interested in working on, and they kind of develop their own momentum.
And if I could just add, the value of Utah's online library was absolutely amazing in helping students to meet those goals and objectives. So thank you so much. I appreciate your answering my question.
Thank you.
All right, thanks very much again. Great to have you with us. I neglected to note our superintendent is ill and is not with us, but I think is joining from home. So we wish speedy recovery to Superintendent Dixon. I think we're on to public comment, and we've had a request to expand to 3 minutes, which I think today we can accommodate. So anyone with public comment? I know we have one online with Zoom. The one in person? Oh, that's Renee on Zoom. Gotcha. Okay, we've got Renee Pinckney with UEA, I believe is with us by Zoom. Renee, are you? There she is. Welcome, Renee.
I am here. Yes, thank you so much. And I am at the Capitol.
Can we crank up her volume? Hey, Renee, just a second. We're just going to see if we can turn up your volume a little bit on our end. I don't know if we can. Or maybe it's on your side. We just want to make sure we can hear you. Just
Okay.
lean a little closer if you could.
Okay, so good morning. Thank you for having me. Renee Pinckney. I am a 28-year veteran social studies teacher serving as the UEA president. And we know that school is where childhood happens. And most of us believe that every child, no matter their color, background, or zip code, has the right to learn in a safe, supportive, well-resourced classroom. And it is with this in mind that I express my heartfelt appreciation for you joining with other public education stakeholders in opposing HB 215, funding for teacher salaries and optional education opportunities. Thank you for standing up for the promise of public education in Utah. Thank you for supporting our educators in requesting that the funding for HB 396 paid professional hours be ongoing. We heard from over 2,000 educators about the positive impact this funding has had this year. Here are a few comments. As a former veteran teacher and current school counseling intern, the number of unpaid hours I've spent working are innumerable. 32 paid flexible hours is a drop in the bucket, but it is also a gesture of goodwill and recognition of the countless hours and efforts that Utah educators dedicate toward a profession we love. We do what we do because we love our students and want them to succeed. Treating educators as professionals is a crucial component in helping us continue to choose to work in this field when other fields that would pay us better and respect us more are calling. And another comment, this has been huge. This message for me of these 32 hours is, we see how much you do and want to honor it, even if we know you work more than 32 hours extra. Thank you for this program that shows you see us and how much work we put in. So I want to reiterate our thanks for supporting us, and we really appreciate you sitting on the Utah State Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Monica Wilbur, I believe, is with us in person.
Good morning, board. Thank you for the extra minute. As I've been addressing this board regularly for 18 months, today I've decided to focus on the most troubling aspect of education affecting families like mine, and that is that the system's unrelenting dedication to the proposition of standardizing students. I've studied hundreds of documents produced by the USBE, and I've clicked on an endless list of links leading to so many different sites that somehow manage to all take on the same eerie sameness. They're all littered with phrases like culture of learning, global citizenship, learner agency, competencies, equitable outcomes, digital literacy, transformative, and so on. The same words are repeated ad nauseum with such consistent fidelity that they all have the appearance of a sectarian creed. Those that adhere to the dogma seem to be rewarded, and those who dissent from the orthodoxy publicly are treated as heretics, as we've witnessed over and over again in the media and elsewhere. So while a lot of lip service is given to the idea of personalized learning, I'm learning that the learning done in our schools is entirely designed to reduce the person to his or her role in complying with the collective whole. From a portrait of a graduate to PCBL to MTSS and to the alignment of assessments, instruction, curriculum, and standards, there's no room for deviation, imagination, or self-determination. I thank God every day that even though I went through the system years ago, this type of system did not go through me. I never want my children to think of themselves as a product of the system. They are divinely individual, and they have their own aspirations and ideals for the present and for the future. I fear the kids in the system today will not be able to shake the shadow of a system that won't quit them, a system that's obsessed with the whole child from preschool to the workforce, a system that has almost no respect for the healthy separation of home and state, a system that is all about controlling outcomes individually and collectively. One of my favorite writers, Rudyard Kipling, wrote, "The individual has always had to struggle to keep from being overwhelmed by the tribe. If you try it, you will be lonely often and sometimes frightened. But no price is too high to pay for the privilege of owning yourself." I'm asking the board to keep in mind that at the end of every policy made is an individual child who has the right to own his or her own self. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. Okay, I think that concludes public comment. And we can turn to our superintendent's report. I'm not sure if Superintendent Dixon's with us or if Deputy is, okay. Superintendent Dixon, I believe, is with us. Welcome. Great to see you.
I could see myself looking at me, looking at you in large form, so that's super awesome. Thank you for having the technology to let me participate and not share my contagion. I too really appreciate the opportunity to celebrate the arts and our Employee of the Month and good things about education. So we'll start with our Beverly Taylor Sorensen's Learning Program. And I think we have somebody there in the room, correct, Ryan?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rachel College. I am Fine Arts Coordinator here at the Utah State Board of Education, and you're in for a treat today. We have visual art that I'm going to describe to you, and we also have some video of music education. And so I'm excited to share all this with you. So if we look through around about the room, to my left here, this lovely rotting log ecosystem is from Bacchus Elementary, 5th grade. Beverly Taylor Sorensen art educator is Alexandra Jameson. And students learned the science standards to develop and use a model to describe the movement of matter along plants, animals, decomposers in the environment, while simultaneously learning how to generate artistic work by conceptualizing, organizing, and completing artistic ideas, and refining work through persistence, reflection, and evaluation. If we look above our rotting log ecosystem, we have Utah wildflowers. The Beverly Taylor Sorensen art educator is Cheryl Larson. It's from Driggs Elementary, 4th grade. Bacchus and Driggs are both in Granite School District. The science that they have learned is to create a model of an internal structure of plants and explored how structures support an organism and its survival in the environment. And the art is they created positive and negative shape and identify and see the value changes. And then we have here from Enoch Elementary, Beverly Taylor Sorensen art educator Kristen Anderson. 2nd grade. In science, they learn to obtain, evaluate, and communicate information about patterns of living things in different habitats. Students drew the wildflowers that grow at Cedar Break and discussed the individual needs of each flower. Those were our 2nd graders. And if you look down just a bit, We have third graders. The science was engaged in argument from evidence that in a particular habitat, some organisms can survive well, some survive less well, and some cannot survive at all. And they drew the bristletone pine trees, which grow at cedar breaks, to discuss, and then discussed how their dense wood and slow growth allow them to survive for thousands of years in different environments. Then we have fifth grade, and they had questions to plan. They were able to plan and carry out investigations that provide evidence for the effects of weathering and the rate of erosion on the geosphere. Students drew the rock formations at cedar breaks and discussed how they were formed through deposition, weathering, and erosion. So then, I'll take you on this journey to the back wall, which are Utah landscapes from Driggs Elementary and Granite District, 5th grade. Our Beverly Taylor Sorensen art educator is Cheryl Larson. The science, as they described interactions between Earth systems as the cause of Utah's landforms. And through the art, they created a variety of values and implied texture. Then over here, we have blackout poetry. Amy Bohm is our Beverly Taylor Sorensen art educator at Fox Hollow Elementary. They utilize blackout poetry where students select certain words from text to circle and then drew images to reflect their poetry. Next to those, we have our pizzas. Beverly Taylor Sorensen art educator Alex Jameson at Bacchus Elementary in Granite District, 3rd grade. The math is that they understood a unit fraction had a numerator of 1 and a non-zero denominator. They understood that a fraction, 1 over b, as the quantity formed by one part when a whole is partitioned into the equal parts. And they created, they generated artistic work by conceptualizing, organizing, and completing their ideas. And they refined through persistence, reflection, and evaluation. They were able to, these 3rd graders, utilize this dream pizza, and then they decided which of the pieces they were going to share in their pizza party. So they shared with other students within that party to learn more about fractions. And then we have mittens and snow globes. So Britt Black, Beverly Taylor Sorensen art educator in Granite District at Beehive Elementary. Our 1st graders, they read the book The Mitten by Jan Breddy, and they were able to design their mittens using line, shape, color, and pattern. They learned about matching and symmetry. In this particular book, the character loses one of the mittens, and so they were able to utilize this story to understand how important it was that their mittens match. And then the 4th graders did the Utah biome snow globes, and the science was that they have learned about flora and fauna found in habitats, and then they were able to create a landscape inside their snow globes, and from that they then flicked white paint over it to simulate snow falling in a globe. And then we have a video for you from some of our other educators with music education. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. I want to take a moment, if you could go back to that slide, thank you. I want to take a moment to honor somebody who passed this last week from incidents of Alzheimer's. Carol Ann Goodson was an employee with us for about 16 years, and she really had an impact on the arts and education programs in our schools. I know when I was a principal back in the mid to late 90s, I was able to get grants in my schools to have artists in residence. And those are things that Carol Ann worked with community liaisons in our arts community to be able to put art programs in schools. She was around when Beverly Taylor Sorensen first had her vision and was able to get some programs started in schools. And the things that you see Rachel, and before Rachel, Kathy, and all of our great fine arts specialists presenting, Carol Ann was really a foundation for that. And I would be remiss if I didn't honor her today and the 16 years that she spent really doing everything she could to get performing and visual arts into our schools, especially at the elementary level, and also shoring up programs in our secondary schools to encourage and enroll more students in our music and visual art programs. So thanks for the dedication to Carol Ann Goodson, and our condolences to her family, both her education family and her personal family. I just wanted to honor her as somebody who really left a mark on public education in Utah. With that, we'll move on to another fabulous employee. And I want to introduce to you Audra Uri. I don't know if you've had the chance to meet Audra. She is just one of our favorite people. Audra is amazing, and she was nominated by Katie Hill. And I don't know if Audra's in the room or online. Patty, will you give me a thumbs up if she's in the room? Okay, online, thank you. So let me just read this to you a little bit. Audra has made Utah a safer place to be, and people are noticing. Audra is she is our driver's education lead, and she was, as I mentioned, she was nominated by Katie Dewey Hill, who is our quality instruction coordinator. So Audra works with driver's ed, and I've had the opportunity to supervise that position. I'm telling you, it is a rough position. There's a lot that goes into that. And when she came to USBE, she really started engaging with the field with a full intention to ensure that our students have what they need to be wise, safe, and educated about the rules of the road and how to navigate their world. So the educators she works with in our districts and charters and driver's ed programs really have shared appreciation for the clarity that she has given and how they can best support their students with alignment to law and common sense practices that keep our students safe. She is skillfully liaison with the Department of Public Safety and is working to ensure that all of the assessments for licensed drivers in Utah indicate that skills actually lead to better driving. She's been recognized nationally for her amazing work and asked to serve as the chairperson for the Association of National Stakeholders in Traffic Safety Education. I love this acronym, ANSI. It's a committee that reviews national driver's education standards. Her leadership is extending beyond keeping Utah safe to helping the rest of the country be safer for all of us. Audra's value has been seen across the field as she always supports our educators with hands-on professional guidance to ensure all the ducks are in a row. People frequently share how helpful Audra has been and how programs have been improved under her leadership. I personally have received this feedback about Audra for all those who come in contact with her. So you know the drill as board members. Just a reminder, she gets 8 hours of admin leave, which we really challenge and encourage her to take because she's one who doesn't use her leave. She gets a parking place that not even Chair Moss is allowed to park in, a special water bottle, a certificate suitable for framing, and I'm sure I'm missing something. But we love Audra, and we're so happy to honor her this month. So let's give Audra a round of applause. And I don't know if she's online, so I'll stop my video in case she's online, Jerry, and you can bring her up. She can wave.
I think she decided to go out base jumping to do something less dangerous than driver's ed. So thank you, Audra. That's tough duty.
Okay, so smart of her.
All right, then moving into my report, I don't think we have employees this month. New employees.
We do. Michelle's
We
here.
do? Okay, Michelle is here. Thank you. I didn't see it on the list. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good morning, Michelle Watts with Human Resources, and I'm here to introduce the new hires at USBE from December 2022 to January 2023. Aspen Florence. Aspen is an educational specialist, prevention specialist of attendance, and she's from Pleasant View, Utah, and works in the Ogden School District, or previously worked in the Ogden School District, excuse me. Millie Mortensen. She's an office specialist from Bountiful, Utah, and previously worked in Salt Lake City School District as a reading interventionist. Monica McCarthy, IT Support Services. She's from Utah and previously worked in Willis Towers One Exchange as a Level 3 Analyst, Internal Help Desk. Maria Hawley, Education Specialist from Brazil, previously worked at Canyon School District as a Related Service Coordinator. Savannah Hunt, Education Specialist from Layton, Utah, previously worked at Utah After School Network. Susie Estrada is an Education Specialist from North Hollywood, California, previously worked at Dual Immersion Academy as an out-of-school time and early childhood education director. Megan Tippett, Research Consultant, Data Analyst from Layton, Utah, previously worked at BioFire as a Data Scientist. Nicole Clark, Administrative Secretary. She is from Logan, Utah, and previously worked at Symbol Arts as a Sales Executive. Ashley Hinsey, Education Specialist from South Carolina, and previously worked at Lakeview Academy as a Special Education Director and Educational Coordinator. Stephanie Smith, Research Consultant 2 from Salt Lake City, Utah, previously worked at Utah Valley University as an Intermediate Analyst in Institutional Research. And last but not least, Blake Ramsey, French Education Advisor from Atlanta, Georgia, and previously worked at the New York City Department of Education as a French Dual Language Program Coordinator. We welcome all our new employees. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome.
I just love introducing new employees. Thank you, Michelle. We are able to attract the best employees from all over the place. So thank you for joining us. All right, I want to just share a couple of quick things and then get into the meat of my remarks. One, first, I was also at the Utah History Fair Day on the Hill talking with students. If you'll advance the slide, Ryan. And I just love talking to the students. I won't expand on this other than to say the depth and complexity with which these students approach their projects is my hope and goal for all of their learning in all subjects, to really learn them with depth and complexity and find things that really interest them that they want to delve into. I so appreciate that they have these opportunities, and those who lead it in the state and in our agency. Thank you. Next slide. I was able to present to the Secondary Principals Association a quick trip down and back in one day to St. George. And I was greeted by the band and cheerleaders from my alma mater, Dixie High School, which was great fun. But I just loved the feeling of walking in amongst all of these many secondary assistant and junior high, middle school assistant principals, high school principals who were there together to really lean in and learn on issues of leadership, about how they can do their best work. And to be greeted by students was great. I tried to teach them an old cheer from Dixie High that was my favorite. They just weren't really picking up on it with enthusiasm, but they were good sports. I want to share with you some remarks that I shared with the principals. And I've been watching a series, it's a documentary on Netflix called Basketball or Nothing. I learned some great life lessons in this documentary that I shared with the principals and want to share with you. The first is, well, I just want to give you a little bit of background. The documentary is based on a group of students in Chintley, Chintley, Arizona, on a Navajo reservation. And Chintley is a community on the reservation that loves basketball. All the kids have these basketball standards on their property. They're always out shooting hoops on the dirt, and they tend to call it res ball. And what the boys mean by res ball is that when they get on a court, they just primarily kind of run and shoot. They don't really have a format that they use, but they just get out and have fun shooting the ball, and they're pretty good at shooting the ball. Well, next slide, Ryan, thank you. Along came a school counselor who was also the athletic director that really discovered some talent in a couple of the boys that felt like they had a chance to go to the championship. And the community members of Chintley, they live for the possibility of going to the state championship. They were in the finals at one time, and they've remembered that as a community, and it drew them together. So it's their goal to get back, and seeing the potential in a couple of these young men, the athletic director felt like he really needed to go out and recruit a coach that could help these young men. So he found Coach Mendoza. Coach Mendoza had coached a couple of championship teams, and Coach Mendoza also coached somehow, I think it was with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, did some community thing with him. And Coach Mendoza, after watching the boys, decided that he really needed to help them focus on the basics, that they weren't really playing offense with any assembly, and they were not really playing defense at all. So he taught them that you have to do both to win. You have to play offense and defense. And I think this is true in our education system. You know, sometimes we feel like we're on defense, especially during the legislative session at times, and yet we're on offense as well, always trying to promote quality, the things that we want to see move forward. So for us as a board and as a community of educators, I think we have to constantly think about what's working and what's not working. What do we need to defend, and what do we need to do differently? So always playing offense and defense. The next lesson that Mendoza taught his players was to really care about each other, both as individuals and as a team. He found that even though these boys were going to school together, they really didn't know each other. And sometimes their games are, 140 miles or more away, and they spend a lot of time on buses. Sometimes they're just in a neighboring community. So there's a scene in which he has them sit on the bus. They're going to a game that's close by, and he has them stand up and share one thing about themselves that the others may not know, and then a goal that they have. And the things that they shared were pretty dramatic to very mundane, things like, my father died when I was 5, or I really don't have any goals. I'm just trying to get by. But through this experience of just learning a little bit about each other, they were able to grow closer and care about each other as individuals while working together as a team. And I think there's such a lesson there for us as adults in the system and thinking about our students. When we know more about our students and care more about our students, we can focus on them holistically as a class, as a group, and also care for the one. And I think our very best leaders in this system are those who get it. They care for the one while working towards the whole. So again, just thinking about our purpose as we work together as individuals and as a team. The next lesson that Coach Mendoza taught these boys was to listen, observe, and practice. And I loved the boy Chance, who is, I'm not sure where he is on your screen. Let's see, it would be 4th from the right. That is Chance. Excuse me. And Chance, when he was being interviewed, he said, Coach Mendoza taught us a lot of lessons, and we would listen to him and realize that he was smart and knew what he was talking about, but then we would keep doing the same thing. So after 2 losses, these boys learned that they needed to start observing what good teams were doing and then practice the things that they were being taught. And too often, whether it's adult learners in our system or students, sometimes we don't take time to observe and listen and practice the things that we know are working. What a powerful lesson. These boys, when they started doing that simple thing of listening, observing, and practicing, they won every game in the season after that point, as Chance pointed out. So sounds like simple advice, but it seemed to work for Chintley, and it should work for us. And then last but not least, Coach Mendoza set high standards for these boys, and he was really consistent about it. So he would say, here's the standard. He would coach them on it. He would provide consistent feedback, and he never wavered from that standard of excellence. And I'll leave you to watch the series if you so desire and find out what happens. But these boys really found success, not just on the basketball court, but they ended up getting academic scholarships because he also taught them how important it was to be well-rounded and to focus on goals that were both academic and athletic in nature. And it really was life-changing for many of these families. So how does this relate to the basics of school improvement and leadership? And these are the things that we talk about often. Next slide, Ryan. So again, just to review the lessons of Coach Mendoza, if you want to click through these, Ryan, you can put them all up. First, again, just to play offense and defense, we need to establish a vision and be clear about where we're going. I think that's true for you all as a board. It's true for our school leaders. But what is our vision of public education, and how do we know where we're going? Having a very clear strategic plan has been very helpful over the last 5 years. Everybody in the system knows where this board is headed. So as you have those thoughts and conversations moving forward, I think establishing that clear vision with a set of goals so that people know where we're going will continue to be very important for the education community. Also, one thing that we're doubling down on that I think is so important we don't talk about enough, and that is making sure that our students have access to high quality instructional materials and high quality instructional practices in every classroom every day. I challenged our secondary administrators to make sure that this is something that they're focusing on. They have a lot of complex issues going on in their schools, but really focusing on the high quality instructional practices and materials is something that can go a long way to ensuring that our students have opportunities and possibilities for their future. Excuse me. Also setting and modeling clear expectations for students and staff. You know, it's one thing to say what you expect. It's another to show it by not just word, but by deed as well. So really modeling those expectations are important. Effective leaders really care about individuals in their system, and they work as a team to achieve success for all students. And I think, I know, as I have visited schools all across this state, I see great leadership in action. I see our educators really caring for each other and caring for their students and really caring about their success. Another thing that I think we can always get better at is making sure we create a culture of feedback with opportunities for listening and practicing and learning together. We have raised ourselves in a culture of isolationism. We have single classrooms where we go in and shut our doors, and we don't always have opportunities to collaborate with each other. You've heard time and time again how your investment and your support for additional time for teachers has made all the difference for them. Time to have quality conversations and learn from each other and with each other has been critical to the success of our students through the success of the adults who serve them. So these great lessons that I learned from Coach Mendoza by watching Basketball or Nothing was such a wonderful reminder that sometimes we get so caught up in the complexity of our system, especially during this time of year when a lot of policy streams are coming at us, that we just need to really think back to the basics of what we know about great leadership and focus on those very basics. And with that, I leave you the lessons of Coach Mendoza. Thank you. Thanks for the time.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Dixon. Let's see. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. I don't know if folks are interested in a 5-minute break or if we want to plow ahead. Shakes or nods, I see some keep goings. Okay, we'll try to keep ahead. Let's go to our general all right. Exactly. Good point. We'll see if we can keep that 20 minutes that we've picked up here. Okay, let's turn to our general consent calendar then. And do we have any motions related to the consent calendar?
Chair, I would like to pull
making sure I've
2
got
items.
Member Klein.
I would like to pull 4.1 and 4.3. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I'm having trouble scrolling. So action item 4.1 is the instructional materials fall 2022 report, correct? And action item 4.3 is contracts, agreements for approval. There are a number of contracts in 4.3. Are you interested in pulling all or some?
So all of them.
Okay.
Well, hang on a second, I'll tell you. Yes, all of them.
Okay. All right, so action item number 4.1 has been pulled. That's instructional materials fall 2022 review report. Any discussion to that item? I'm sorry, Member Earl, that Vice Chair Earl?
No, we just can move the rest of the
We can
items.
move the others or we can address these first, right? Oh, I'm sorry, we need minutes first, thank you. Do we have, let's see. I think we can do these in any order. Number 2, 4, and 5 have not been pulled, but I think we can address those that have been pulled and come back, or we can, right? Okay. Let's.
I'd like to make
Do
a
you have another
motion.
Okay.
Yeah, that we approve the minutes from the meetings listed under action item number 2.
All right. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes, and action item number 2. With that, we can discuss action item number 1 that's been pulled. Member Klein, did you want to speak to that item?
Yes. In looking through the recommendations from our Instructional Materials Review Committee on curriculums that should be approved, or that they are recommending as primary or secondary sources, I have found many that come from curriculum companies that have open statements on their websites committing to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and many other education philosophies and pedagogies that I am in opposition to. And so I will not be voting in support of their recommendations.
Thank you, Member Klein. Any further discussion, action, or excuse me, agenda item 4.1? Member Hymas.
Thank you. I actually want to follow up from some comments I made last year regarding this process. The notes last year were awful. I guess that's not very kind, but not very mean as well, just an observation. This year they were much more detailed, so I appreciate the work that has gone into this. I read through a lot of these notes that were taken. I've asked questions of a couple of our staff members. So I'm supportive of what I have seen through this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hymas. Member Davis?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that there's a clarity for the public that this instructional materials commission is funded by the legislature, I believe, and they review materials for alignment with standards and with law and provide notes, and it's a resource to LEAs. It does not absolve LEAs of their legal responsibility to vet curriculum. Now, one might say, well, tiny LEAs might not have the time, so they'll just take the notes that are here and go with whatever they find here. And I would say that is not what they're supposed to do. They need to vet their curriculum, and the reason that we provide this support is because you've got publishing companies all over the world, and you know, you have to sometimes pick and choose pieces that fit with our laws and our community standards, and leave others that don't. And this is one step closer to helping them figure out those pieces.
Thank you, Member Davis. Member Lear, and then Vice Chair Earl.
Thank you, Chair. I've watched this commission for a long time, many years, when I worked at the State Office of Education, and then the many years I've been on the board. and I would agree with Member Hymas that their process has continuously improved. I also would say that these are working professionals who review these materials. So I was impressed as I read this that they had practical responses and they also had more philosophical responses. I also have to say the caliber of the individuals, not just that they're practitioners or that they're experienced practitioners, but that they are some of the finest. I know that Martel Menlove, a former superintendent, was on this commission as chair for about, oh my gosh, 5 or 7 years. So they're some of the very finest, thorough, thoughtful educators that I've known, and I think the process has improved. And then I would also reinforce what Member Davis said, that these are completely optional for LEAs to choose from. They are not mandated. They just give, especially smaller LEAs, it's a resource for them to hear from practitioners who have closely reviewed materials. So I very much support the recommendations.
Thank you, Member Lear. Vice Chair Hart, Earl.
Hi. Yes, I just have a couple comments. These aren't paid positions. These are volunteer positions. I just wanted there was a clarification there. We have someone that is paid in our staff, and then just another clarification that it's a broad range of individuals, and we actually vote for those individuals to be on this committee. So it's not just practitioners. There are a number of different possible community members or whatever that could be on this committee as well. So it's something to keep in mind as we move forward, and we have other people coming forward onto this. I didn't get to go through very many of these, but I did look through some of them. There were some wording clarifications that I had questions on, but I definitely say if it needs to be addressed in our process, because the process itself is where they would be looking for those items. Do you know what I mean? They'd be looking down the process saying, does it meet this criteria? So if we've got to make a criteria adjustment, I think that's where we need to address that. Hopefully, and we have seen this in the past where particular entities have accommodated to what we're asking for or what we're wanting as a state, even though they are national or international companies or whatever. So I don't think it's beyond our reach to request additional insight or even to have something reevaluated. We've had that done before, and I do appreciate more analysis on these. So anyways, those are just my broad comments.
Thank you. Member Klein, did you have further comment?
Just one last comment, kind of along the same lines as what Jenny has said, that the review process takes into consideration more than just does it align with our standards. I've seen they have a rubric that they follow. One of the things on the rubric is whether or not the curriculum is biased. And I remember a comment in the review notes from one of our reviewers last year on one of the curriculums saying that a particular curriculum was biased because it didn't show diverse families, or it alluded that America was our system of government was superior, and that's what they were defining as bias, and so they rejected what I would consider good, solid curriculum because it wasn't diverse or equitable or inclusive. And so when we have companies who have made those kind of commitments, it's going to show up in all of the curriculum, which is not inclusive in or honoring the majority population in our state. And so it's creating the opposite effect. It's not, if anything, it's bias in the other direction. So, we have to be careful about, the rubric, I think, and that's being used, and maybe address that. And I would like to see that come before the board and us vote and have that discussion around the rubric that is being used. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Klein. Member Booth?
As I reviewed at some depth all the various companies that were being reviewed by this commission, I was interested that, and I was anticipating that board members would have concerns. But most of these companies would not be in business if they did not include diversion, inclusion, equity issues, because that's what most states, most organizations across the country are requiring. I would be interested in, just as we go forward with this commission and as we approve or disapprove today, understanding a little more clearly what members of this board, what they would substitute for diversity or for inclusion or for equity, knowing that in this world, in our nation, there are challenges. I look at a visit that I had to the former Soviet Union a number of years ago. And we learned a little song. Some of you heard it when you came to the luncheon for Beverly Taylor Sorensen, but I'm going to just sing to you, sorry. Pusigda budjet sonse, pusigda budjet nieba, pusigda budjet mama, pusigda buduya. May there always be sunshine. May there always be blue skies. May there always be mama. May there always be me. The diversity that I experienced in visiting the Soviet Union, certainly in that was very clear, coming from where we come from, what freedoms we enjoyed, how precious they are, the liberty that we embrace wholeheartedly. But we saw children. They didn't speak words that we understood very many of, but they still shared the same wishes that our grandchildren, even today, would want with all their hearts. And diversity, inclusion, is something I am personally committed to finding ways to teach and provide experiences so that our children will be able to function in a sensitive and kind manner that will enhance our future success in communicating and understanding one another and living together. So I'm hopeful that we will at some point have an opportunity to discuss how we do teach critical ideas that allow students to grow in their capacity to be understanding, to be kind, to be accepting. And I've said enough, thanks.
Thank you, Member Booth. I see Member Hymus and Member Green. Can you top the singing?
No.
What-
No, I cannot.
Member Hymus, go ahead.
I move that the board approves the recommended fall 2022 instructional materials review report.
It's been moved and seconded. Member Green, I see a light, I believe, or is that Member Bogus? Is that discussion of the motion? And that's fine. Now that the motion's on, you can address the
I'll
motion.
discuss
and-
I'll
and so-
discuss the motion if I can, Chair.
I'm sorry, I should have got to you first. Yes, but then feel free, Member Green.
Just briefly, I did look over the bias. Of course, that kind of stood out. I was impressed that they actually put material in there, right? The nature of human is to be biased, of mankind is to be biased in whatever we believe or lean towards. So to see that somebody would in fact put things in there that they consider to be biased was actually very helpful. There was one in a history book that I thought, I don't know how much I care for that. So I reached out to two history teachers, only two, I apologize, but one was in a more conservative area in Tooele, one was in West Valley, a more liberal area. And both kind of came to the same consensus that things like this, they don't necessarily drive the teacher. The school has the opportunity to select the material. You're going to find in every curriculum that comes before you something that you may or may not agree with. And so we have this come before us, and this was a recommended primary, and I thought, man, I would have bumped it down, but that's not my role. That's not my responsibility. So I look at these things that come before us. I don't think it was necessarily pumping propaganda or promoting anything like that. Like I said, I'm not really in love with it, but as a person who's over their own LEA, I wouldn't select that, right? But as a state, we have an obligation to serve all of our community members or people in our state and put this out there and allow LEAs to say, well, I like that, I don't like that, or ignore it and move on. So I am in favor of this motion.
Thank you. Member Green, did you have comment to the motion?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're dealing with also in this realm of DEI and these types of subjects is what I believe there's a couple viewpoints of which you can administer that. As of late, some recent events that we became aware of, there are measures that can be taken around DEI that subvert law, procedure, ethics, and integrity in what and how things are being delivered. I think the fear that we hear, if I were to address that from constituents that are statewide, is that we're approaching DEI not as a deviant behavior, going behind parents' backs, creating a divide, creating conflict, creating mistrust in those that we have placed trust to our children. And I fear that of recent events, this might be more common because of the nature of a new area that we haven't formally labeled specifically to DEI. So I think it's a fair conversation to have around what types of curriculum we are approving. And I think it's fair that we stop and question, is what we are recommending as a state. I know LEAs can do whatever they want, but as representatives, we say it all the time, we set the standard. I know Superintendent Dixon today, I'm gonna watch that documentary for sure, and I wrote down all of those points. We have obligations for high quality instruction. We have high obligations to pick the best, which requires us to go through a very appropriate vetting process where we understand both sides of the conversation. If we're not addressing the real concerns that boundaries are being broken deliberately because at the end of the day, fire me, then we are setting up a system that will will discredit our very efforts. So I would be interested in getting to know the rubric. I would like to even have, and I don't know how this happens, but to have the conversation about what we are dealing with. If there are lines that get crossed, can we recognize what those are? And if they are crossed, that there's accountability. And I think that that accountability starts with us. So what I'm saying is, long way around, if we are passing and approving curriculum that creates an environment that encourages protection to deviant behavior that subverts parental rights and quality instruction, I do not support that. And I think it requires, because of the environment we find ourselves, the genuine desire to acknowledge diverse populations, equality for all, and the inclusion of individuals as they stand, children of an almighty, however you want to put that, or citizens of Utah, that we can find that and proceed in our best light. And I do believe that that comes through an understanding of what quality looks like, and then accepting accountability to making those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Green. Member Davis.
Oh, just want to add one more time really quickly. We do not pass nor approve curriculum here, except in very narrow places as directed in code. Just don't want confusion to be out there in the public. Just with the words pass and approve curriculum, we don't do that. We're receiving these. We're receiving this report from the Instructional Materials Commission, but we do not pass nor approve curriculum, only standards.
Thank you, Member Davis. Vice Chair Earl.
Well, that is true. You either vote for or against. So there, in essence, we are saying, yes, we approve this, and we are for this, or we're not. It's just, otherwise we wouldn't be taking an action on it. It would just be information.
So the motion before the board, and this just clarifies a little bit to some of the questions about, our role. The motion is that the board approves the recommended fall 2022 instructional materials review report. So that kind of outlines what we're doing in this particular space. Member Davis?
That is correct. We review and approve the report, but we are not approving curriculum. It's a report of where it aligns, where it doesn't. These are my notes. Here's my information. Take it, figure it out, local level folks.
All right, thank you for that discussion. I think that language is reflected, so it is an approval of recommended report. So with that, if there are no further comments, the motion before the body is that the board approves the recommended fall 2022 instructional materials review report. All in favor, if you could raise your hands. Sorry, we have, did you get the yeses and nos? Okay. Okay, that motion passes. Returning to consent calendar, we also had item number 3 that's pulled, and I'll request a motion to get us started here. I probably should have done that before, but is there a motion to kick us off on review of this item that's been pulled? Member Klein?
Can I speak to it?
Yeah, if you could state the motion, then speak to it.
I don't have it in front of me. Let's see. Somebody else can make
action number 1.3, for which there were 4 specific contracts in that item.
You want me to make that motion, Jim?
Anybody's free to bring the motion.
I move that the board approves the motion under 4.3 to approve all of the contracts listed.
Is there a second to that motion? Second. Member Lair, if you'd like to speak to it, and then we want to make sure we come to Member Klein to address it, as you're the one who pulled it.
I feel like this is an appropriate comment for Groundhog Day. We have had this discussion many times. These contracts come about through RFPs. The RFP process that is carried out by the state and our specialists here is rigorous. It is It is to some extent repetitive. They know how to do their jobs. These contracts are carefully reviewed by many professionals, and I think that we are doing the staff's work to pick at them and continually question their legitimacy. We maybe don't like them, but some of them are based on federal requirements, and or we maybe personally are not in love with the subject matter, but they're based on sometimes federal requirements. And they're well reviewed again by the staff. So I feel like yes, we should review them, but I feel comfortable approving them and not redoing the staff's work.
Thank you, Member Leary. Member Klein.
Yes, I would oppose Ed Connective, Pearson, and Cambium on the grounds that they have also come out publicly and made commitment statements to DEI, which means that all of these ideologies will filter in through their curriculums, and I am opposed to that kind of content being in our curriculum. I also oppose Kids Read Now, the contract for $4.5 million, so that our kids can have books sent to their homes, and so they can have the privilege of reading a book with their parent. This has historically been an activity that has been done for free without regulation or government intrusion into that process. Now it's a company that is asking for massive amounts of data from both parents and children, phone numbers from both, addresses, email addresses. It allows the company to text the child. It gives a form of questions that the parent needs to go through with their child. So it's obligating parents and then making parents report back through an app and collecting data on the experience between the parent and child. And I think this is highly inappropriate. Not to mention the cost, and not to mention the fact that we already pay through our taxes. I don't even know how much, but I'm sure it's an awful lot for our public libraries, for our school libraries, for classroom libraries that have all of these same books. And guess what? You can even go on on the public library's website and order a book and have it shipped to you for really cheap. And we shouldn't be subsidizing a program like this that is so intrusive into the family. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Klein. I had.
I just wondered,
Turn on your.
Yeah, just.
the initials DEI
Just
stand
point
for.
of information for Member Klein.
Right, a
Diversity,
couple-
equity, and
both
inclusion.
Members Klein and Earl. I just wanted to, maybe we could use those words so that the public would know what we're talking about.
Yes,
So
so-
we're not burying them in our acronyms.
DEI is
All right.
another, is a euphemism for critical race theory and gender ideology and comprehensive sexuality education. It's
Let's keep to
So-
just the point of information on the abbreviation, then keep in the order here instead of going to argument.
And just to be
we
clear-
can come back. Sorry, Member
Just to be
Vice Chair
clear,
Earl.
Can I just follow up on that?
Well,
a
let me
little bit?
get you in line.
I wanted to make
Let's
sure-
get you in line, Member
All
Earl.
right.
I want to make sure we're following some semblance of Robert's rules. So I want to make sure I don't lose track of Robert and his rules. Okay, I think we had Member Wood first. Sorry.
Yes, I just wanted to speak to Our Kids Now. Actually, many of you, I know all of you received the same emails I did, the 5 or 6, asking us to vote no on these different things. And so I actually did spend a number of hours clicking through. I appreciated that the emails came in and had all the links in a single area that I could just click, 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 and I read through. So I was interested in this, the Kids Read Now. This is actually required by SB 127. If we read 53E-3-1004, the state board shall partner with a private business or nonprofit organization to annually provide personal home use, age-appropriate printed books or digital books with accompanying electronic reading devices to students. And if you read the contract, it says that the parent or the student will have the opportunity to select the books that they like, and the parent has the ability to provide feedback. So this is one of these areas where we are bound by the legislature to do this type of thing, and this is the RFP that's been selected.
Thank you. All right. Was Vice Chair Earl, and then I had Member Bogus, and I don't think I have Member Green anymore, right? Am I in the right order there?
Okay, I don't know if they're, Director Thronson, if you're available. I checked into this too this last week and asking, apparently there's a list that they put out. It's available, and I'm just wondering, my question, I actually have two parts to it. Number one, is the list that's available the list that we will be using?
No, so it changes. So the list that we got from them is their current list, and so they update it for summer as new books come out, so it stays relevant. And when kids are in the program for multiple years, to be able to give different texts to the kids over time.
So it's a revolving book list, a national revolving book list?
Correct.
Right? Do we have parameters around that according to our laws? Is
So
it built into this
what do you mean
contract?
parameters?
Well, like sensitive materials as well as other,
Yes, so they
any
have
other
to follow
provisions?
all Utah code policy laws are required, so they would be reviewing those, as well as there's an LEA review, and there's a parent review before those books are received by the parent. So the parent can actually look at the books they're thinking of sending and accept or reject those books.
So just one other question, if that's okay. So when the book list is what they decide, not what we decide. In other words, what the state of Utah puts in there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so
Or
they,
is
they
it-
provide a list, and then we have an LEA review committee who can say, oh, we need to drop that one. We want that one off, and then they would reduce. So right now it's 150 book list. And remember, this is K-3. It's pretty hard to get super racy material in K-3 books. And so just want to put that out there. This is not K-8, this is K through 3. But there is a book list that will go out that the LEAs have to review prior to that becoming the list. And then those are the books that parents will have the opportunity to say yay or nay to.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, but Member Bogus is up first, if you wouldn't mind just holding up for a minute. Member Bogus,
I have a motion to divide the question.
go for it.
I would move that we divide the question.
What would that be exactly? We have 4 items in.
Pull them
the
all separately,
hold.
please.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Motion is seconded. All those in favor on the motion to divide, please raise your hand. Okay. So moving forward, my question was, the data that was mentioned. I'm sorry, the motion fails. So, right, I'm sorry. Did I not? I thought Sybil said it. She was enough. I'm sorry. Still learning the process here, folks. Sorry, that motion fails. So we're still on the united 4 items. Question was, with respect to data, there's a comment that student data is given to the company, the provider. Is that given at the point when the provider can reach out to families, or only after they request to be involved in receiving the materials?
You want to speak to that? So let me introduce Christine Elegante is the one who's been leading the RFP contract with purchasing, and so she's got more of the granular details. I have the high level.
Thank
so
you.
If you don't mind, I'd love to pass.
You bet.
Yeah.
Thank you, Christina.
Christine Elegante, K-3 literacy specialist. Can you repeat that question, just so I?
Yeah, there was a reference to the provider of the books getting data on either children or their parents, contact information, et cetera. If that's true, do they receive that information from the LEA in order to reach out to parents and see if they want it, or only after students or parents request to be involved in the program and receive the books? If that data is being provided, when do they get it?
That data is provided by the LEAs.
For all students who are potential recipients of the material?
Yes, I think they would notify. The LEAs would work in the schools. The schools would decide whether they want to communicate directly with those parents and let them know, here's what we're offering, this is what we have, and then they would decide, are we going to share or not share? Are we going to, I'm trying to think what's the word I'm using.
Like to be able to distribute the book?
Yeah, like the distribution process, if a parent is not comfortable with that, they're not going to force a parent to participate in that type of a program. But if the parent is going to participate, then that's when they would request for the home address and those informational pieces to be able to run the program.
So before data is shared with the provider, the school has reached out to the parent and asked them if they'd like to participate and share their data. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. It's helpful. I think I saw member Carey. Well, hold on. I'm trying to get the right order. Do we have member, let's see. I think I have member Bogus,
Just
then
point of
member Carey,
information.
and then,
I-
if it's a substantive question, let's
It's
come
just
back
a
to
point,
you,
point of
member Klein.
clarification from reading the contract. It says that
Well,
all the
okay.
contact information is shared with the company first, and then the company sends a text to the child, and at that point, they can choose to opt in or not.
I'll come
That
back
was
to
the
you, but
order.
Let me just, again, keep the order, and we can circle back. I think member Carey was up next.
Thank
Or
you.
was it member Bogus? It's member Bogus, then
I
Carey.
don't care what order I'm in.
I think your light was on first.
That's fine with me. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate you. I would just argue that as a person who very much so believes that freedom is dependent upon the protection of privacy, anything that delivers parent and child information to a company is something I would oppose. Regardless of how that interchange takes place, I would oppose anything that delivers contact information, specifically the contact information of children, to a corporation. Thank you.
That might be just another point of clarification. Is the data that is shared with the provider the child's or the parent's information?
It's the parents' information. We would never, there's kindergartners with cell phones are rare. It's not what it specifically states on this page that it is, that includes information such as a mailing address, parent and guardian emails, cell and text phones, home phones, school, teacher, grade, and achievement scores. If a student ID is included, this can be to track the student, blah, blah, blah. So it never says student cell phone, so let's be clear about what the contract says. And this is what happens after the LEA chooses what they're going to share with the vendor. So if they contact a parent and the parent's like, no, we're good, we don't want those books, awesome, they won't be sharing that in the CSV file that's shared with the vendor. Does that help?
Are they advised that if they choose to participate, their data will be shared? The
Yes.
parents? Okay. Member Carey?
Just a quick question. If an LEA objects to a book or has an issue with a book, do we keep track of that? Like how many times an LEA has objected to a book and what book that is?
Are you specifically speaking to the book selection that will be available for the child to pick? Because the book selection narrows down. The LEA narrows it down to about, I think it was 25 to 30, 35 books for, a child, let's say in first grade, and they pick from that set of books.
Well, I'm assuming if the LEA approved the books to be on that list, they weren't found objectionable.
Mm-hmm.
But are there books that are submitted on the general list that the LEA says, we have an issue with these particular books, or we don't know that?
And they don't want it on the list.
Correct.
We can definitely keep track. if that's
Do we
something that the
keep
board would
track?
to
Like,
do.
have we kept track?
This is
Oh, this is
new.
brand
This is a brand new process,
Okay.
so if that is something that the board would like, we can definitely do that.
And the same question for parents. Is there a provision that if a parent objects to a book the LEA has approved, is there a process in place where we keep track of that information?
Not at this time, so if that's something the board would like us to track, because it's parents working with LEAs, they don't generally channel that up to us, but we can make that request of the process.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, board members, for the comments, suggestions. The motion before the body is that the board approves the contracts. That's all four that were pulled. Oh, do we have a light back on? Yours went off. I'm sorry. Back to Member Davis.
It's okay, thanks. I'm just making sure, this is an optional thing that parents can choose to participate in or not participate in. And in the contract, it says that if they choose to participate, then the company will be able to contact them. But Member Klein's mentioning that she read in their company statement online that somewhere that they may contact students, but do we have provisions in our data privacy board rules and such that LEAs cannot give student information out to vendors and such. I mean, is that, do we have that covered somewhere?
Director Thronson or?
This is outside my realm. I don't do privacy. We need
They did
Katie,
verify
maybe
that.
Adam.
They did verify that part.
I know my areas of
Or
expertise.
Christina? Did you wanna, is it Christina or Christina? Sorry.
It's Christine. I was just going to comment that the data, the information that would be shared after the parent accepts to be in the program or whatever is the information that they use when they register a student. So kind of keep that in mind. I think about my own child. When I registered my child for school, I don't have my child's cell phone included in that registration process. So that is something to think about, that it'd be, the parent is the one who would be registering. They'd be using that same data that the parent gave at registration.
And I know the contract does. Additionally, I know the contract has the typical terms and conditions that the state board has approved, so that is what we would be operating under. I can't speak specifically to what you're asking.
Follow up. It was a general question to find out if we have protections in our data privacy, but maybe that needs to come at another time. I mean, I'm pretty confident what I've heard, that this is optional. Parents have to opt in, and then they'll be contacted, and then they can choose which books to participate in.
Thank you, Member Davis. Member Bogus.
I just have a quick question. Is this implied consent or fully informed consent?
The intent would be for the LEAs to ask the parents for permission to be able to share that information.
With fully informed consent or implied consent?
Fully informed consent.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Earl, and back to Member Carey.
So I just want a clarification. Even if a business entity, third-party provider in this case, has something on their site, would that overrule what we have in our contract with them? Or do we need to seek further clarification?
Do you mean like their book list?
Well, no, I've looked at their book list. I'm talking about the parameters of how they would engage with families. Like if they had something that was different than what we have in our contract, what would
The
we?
contract,
The contract would-
drives how they do it. So they obviously operate with lots of different vendors, but the contract is how they will be providing services in Utah.
And I know we don't have our contract person here. My question is what does
Adam
that?
is here if you.
Oh, Adam, great.
It's Katie, I think, that we're missing.
Adam Hurd.
So
Thank you for coming up.
Thank you. The question has to do, once again, with the data. What is in our contracts that the third-party providers can and cannot do with personalized data?
Adam Hurd, Director of Purchasing. I would need to review our terms. As Jennifer said, our data privacy terms are largely written and reviewed and approved by our data privacy team. So they would be best to answer that, though I could review them and get back to you.
Okay, yep. I would, if we could do that quick, that would be great. If not, I don't know if
Aaron, is that within your realm? I'm sorry, you just walked in and somebody offered you up for a potential answer. It was Vice Chair Hart.
Could you just repeat the question, because I was having a conversation.
Yes, so the question is, our third-party providers in our contracts, do they have what is their obligation with that information they've collected, that personal information? Do they have an obligation to, in other words, are they confined? Can they share it with other educational entities?
Got it.
So
again, passing it back to, I'm not sure what Adam said on that. The constraints are when it goes into contract. Again, sorry, Aaron Bruff, Director of Data and Statistics, and I'm answering for Katie Chalice, who is really the best person for this, but it is limited. They cannot share that with any other educational entity unless it is within that contract and it allows it themselves. And they have to maintain it separate. And it can't commingle or
could they use it for other purposes?
Such as, can you give me an example?
Continuing to contact parents about additional books or additional resources they're selling? So it may not just be they're getting these 4 books from this. I'm wondering about the continued.
Maybe he's going to answer this one.
Brian,
Thank you.
Brian Quisenberry.
All right, I've got my podium.
We'll get the full team up here
It's
eventually.
all
Thank
governed
you,
by the
Brian.
contract. The contract dictates what can be shared and to whom it can be shared. It's all in the contract. They can't do anything outside the contract. If so, then they're in breach of the contract. So it all depends. We just have to look at the contract and see what it says.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you all. Unless there might be a couple others. I think Member Carey, then back to Member Bogus, and then Member
Yeah, I just have a
Davis.
point of inquiry. So I'd like to make
Did you have yours on? Okay.
Thank
I
you.
didn't see a light.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the Kids Read Now matter, but do we need to have a motion to divide that out from the current motion in order for me to make that motion to amend?
We had a motion to divide which failed.
But
I'm
that
not
was for
sure-
all the,
Correct, that was for all four, so you could have a different motion to divide. And yeah, go ahead if that's the motion you'd like to make.
yeah, so I'll make the motion to divide.
It's in order. It's
Yeah.
in order if you'd like to make a motion that's
Thank you,
different from
Chair.
the prior order, which was going to separate all four of them individually.
And my motion would just be that we divide the Kids Read Now from all the other matters which have been pulled.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion of the motion to divide? I see lights, but I assume they might be for the substance of the matters, unless Member Straight?
I oppose that motion because I feel like this discussion is Groundhog Day. And we've had this discussion many, many times. We know the processes. And the processes are well documented and protected. And we need to move on, so.
Okay. Any other discussion to the motion to divide? If not, Member Green.
I think our conversation is very relevant because we are just asking clarifying questions so that we're very clear on what we're voting yes to. I do appreciate the discussion. I support dividing just so we can get some clarification, on the contract. And I do appreciate that all of you are here helping that process. So contracts are in depth. So thank you for clarifying questions.
Okay, the motion is in order. Back to Member Carey, then we'll put it to a vote.
I just want to speak to the motion. The reason I'm asking for it to be divided out is for the purpose of making a motion to amend the current contract to ask staff to pull that information from the LEAs regarding books that parents or the LEA itself may find objectionable. But if there's someone on there to address that, I'd be happy.
Well, before we go to the substance, we have to see if we're going to divide. So that motion is now on the floor. Any further discussion to the motion to divide item number, it's not numbered. Motion on the floor is to divide action item 4.3 to divide Kids Read Now contract from the other three, which are Ed Connective, NCS Pearson, and Cambium Assessment. And I think we've addressed all that have comments on the motion to divide. So those in favor of the motion to divide, please raise your hand. That motion passes, vote of 8-7. So the items have been divided. Looking for further motions. We have now separated the first three from Kids Read Now. So any other motions on the floor?
So I'd like to.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion.
You can direct staff.
Okay, and she's being so patient, but Chair.
Why don't we bring a motion first and then, well, we need to have a motion on the floor. So Katie Chalice is with us, but is there a motion, Member Carey?
I'd just like to make a motion to review the contract and add additional information or terms to it, if that would be in order.
That motion in order? So I think it is. The motion would be to direct staff to
add specific terms, and those specific terms being that the not only the LEAs, but I guess the party to the contract be required to disclose complaints or objections it receives regarding the books it provides through this contract, and report those to USBE.
All right, the motion is on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been seconded. Discussion of that motion or questions? We now have Katie Chalice with us, our privacy director, so thank you. We need a motion to address, and it's now before the body. So questions or comments to that motion? Member Bogus, Member Lear, I apologize, but did you have a light? I don't want to interrupt unless, okay, there it is.
This goes to a part of this discussion and also some comments that were made earlier. And that is, I hesitate to prolong this discussion. On the other hand, I think we have to acknowledge this kind of querying LEAs to keep a list of books that were rejected at the local level, and then keep a list from our staff at books that we received from the LEAs is exactly what we are resisting in other areas. Not asking LEAs for more information. We can't get this information without asking them. So it's one more thing we're asking LEAs to do. One more thing we're asking our staff to do. Our understanding that this is optional and opt-in, and there are several levels of review. Is this one of the things that we, again, want to burden LEAs with? And if we do, then we need to own our own part in increasing the workload of LEAs.
Thank you, Member Lear. Member Bogus, then Davis, then Carey. Let's see. Bogus, Davis, Carey. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I actually have a question for Mr. Quisenberry.
Brian?
So my question would be, in the privacy standards, and I did a terse review, but is FERPA the code under which the privacy standards are listed? Because that's a very broad thing, so I'm just wondering if that's in the contract.
When you say the privacy standards, what are you referring to?
Well, the data privacy, the sharing, is FERPA referenced in the contract? Because it's not very, FERPA's just not good for protecting our kids. I know they say it's protecting our kids, but I would argue that it doesn't protect our kids.
I would defer to Adam as far as whether that's in the contract. I don't have that in front of me, but I think it's standard. Okay, Katie's saying it is in there. Yes, go. All right, Katie can answer, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Katie Chalice, Director of Privacy. You bring up a good point. So FERPA is the federal standard. The state of Utah also has the Student Data Protection Act, which in some cases goes a little further than FERPA. And our standard terms and conditions that we engage in when we contract with vendors meet both of those standards. I can't speak for your personal opinions, but I think the board would find that those provisions are really tight in terms of data privacy. And I'll also mention, I'm sorry that I missed the first part of the conversation, but there is kind of a distinction between, like, our LEAs, according to this contract, are going to need to also secure a data privacy agreement with the vendor, and those also have really strong provisions. There's a national template that we use that is really good at protecting student data.
Could you describe those provisions that would be in that data protection element of the contract?
You bet, yeah. So there's FERPA protects and state law protects against redisclosing data or using data for reasons other than what the contract requires. So diverting from the original purpose is not permitted. There's also really strong security standards on following national and state level designated security standards for storing the data. And there's some, Utah in particular has an audit provision for third-party vendors that allows the LEA, if they're interested, to engage in like an audit of the provider to ensure that they're using the data appropriately. I could speak to a couple other things. Do we have any other questions?
Thank you, yes. I think, hold on, folks. Let me just make sure we're following the right order here. We had, I think, next up, Member Davis.
I was like to make an amendment to the motion that the USBE information be included when LEAs contact parents to let them know this is an option, so that parents who have any concern about the program or the books or whatnot, one, they can just not choose them for the child, but they could send information to USBE. And this is because we are working fervently in our reports and requirements task force to try to reduce the number of reports.
Member Davis, I think we need a motion and then speak to it, if you could. The amendment. You had an amendment, and I think it went into speaking to the amendment.
That's my
Could you-
amendment, and I prematurely spoke, and I'm done.
Do we have a second? Would you like to reframe just the motion itself, or the amendment, proposed amendment?
You want me to reframe it?
No, just restate it, just the motion to amend itself.
That USBE information be included when the LEAs offer the option to parents. So
USBA
they
contact
can,
information?
USBE contact information, so just the public comment information, so they can share feedback with USBE
Okay.
on the program or the book titles.
All right, so we have a proposed amendment to the motion. Is there a second? Member Lear has seconded.
And-
Discussion back to Member Davis, if there's anything further on the motion.
I'm not quite done with my amendment.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment if it does away with the vote. I don't think that counters or negates what I'm seeking.
All right, let's just pause for a second, make sure we've got the right sequence of motions and amendments teed up here. So the underlying motion was, let's see, the division passed. We had adding additional terms. That motion has a proposed amendment from Member Davis. That's now before the body. And so if Member Carey is saying that the Member Davis amendment is a friendly to the motion that's on the floor, I think we can add that to Member Carey's motion.
Point of order,
Correct?
Chair. So sorry. I have been reminded many times there is no such thing as a friendly amendment.
Well, there is if the maker, the underlying motion accepts as a friendly. So we can't declare that it's a friendly, but the person whose motion is being attempted to amend can be, am I correct here, Sybil? Sorry, we're still mastering Robert's rules here, but there is a friendly, but I don't think it can be, it can only be addressed by the maker of the underlying motion to which it is potentially friendly. Brian, is that correct?
So there is technically no such thing as a friendly amendment. However, Robert's rules allows if there's a unanimous agreement, then it can be amended.
So what I need to say is if that's without objection, Member Carey intends to accept as a friendly amendment. Any objection to that acceptance as a friendly? Hearing none, the amendment proposed by Member Davis will be added to Member Carey's motion as a friendly without objection. So let's pull that up if we could to the Member Carey's motion. Or what? Yeah, let's just get this in order, then we have discussion to the amended. We'll come to and Deputy Superintendent Stallings, but let's get the language up there. And we can discuss the motion as amended. Well, it was the friendly. Okay, let's see. Object to the motion. That doesn't mean it's a proper motion. Be a reason to object to it. All right, let's just see if we have the language in here that Member Carey and Member Davis are trying to put together. Then we can discuss whether the motion would work and get comment to the motion.
I want to talk to Director Chalice first, and then I'll make the motion to amend.
Do we have the combined? Okay.
Chair, if I just have a question for Director Chalice and
Sure.
staff generally. So I think Member Lear brings up a good point that, and I don't even know if we have the legal right to saddle the LEAs with an additional requirement in this particular regard, but looking at this agreement, I'm imagining that if an LEA or a parent has an objection to a particular book, they're going to contact the party to this agreement. and that party, I would assume, keeps this data. Is there any reason why we just couldn't request the data regarding books that have been objected to or complained about directly from the party that we're contracting with versus the LEA?
So Director Chalice, and then I believe Deputy Superintendent Stallings also wanted to address.
Yeah, I imagine Deputy Superintendent Stallings might have a better answer to that. In terms of, from the privacy perspective, I'm just going to defer to her because I do feel like it's more of a content question than a privacy question.
Thank you.
Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Thank you, Chair. Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. The point I was going to make is directly to the point that Board Member Carey just alluded to, is generally we have to remember that these contracts are between USBE and a provider, in this case, Kids Read Now. It does not govern or it's not law for our districts and charter schools. So whatever motions we make, you'll want to make sure to make the motion about Kids Read Now and what they will have in their power and control to have Kids Read Now do. Because if you're going to say that we want to amend the contract to require LEAs to do A, B, and C, this is not going to, this does not legally govern LEAs, and that would be more applicable for a board rule, which we could do. We could bring a board rule forward regarding some of these contracts. But I just wanted to keep that background in mind to be careful about what amendments we're asking for, because we have to remember this is a contract between USBE and the vendor, not with LEAs. So if we, for example, in this case, you could say, we direct that a provision be provided that Kids Read Now requests, certain information be distributed to families through the LEAs, but how that's going to work, the LEAs have no notice at this point that you're asking them to engage or do something legally today. And so they are not here to say that's practically possible or feasible, and I just wanted to give you that kind of background.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Stallings. So to
I withdraw my
clarify-
motion.
Hold on, the motion's before the body. Let me just
We can't do it.
clarify. I think what Deputy Superintendent Stallings is saying, that the motion before the board is to approve a contract. It is not to make new rules about what LEAs must or must not do. So that's the narrow scope that we're considering. If there's some proper way to ask staff to go back and add terms to a contract, that would require discussion with the provider, correct? It's a contract negotiation. So that is the scope of what's before us, is whether we want to vote as a body to direct staff to go back to this contract and propose something different. It's a two-sided contract, so if the other side says no, then the contract is gone, right? That's the scope of our direction. We don't have plenary authority over Kids Now or anybody else except through the contract. Am I getting that right, Deputy Superintendent Stallings? Okay. So that's the scope of our decision here today. So I think, let me just make sure we're clear on what's before the body. We have Member Davis's amendment and two-member Carey's motion. Just Member Carey's motion on the floor then. Okay, further discussion to that motion. Do we have Member Green, Member Davis? Or, I'm sorry, I think that's Member Bogus. Oh, Deputy Superintendent Patty Norman. Go ahead, yes, please.
Thank you. Patty Norman, Deputy Superintendent of Student Achievement. I just wanted to ask Brian Quisenberry a question, and it is in regards to HB 374 Sensitive Materials Review. Would these books fall under the Sensitive Materials Review? Therefore, there is already a process in place for parents to be able to find if there's a book that is objectionable, that they could report it to an LEA and go through that process, thus negating a different process that's outside of that purview.
Yeah, I think HB 374 applies to all materials, all that an LEA might use. So to the extent this is a book that could be used by an LEA in an LEA setting, sure, 374 would apply.
Okay. We have, let's see, in order, Member Klein, Member Bogus, Member Reel, Member Klein.
Oh my gosh, we've been so many different directions. I don't remember what I
We
raised
have a
my hand for
motion that's
specifically.
now before the body. So did you still have a?
Well,
comment to the motion?
it seems like the motion isn't relevant based on the new information.
Okay, that's a fair comment. It's in order. Any other comments to the pending motion? We've got member Reel.
I think, were you first?
Chair, I really want to speak to the underlying motion.
Well, the motion is
Not
on
this
the floor
motion.
as member Carey's motion. Okay, so if members have questions that are not directed to that motion, we'll come back to you. Member Reel?
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around this whole thing. So this was a request from legislation to get a contract for, literacy, and it's been vetted by the RFP process. It's passed through the assessment process. It has an assessment process, and it's been thoroughly vetted by staff. And, in my searching of this program, I did a Google search, and I find things like, in my just one basic Google search, it says, Kids Read Now makes significant impact. Kids Read Now, this is a great program that puts books in the hands of children that may not otherwise have the means to books. And you can just Google it and find all of these answers. So I guess when I look at these situations, these conversations, I think about the role, and when I filed for candidacy, I thought about the role of the State Board of Education. And it feels like conversations like this, when we're finding any opportunity to pull out and oppose topics like data or diversity or inclusivity, it feels offensive to the process and to the staff that have spent a lot of time, that we've trusted to thoroughly and thoughtfully go through this process and pick these and bring them before us. And to make sure that they're useful tools for our LEAs, I trust the staff in their process in doing that. And so I feel like if we want to have a broader discussion about data and diversity and inclusivity, it feels like this is not the appropriate times to keep bringing these up.
Thank you, Member Reel. And I'll just remind members, what we have before the body is this particular proposal about whether we direct staff to take particular terms to the contract, which would have to be agreed upon by the other party to the contract. So that's what's pending, and I think we have Member Carey and Member Davis to this motion. Do you still have light on for this, or do you want me to
Yeah,
come back
with
to
this,
some?
Because I'm thinking, I'd just like to amend the pending motion to remove the language about requires LEAs in light of the discussion that was had from Deputy Stallings.
What that would look like?
Point of order, that would also include taking off the last sentence, which was the part that I meant, which is fine, because I was going to do the same thing anyway. So it would take off the part about LEAs giving USBE information out, and it would just leave the direction to the contract to require the reporting of the books.
Is that the intent of the motion, Member Carey?
It is.
Okay.
Chair, if I may?
All right, let's just make sure we got this framed up, and then we can back to discussion. Is that the amendment that you're proposing to your original motion, Member Carey?
It is.
All right, so that is a motion to amend. It does need a second and a vote. Is there a second
Chair,
on
if
that
I may?
motion? Second, or
I would
we have a
like to
question about whether there's a second?
I would second the motion and move
Okay.
to amend.
Okay, so you seconded Member Carey's motion, and now you have a motion to amend. Let's just make sure we haven't run out of potential amendments. I think we have a single motion on the floor with an amendment, and now an amendment to the amendment. That's R2, so go
Okay,
ahead.
so I would
Just state the amended motion, or excuse me, state the motion to amend. We'll see if there's a second to that.
I would just move to amend at the end of that, and to injunct against the release of directory information, which is broad and it's not consistent across our state.
Is this the motion, or is this speaking to the motion?
Oh,
Let's just
sorry,
give
I
your
apologize.
specific language
I
for
started
the-
to speak to the motion.
All right, that's
Just-
perfectly human. Just give us the language that would be the proposed amendment to the amendment.
Okay, that's it.
See what we've got here. By directory, do you want to clarify?
So one of my
Speak to the
concerns with
motion.
FERPA, if I may speak to the motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, so one of my concerns with FERPA, an LEA's handbook, they have defined directory information as, and they don't need parental consent, informed consent, or implied consent to release directory information. Their definition of directory information is, quote, name and grade, name of parent and/or legal guardian, student address, parent address, telephone number, including the student's cell phone number, email address, student's email address, date and place of birth, dates of attendance, the image or likeness of the students in pictures, videotape, film, and or other medium, major field of study, participation in activities, degrees, sports, awards, social media, usernames, and handles, weight and height of student, most previous school attended, certain classwork may be released. This goes on and on to include the student's ID number, and I'm not joking, this goes on for like 4 more sentences. But when we talk about opt-in, if the contract is governed by FERPA, directory information can go with or without parental consent.
All right, I got to make clear, I think we had a second to the motion, but I need to, I've been asked whether we did. We did not hear a second.
I'll second her amendment.
Second, Member Bogus's, so Member Klein has seconded Member Bogus's amendment. Any discussion to Member Bogus's proposed amendment to the underlying amendment to Member Carey's motion? We have, the question then is on the bottom here, add to the end of the motion and to enjoin the release of directory information. And you've explained what is meant by directory information. Discussion of the motion, we have Member Klein and Member Lear.
Just on the issue around the data, I serve on the Student Data Privacy Committee, and we had a really eye-opening conversation in one of our committee meetings where I asked, I said, we have all of this great language in our contracts to protect data from being shared outside of the parameters in which it is stated in the contracts. But my question was, who oversees compliance with that? How do we know that those provisions are being followed? Who monitors that? And I got blank stares.
Is that a question for Director Chalice or for a member of our
Well,
staff?
it's not a question unless they have a different answer than I received that day. The answer I received was that there is no oversight, that would take an army of people working 365 days a year to try and oversee that, and that it just wasn't possible. So this is an entirely new realm that most people have never thought of, that just because we have language in a contract does not mean that anything is being monitored and that there's any oversight. And they said, well, if a parent complains to us that their child's data has been used wrong, then or incorrectly, or then they could file a complaint and we could investigate. Well, how many parents even know what kind of data is being collected or shared about their child, let alone where it's going or how it might be used incorrectly or what's in our contracts? I mean, it's insane when you think about the possibilities. And even if they don't share it outside of their company, they can use it in all kinds of ways that are, I would say, are inappropriate in order to continue to push forward an agenda or to just build their business. So it's just a comment.
So it is a comment. Would you like to frame part of that
I don't know
as
if there's a way
question?
to amend this to.
We have 2 amendments
I don't think there's a
pending,
way to amend.
So Member
fix
Klein,
for that.
Member Klein, we have an amendment and an amendment to the amendment, but did you have a question among the argument to frame for Director Chalice or anybody? Okay. Let me see. We have next Member Lear.
And I have.
And we do need to keep moving, folks.
Yes,
and so
we do.
let's advise we're at 11:30.
Speaking to Member Bogus's explanation of FERPA, I think it's also important to add that every parent every year has the opportunity to tell, and the LEA has to provide this opportunity to parents. Every parent has the opportunity to say, I don't want my child's directory information released or publicly used in any way. So we already have the opportunity built in. One more thing that we already have LEAs doing
that they are required to do under FERPA. Secondly, to the question about oversight of contracts, I think the reason you maybe got blank stares, and I'm so sorry to have left that committee, Natalie, where we could have had that interesting discussion, is that that's contract law. That's Contracts 101. If you have a contract, there is rarely, unless you build it in and you have a legion of people to follow up with those kinds of things, you have to wait for someone to breach the contract in order to have a further action against it. So it's not, it's blank stares because that's just the nature of people contracting with each other. And to have anything further is just a huge amount of work, and there is some built-in inherent trust in our experts in our office who write those contracts and put in as many realistic provisions as they can. And then we move on. So,
Can
thanks.
I just say, it's not our staff that I don't trust or the people that write the contracts. It's the company that the contract obligates.
Okay, Member Klein, I'm sorry, but we've got to get
and
back
is
to
left to
Robert's
police
rules here.
themselves and
All right,
report on themselves if
Thank
there's a
you for
problem.
all of those. I think we have Member Davis and the Vice Chair Earl, and then we probably do need to move to some, did you have, I think, were you up first or Member?
Yeah,
Earl.
I had a question, I guess, about the amendment to the amendment, and what exactly we're putting in the contract about the data. Because honestly, if we had an amendment to the amendment to the amendment, I would just say, just let's end this conversation and just direct the contract to be amended so that no information is given until after a parent opts into the program. That really would help a lot of this and move the meeting forward.
Vice Chair Earl?
I make a motion that we postpone until next month or next Thursday in our board meeting at that time and get questions answered.
Is that in order? We could, when's the next when's the next board member in which, or board meeting at which this would be appropriate? Would that be March? Director Chalice, we have a potential motion on the floor that might seek to postpone this. What is the time sensitivity on this?
Director Thronson?
Hold on, they're getting there. Hold on. They're talking it through. We're looking for clarification from staff on the timeliness of a potential motion to have further discussion. Deputy Stallings.
I'm hearing that it is not time sensitive, so it could wait until March.
Okay, so the motion was back to Member Earl, Vice Chair
I'd like
Earl.
to make a motion to postpone this till March and
Seconded by Member Carey. Any discussion of the motion to postpone this for further discussion with staff until our regularly scheduled March board meeting? Discussion of the motion, if
Just
not,
a question.
Member Wood.
So will this allow them to go back and talk to this vendor about some of these issues? I know that the contract specifically says that data information, directory information will be shared. And so will they be able to go back?
What was the nature of the specifics of the motion, Member?
Because you're just
Vice Chair
postponing
Earl?
it. What's happening in the meantime? Are we making any improvements to it? Are we helping
Was that a
it get
motion
better,
to
or-
postpone and direct staff, or what was the
what would you
specific
like the
motion?
motion to be? Direct staff, yes, that is what the motion was, is to direct staff to address the following questions.
Address the
That
concerns
we've
raised
talked
today in
about,
the board
concerns
meeting.
raised within the board meeting, so we can get those
All right.
answered for next month.
Okay, does that fit with the second that was offered, Member Carey? Is that, you were the second, is that consistent with your understanding of the motion? Okay. Any discussion on that motion? If not, the motion is to postpone action on the Kids Read Now contract until our March board meeting and direct staff to address the questions and concerns discussed during today's meeting. All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? 4 opposed, I believe. All right, that motion passes. We still have two items. I'm sorry, we still have three contracts. That's correct. So the motion earlier was to divide Kids Read Now, and we still have pulled, but without motion yet, the contracts between Ed Connective, Pearson, and Cambium. So, well, we need a motion. Was there a motion on the floor to approve the other three, Carol? Okay,
Yes, there was a motion on the
all
floor, Chair.
right. So, motion before the body is to approve the other three contracts. Discussion to that motion. Member Bogus.
I had a question. I'm not certain
Question
to
to
whom
the-
I shall address it, but I'm wondering if this Cambium contract is in addition to, or if it is an amended contract.
Any member of our, Adam, thank you. Director Hurd. Director Hurd.
Adam Hurd, Director of Purchasing and Contracts. This
Yes,
is
sir.
not a new contract. It is an amendment to a current contract with Cambium.
So the contract is decreased from 42 million to 40 million? Am I reading that right? I'm so sorry. Maybe I can't see it.
Cambium, no, we are adding $533,021 to that contract, so it's going from about 46,700,000 to 47,238,000.
Well, what I just learned there is that I need glasses. Thank you, sir. That was my question.
All right, any further discussion to the motion, which is to approve the three remaining contracts? If not, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Sorry? Three noes? Okay, that motion passes. Okay, we still have two items on the consent calendar. Wait, oh, are they?
Yep.
Okay. You are correct. Let us move to the monthly budget. Let's take a 2-minute break, and we will return for finance with Deputy Director Jones.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Is exactly 120 seconds. And to that end, I
All right, it's been 2 minutes, so can we get somebody to gather the individuals from the hallway? Will you go out there? Member Hymus, please? Yeah. Let's see, we're missing Member Straight, Member Norton, Member Hymus. We do have a quorum, so Member Chair Moss. Can you find Chair Moss? While we wait for Chair, there we go. Chair Moss, we're ready to start.
If I get the crap, that means I get the gavel. No, I know. All right, we're back in. And we will turn to our monthly budget report from Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones. Thank you, Deputy Jones.
Good morning, Chair Moss, board members, members of the public. My name is Scott Jones. I'm the Deputy Superintendent of Operations. This is your monthly budget report. I can attest that the Utah State Board of Education is capable of meeting all financial commitments and obligations for the foreseeable future and through the end of this fiscal year, state fiscal year 23. As I've articulated before, we have quite an expansive budget. We provide this report to you, board members, and the public to the program level because we are mandated to do program accounting as your local education agencies are as well. So, you know, what's good for us or what's good for them has to be done by us as well before we implement or do a compliant standard. It does start at the top with the assessment section, but then flows through section by section. At this time, Chair, I'll pause and see if there's any specific questions from board members on the monthly budget report, any programmatic aspects of the report and or any of the section and our expenditure rate to date.
Thank you, Deputy Jones. Any comments or questions on the budget from board members? Seeing none, let's move forward.
So at your direction, sir, yeah, I'll move to the discretionary funds report. If you'll just click on that, Kelsey. Okay, what we've done this month for the first time is just a business process is we've provided both reports. What I mean by that is we provided last month's discretionary report for your review and now an updated one. The reason why we did that is we were getting a lot of questions on, well, where were we at last month, right? You know, and so hopefully this helps you as board members see the status of the previous month. Now we have the update this month. On this month's report, it's the highlighted areas. You can see either the corrections or updates to the report to where we're at. If you can scroll down, and these are line by line with the project numbers based on, you know, whatever updates we made since your last report last month to your discretionary funds account. Kelsey, if you'll scroll back up to the top, I want to draw the board members' attention. I always do this. Draw your attention to the upper right-hand corner. These are your remaining balances. As your comptroller or your financial or your business administrator, I encourage you to try and commit the funds that you see in the remaining column. State funds are unrestricted. There's a lot you can do with state funds. Federal mineral lease funds, as an example, are designed for research and development type activities. You can make a motion as a board member anytime to utilize any of these funds. You know, I just want to make sure that that was made clear to the board members so that we can get a commitment. We are not in the business of spending money just to spend money, but the sooner we can get those what we call encumbered, either by way of a contract or a project that you see listed down below, the better off we are. This is all public facing, and it's a dollar for dollar tracking of what you as the board do with your discretionary funds. Chair Moss, subject to any questions or concerns on the discretionary report, I'll just add some other clarity on this month's report.
Member Lear?
I was watching thank you, Chair. I was watching a committee meeting the other day, and I thought that a legislator was asking to have a program approved by the committee voted it down on party lines. Is that the kind of thing, to your last point, is that the kind of thing that a board member could talk to a legislator and say, the board has some money, would you be interested in working with the board on this kind of a project as a pilot? Is that appropriate?
Chair, if I may?
Please.
The answer is yes. I feel that that's appropriate for a board member to engage with the legislator along the line that board member Lear described. It's not for a staff member to do that.
But not to commit. I would,
No,
you know,
no, you
never,
need to run
ever
it through, oh, I'm
just-
sorry.
I'm sorry. Never to commit, just to say, would you be interested in working with the board on this? Thank you.
Right, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Lear. Okay.
And just to clarify too, as part of the monthly budget report, we make available to you and the public the latest update to our CARES Act, ESSER APR funding. Once a quarter, we do what we call a drill down or more specificity, slide-by-slide type report. That information is available to you though. So if you have any, or Chair, just pause there and see if there's any questions or concerns with this month's update to the CARES Act or CARES report.
I'm seeing no lights, so let's keep moving.
Chair, at this time, if you'd recognize our representatives for the RISAs, we made this an integral part, their report is an integral part of the monthly budget report. If you would recognize them and have them brought forward, I'm looking forward to seeing and hearing from them. They're awesome.
Yes, please, and we apologize for keeping you. We greatly appreciate your patience and being with us. We heard from the Reeses up in PEA, I think that was yesterday. Feels like a week ago, Duke, but we greatly appreciate what they do for our rural schools and welcome you for a presentation on the things that you're working on. Thank you.
Well, good morning. We're grateful for the opportunity to be before you today. My name is Duke Mossman. I'm the director for Northeastern Utah Educational Services, one of the 4 Reeses in the state, and we are based in Heber City. And I drew the short straw, or I don't know if it's elder abuse, but for some reason I'm the one here. I'm doing the intro. With me today is Superintendent Styler from Millard School District and Superintendent Hughes from JUAB, who are chairs of their respective regions. And so I'm here today just to give you a quick overview of who we are and what we do. Kelsey, if you could move to the next slide, please. This map shows you how we are organized. We were actually created in 1969 to serve 26 rural school districts and divided into 4 regions, and with the main purpose of providing economies of scale and educational equity. But really our main function is to save state funds, to help the LEAs pool resources to provide services to their students. And we are governed by our boards. Our boards consist of our superintendents and our charter directors that are in our region. We are funded through a direct appropriation through the legislature, a $2 million appropriation that is divided 4 ways. We also receive some funding from UETN. We also receive funding through our actual member LEAs and through grants. And really, if you have discretionary funds that you need to get rid of, we're happy to accept those as well. All right, next slide, please. And we really consider ourselves as a partner with USBE to help you with your strategic goals. And we kind of listed here, the goal of early learning. It's a huge goal for all of us to have all kids at reading level by the end of 3rd grade. And so some of the projects that we're involved in regards to that goal is with our pre-K early learning coaches. And this, we'll talk a little bit more a little bit later, but we do have a funding request that we'll be talking to you about in regard to that. Safe and healthy schools. With HB 473, we were granted the ability to apply for mental health funds to use at a regional level so that we could hire behavior analysts, school psychologists, social workers to work at the region level where, you know, our smaller LEAs and charters can't really afford to employ one on their own, even with the grant funds. And so we pool those monies or apply on behalf of the region to hire people to meet those needs. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, personalized teaching and learning. As it says there, we all have technology trainers on staff, and we provide a ton of teacher training through endorsement programs, through the conferences that we hold. We hold an annual conference every July, which many of you have attended, and just, you know, to provide as much training to our teachers to keep them up to date. And letters is a big part of what we're doing right now, all across the rural regions with our pre-K early learning coaches. And then effective educators and leaders, again, through our professional development services that we provide and through the conferences. And then our board meetings themselves, where our superintendents and charter directors can meet together monthly to talk about what's going on in the region, you know, issues that they're having. It's kind of like a professional learning group just for the leaders of our regions. Okay, so next slide, please. And in 2020, when we were originally created, we were called Regional Service Centers. In 2020, Senate Bill 79 was passed, run by Senator Hilliard and Representative Lass, which changed us to Regional Educational Service Agencies. And at that time, they gave us a few other powers similar to LEAs, but not totally LEAs. So we're kind of like a little a hybrid of an educational entity hybrid that's not an LEA, but kind of in between. And so along with that, they created, we have a coordinating council that meets, that consists of USBE leadership and also state board members, and then our board chairs and the 4 directors. We meet about every 2 or 3 months. It created a budget review process, which is kind of what happened yesterday in PEA, that we have a $115,000 request to the legislature, which is to help us with all the increasing costs. That came through this budget review process through USBE, because that is supposed to be submitted by you. So we thank you for that and appreciate it. And then also grant us the authority to provide services directly to students, which we didn't have before, and also gave us the ability to apply for grants that LEAs can apply for, which is huge for us to help our regions. So from this point on, I'm gonna have each board chair kind of talk to you about their each individual RISA, and we'll start with SEDC with Superintendent Styler.
Thank you. I am Superintendent Dave Styler from the Millard School District. I am part of SEDC, which is located in Cedar City. That's where we have our meetings. That's our central location area. We have 6 districts: Beaver, Garfield, Kane, Millard, Washington, and Iron. And Washington being probably, I would believe, the largest school district that's involved in a service center. And then we have some of the smallest districts and some in the middle. It's a great partnership. Washington, you would think, might be someone that would say, we're bigger, we pay more, we want more. They don't. They're like the good big brother that remembers where he came from and treats us all very well and makes sure that we get the resources that we need along with them. And so it's a great partnership. The 9 charter schools also have been a great addition to our service agency and to help us. Just speaking for Millard District, we're a medium-sized district, medium, small in comparison, but medium in the scale of things in the state. There are services that we could not provide by ourselves, certainly in the scale that we get, as far as mental health things, as far as providing the Apple program, as far as providing technology endorsements and things for our teachers. We've had many get the Apple and their license through the Apple with SEDC's help. We've had, I think at this point, 18 teachers get their educational technology endorsement, which is a great resource. We partner with SUU. We also partner with SNO on some of these things. But because we're in this group together, we can partner. We can do things that we couldn't otherwise do on our own. And so these agencies are invaluable to us. We could not do nearly the things that we're able to do if these didn't exist. So we appreciate them very much. They're great partnerships, and not only do we have great partnerships within our service agencies, but from agency to agency, from the four around the state. So it's a great benefit to us. We appreciate your support of that and ask you to come and see us. We always love to have our state board members come to our meetings. We invite you to be there and share your thoughts with us at any time. So and it's great to have that partnership. So thank you for all you do and for your support.
Right there. Okay. Board members, I'm Superintendent Cody Hughes, Jewett School District. Now is the time to pay attention. Are you ready? Okay. So, I'm going to report on the CUES region. CUES region is a Central Utah Educational Service Centers. We encapsulate 7 school districts, and we actually have 3 of those small school districts in our state or right there in our area. Myself is a medium-sized district, but I'm going to give you one thing and we do have some new board members, so I want to give you one little clip of history here. So this is my 13th year as a superintendent, and I was in Tintic School District before I was in Jewett. But when I first came into a regional service center, it was about getting paper products and utilities and mainly school resources for schools at a very consolidated. We could take all these 7 districts through our region and get things at a great price, and it was a great savings for our tax dollars. But what's really happened over those years of my time there is it's become this huge engine that provides resources for kids and for our community. So if you go to the next slide, you can look at these later, but I'm just going to point out one on each slide. But right now, security and data privacy. You guys just had a huge conversation about security and privacy and all those things. Well, I want you to think about the limits that those local boards have with their local providers and with their districts and the staff that they have. We're able to take our regional service centers and have now layer after layer in concert with what the state board does here in the state office to provide extra securities and services for us. That goes for financial securities for our parents in our districts all the way down to student and data privacy there. Let's go to the next slide. Another thing I want to point out too, these are all of the educational opportunities that we have for our teachers and our students. But I want to point something out. With our partnership and what we've been able to do, just in 1 year, 1,700 graduate credits were earned just in those 7 school districts through my CUES region. 1,700 credits for our teachers to provide them more content, flexibility, and knowledge to pass on to our students. That's appreciated. So I just wanted to point out and say thank you for that. Next slide, please. And this one right here, if we look at the public and higher education process, it was mentioned the Apple program and so forth. But one thing that's been great, and I just can't say enough to our appreciation to our legislature and to our partnership with the USBE, is we have 3 FTEs committed in our area for LCSWs and BCBAs, dealing with student behaviors. I had, just last year, unfortunately, in my own district, and it's happening everywhere, we had a student suicide. Without the resource that's provided through my CUES region, my staff, my families would have been lost. So I have to say wholeheartedly and emotionally thank you for that. My service center is a lifeline for me and for our 7 districts. And I just want to say I appreciate all the way from the legislature to the state board what it does for our kids. And I'll turn the time over to my colleague.
Wow, get double mics. Following Cody is no fun. So I appreciate your time today. My name is Micah Salas. I'm the superintendent of Carbon School District, and I serve on the board as part of the Southeast Education Service Center. Our office is located in Price, and you can see obviously we serve over 10,000 students. The 4 school districts that we serve are Carbon, Emory, Grand, and San Juan. We also serve 2 charter schools, one in Price and one in Moab. Go to the next slide, please. Thank you. I want to spend just a minute on this slide. It's important to realize, obviously, we all have different needs, but I would like to point out just geographically how large our region is. It poses its own unique problems for us, and, well, I shouldn't say problems, challenges that we overcome. I live in Carbon County, obviously, and I just want to I just want to share something with you. I used to work for the Service Center years ago, 24 years ago. I was a technology trainer for the Service Center. And I covered Carbon Immigrant in San Juan every week. And I can get to Pocatello, Idaho faster than I can get to some schools in San Juan School District. It takes 6 hours one way to get from my house to some of the schools like Navajo Mountain High School, Monument Valley, Bluff, Whitehorse High School, and Montezuma Creek Elementary. So when we think about someone who maybe lives in Spanish Fork or Provo and asking them to cover an area clear up into Idaho, we just wouldn't do that. It just doesn't make sense. But we do that all the time in southeastern Utah. And I'm not complaining about it. I love living there and it's wonderful. But I do want to just kind of emphasize the geographic spread and some of the unique challenges that we overcome. And Shane Erickson is our director of the Service Center, and he and his employees do a tremendous job to help these very geographically isolated schools and communities and try to give them the same level of support that students have in the Wasatch Front and other places, and they do an excellent job of that. If you've never visited us, we the same as the others, we welcome you. There's just nothing like getting in the car and driving clear to Monument Valley or Navajo Mountain. You can see it on the map, but it really is something. And they do an excellent job to try to provide our students an equal level of support that they would get in another region. And I'll let you read the other slides on your own there. It's impressive, some of the lists here and the things that are done. But I did want to highlight that distance. Thank you for your time.
I think it's still morning. Good morning, or almost good afternoon. My name is Greg Munn. I'm superintendent in South Summit School District and part of the news region. And while news might be last on the list, it's certainly, I'm sure, first in all of your hearts. So I just want to add a little bit to what my colleagues have shared. You know, for starters, coming from an urban, larger district and in a larger urban school, having been a principal of a large urban high school, when I first got to South Summit, I didn't know what our RISA had to offer. I was not really aware of what a RISA was and the role that it plays in the success of the smaller, more rural districts. And I was quickly coming to the realization that, man, I took some things for granted in a large district that I took them for granted. And so thankfully Duke came to my rescue. So I just want to share that experience of coming from a larger rural area that had a lot of supports built into the larger districts and getting to a smaller, more rural area where those weren't automatically embedded in the systems within the school district because just the size of the district it just wasn't possible. I know sometimes we get caught up on numbers, and I will say these numbers that you're seeing, they're impressive. Behind every one of those numbers is a story. So for example, if we take 116 on-site visits or just over 1,100 virtual supports for technology the technology behind the financial system servers and those are all potential problems that were averted because of the services that news provided for us. The 750 of our teachers getting help in various educational technology software and apps, things like that, that's unreal to me to think about how much support our teachers and our staff are getting, all being provided by our regional service center. One of the things that sometimes in education we do, and I know this is certainly also something in the private industry, but oftentimes we provide professional learning or professional development to employees, and it's kind of like a one and done thing. And so we never really see fruits of the labor because of that. And I think one of my noticings of being involved with the news region, and I know this is true for all of the regions, is that there's a plan of consistent support for all teachers in our region. So instead of a one and done, we consistently are circling back, providing ongoing training and ongoing support so that it's not just a one and done and lost and that's it. If you ever get bored and want to read lots of research, there's a ton of research about the effectiveness of professional learning for educators, and it typically always comes back to the ability to frequently circle back, provide whatever supports are needed to keep that push going. And that is what, for me as an instructional leader of a district, that's one of the biggest things I've seen as a benefit from news. I also want to share, I know it's been mentioned, but the help we've received on some of our mental health needs. I met with our social worker the other day. Our social worker in our small district has done just over 100 suicide assessments this year. We've had a few suicide attempts in our district, and we're a small district. And it is such a support to be able to rely on the staff at News to be able to come and provide a level of care and compassion that just having those extra bodies. I struggle to find words to explain how grateful I am as a superintendent in a smaller district. That support that we receive, and so I can't say enough about the service centers. And had I not ever gone to a smaller rural district, I never would have known about the amazing things that all 4 of these regions are doing. So great things are happening, and ultimately that kind of filters down to the kids. So,
thank you. Okay, next couple of slides, please, Kelsey. Okay, so this is our annual, we do performance measures. These are the 4 that we've kind of come up with in working with USBE, people there at the office, and we came up with these goals about 5 years ago. They probably need to be adjusted back. We didn't quite hit 3 of them. The credit one we knocked out of the ballpark. But anyway, these are our performance measures, the professional development services through training hours, participation hours, technical support services. And so anyway, that's our annual performance measures. Next slide, please. And then finally, we have 2 funding requests that actually came through you as business cases to the legislature this year. And again, we really appreciate your help in getting those there. The governor also supported those requests. You have some information that should have been in your packet regarding those. But I'd like to spend a little bit of time just talking about this, our rural early learning coaches. Okay, this was a brainchild of Director Thronson here in the office 2 years ago. She came to us and said, we've got some ESSER money. I think it would be good to see about putting these coaches out into your regions to see what kind of support they can provide, because at the time, we're seeing a lot of turnover with our pre-K 3 teachers. Our scores weren't really where we wanted them to be, particularly in our smaller LEAs and our charter schools. And so we said, great, let's see how this goes. And so they've been on the job now for a year and a half, and the results that we're seeing in the schools that they're actually working in is phenomenal. I mean, they're knocking it out of the ballpark in reading and in math, in all, from preschool all the way up through 3rd grade. And you have some of the results in the packet that was sent out to you. We have more results because most of the middle of the year testing took place in January that are even better than what we gave you. And so, again, we just want to say that unfortunately the federal funds end at the end of June. And so that's why we're going to the legislature to see if they will give us ongoing state funding to keep that program going. Because, not all of the smaller schools have their own coaches. And this is where they're providing supplement to the schools and being able to move around the region and you know, they're in their classrooms, mentoring them, they're training them on how to read the assessment results, and they're having a huge impact on the student success and performance in their schools. And so again, we appreciate your support on that funding item, as well as our cost of living adjustment there. But you know, just want to encourage you as you're up on the Hill over the next month, it's going to start heating up, and they're going to start cutting deals and rolling the dice and all that stuff over the next few weeks. And you know, we really appreciate your support in trying to get that funding for the early learning coaches pushed through. So anyway, with that, I'm ready to take any questions, as well as any of my colleagues.
Member Klein and Member Earl. There we go.
Are Utah's regional education service agencies part of any national associations?
We are. So there's AESA. So nationally, we're known as an education service agency. So AESA is our parent group, so to speak. And so, you know, we're really small compared to the education service agencies across the country. I mean, you know, they're probably in, I'd say, 45 of the 50 states, and they're similar to us, but in some states, they run all the special ed for their region, or they run all the CTE. They do, you know, finance. They run the back end financial systems. So it's pretty diverse as far as what you see across the country, but we're pretty small compared to most of them.
And how closely aligned are we to them as far as the work that you do or trainings that you receive, or?
I mean, so they do one annual conference a year. You know, they do provide, they have a lobbying group in DC that works with the School Boards Association, as well as the National Superintendents Association. So they're pretty aligned to those two groups, and they're usually pretty together on all of the education issues that they're promoting in Washington.
So our REISs are aligned to what they're doing in Washington? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, as well as our Superintendents Association and School Boards Association.
So it's a national entity. Like
it's a group
where it's moving towards a nationalized.
I don't know if I'd say that. It's just an organization, a national organization that we belong to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Board members, let's keep it moving. I think may have lost, let's see, Member Lear?
Short comment rather than a question. I've watched the regional service centers turn into REISs from the years when I worked at the State Board of Education, and then continued to work with them and watch them as I was in private practice. And I know this sounds like a love fest, but I just have the greatest respect for how they have tightened up their budgets. Their services are more focused. I've worked with almost all of these superintendents in different ways. They just get increasingly sophisticated. I love that they work cooperatively with charter schools, because the charters need it every bit as much. They're even more isolated. So I just think this is a fabulous model, and these particular individuals are just really strong representatives of rural schools in rural Utah, and I commend them for this work. I think they've been creative in terms of what they're doing, and I have great respect, and I think if we doubled their funding, it would only be better for all of those organizations.
Thank you, Member Lear. Member Norton?
So first of all, I'll say ditto to what Board Member Lear just said. Ditto, ditto, ditto. And as I was looking at those slides, and as I was going through my own experiences with REISs since I've been on the board, the collaboration that is going on in those rooms is just unbelievable. That, you know, it really does show that 1 + 1 is, in this case, about 15. It just gives and gives and gives how well you all work together, help each other, and make such strong units there. I have participated in the Rural Schools Conference and the Sterling Scholars, the legislative meetings that are held both locally and up here, and everything is so well done and such local level and such concern. And above all else,
it's always centered on how can we make life better for our kids. So heads up, you guys are rock stars. Oh, really, you are rock stars, I forgot.
They really are.
Yeah, you should see this band these guys have.
Yeah. So that's going to be one of our drama arts presentations on a coming agenda. Okay.
Well, remember Earl was there too, so she can testify
Okay.
how fabulous that was as well.
The word's out. All right. Member Bogus.
Thank you, Chair. Sir, I just wanted to thank you for being here today. I love the perspective that the gentleman gave, and I know where he used to work, but I don't know his name, so I'm just going to let that go. And there's just as a comment, you know, he talked about seeing the need coming from urban to rural. And I just wanted to make a comment about that very quick, not necessarily to dispute that, but having come rural to urban, I just wanted to really bring to the record, the public record, that there is a culture of excellence in our rural schools that is often unmatched in our urban schools. There are teachers there that are skilled and well-trained, and some of the most prolific educators I've ever worked with came out of rural schools. And the needs of rural and urban communities are different, and I value the work that you do, and I want to thank you for it. But I don't want to leave it unsaid that sometimes when you don't have, you don't need, or when you don't have, you don't need. Whereas if you once had, you see a need. And I want to recognize the excellent work that our rural schools have, and that the excellent work that they do, and the excellent work that they continue to do with what they're given and with their students meeting those unique needs in those niche cultures. And then I want to thank you for the work you do to come around them and support them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Bogus. Member Booth, and then Vice Chair Earl.
What is your greatest need? As you look at these organizations that have made such a difference, it's been a long time now, 1969, that was a long time ago.
It was.
And so now, where we're at right now, 2023, what could we possibly do in terms of resources, in terms of strengthening and supporting you that might make the biggest difference in the work that you're trying to accomplish?
You know, I think the biggest need that we're seeing as far as the needs in our districts, really the mental health thing has been huge. And so, you know, we've been trying, like in my region, I've been trying to find a psychologist for 4 years, and I haven't been successful in doing that. Q's, you know, was able to grow their own and has one now for their region. And I think, you know, those providing more of those supports, but again, even with the money, because I have the grant funding available, I still can't find people to fill those roles. And I think in a lot of cases, you know, in our smaller school districts, finding educators is hard. But I think, you know, when it comes down to us specifically, you know, the pre-K-3 early learning coaches has been a slam dunk for us as far as the success that we've been seeing in such a short time. Really, if we could get that through, I think it would go a really long way for us, you know, into the future, as well as, you know, we also have that other request there. I don't know if you were at the PEA meeting yesterday, but I think you might have seen that our state funding has been flat for almost 7 years at $2 million across the bat. And so this is the first year that we're hopefully getting an increase in that. And, you know, originally when that 2020 bill was put through, there was an inflationary increase put in it, but it was taken out at the last minute. And so we're kind of at the mercy of the legislature every year to get an increase. And, you know, and I think we're going to try and talk to some legislators about trying to get some type of annual increase in there built in into the future, rather than having to submit the business case every single year. I think it makes more sense. So yeah, we could definitely use some help there.
Thank you, Director Mossman. Vice Chair Earl.
Yes, I just have thoroughly enjoyed working with the Reeses and the individuals I've worked with there. It's interesting because sometimes you can go into an education room with individuals and everyone just, okay, they agree with everything. What I love about this is you can have a very great conversation, you can have diverse opinions, and then you can come to some common ground. And I have so respected and loved working with the individuals I've worked with here. So, and I do love the music too. So, anyways, I've just really appreciated the camaraderie and the not just the go along, but the intense conversations about what is best for kids, right? And what is research based, and what is the best direction for it. And I feel like the individuals that I've worked with in this area and been able to meet with are very thoughtful about that. It's just not go along. It's what is the best for our communities, and then the most thoughtful way to move forward on that. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I'll just echo that. And one of the things that Member Lear highlighted is the district charter collaboration. One of those is in my backyard. I'm up in Duke's area, and Soldier Hollow is one of the schools that benefited greatly from these early learning coaches, and third in the state in growth, I think.
Yeah, they were up there.
So some really great service being done there, and we're happy to support that legislative request. And thank you for coming, and thanks again for your patience. And I'd encourage any board members to reach out to them there. Oh, you know what? We didn't recognize Director Straight back there. We've got a brother thing going. Maybe Member Straight let you duck out, but we want to recognize and thank Director Jason Straight also with Q's.
Yeah, we also have Joby Wright from SEDC and Shane.
Anybody
Erickson
else we
from-
missed?
Yep.
Yeah.
Stand up, you guys.
Something really quick.
Please do.
Chair.
Please do. Yeah.
So each year, we've heard Utah Rural Schools Association Conference talked about a little bit by two members. It's something that we invite every board member to attend. The board has been very gracious and generous to help fund a portion of the cost of hosting that conference. This year it's going to be in Price, Utah. We'll be sending an invitation to each of you as board members to attend that conference. And we really try to put on a conference that will provide robust training opportunities for our educators in Utah. We don't just limit it to rural Utah educators. We offer it to anyone. And we often hear from our urban school districts that it's one of the best conferences that they attend. So I think it's the 12th, 13th, and 14th this year. If you want to put that on your calendars, but we will be sending you an invitation for that.
That's June?
July.
July. Great.
Yep.
And I got to go to that in Richfield a couple years back. Great conference, packed auditorium. It was, very well attended. Like you say, folks from around the region. Okay. Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you all very
Thank you.
much again. Great to be with you.
Chair,
Okay.
quick point of information.
Yeah,
Did you say July or June?
July.
Thank you.
Okay, one item that we can turn to, we are a little behind, but we want to stay on track and then get to lunch. But Megan Everett is the director of ULEAD, Utah Leading Through Effective, Actionable, and Dynamic Education. Brittany Cummins from the governor's office and I happen to be the current co-chairs of the steering committee there, and we've been watching Director Everett move into her role and move forward with the mission of ULEAD. So she's here to explain what's going on, and happy to have her. Thank you very much again for joining us, Director Everett.
Thank you. Off instead of on. Great. Thank
I'm
you.
with you.
Learning to use the screencast. I so appreciate taking the time to listen to what is going on with ULEAD, but more importantly, where we're going with it. And I realize I'm standing between you and lunch, and so I will talk fast. As Chair Moss mentioned, I'm Megan Everett, and I'm the director of ULEAD. I came on board in August, and I'm really excited to share what we've been doing so far. If you are not already familiar with ULEAD, it is a great acronym, Utah Leading Through Effective, Actionable, and Dynamic Education. And this was created in legislation in 2018 and then revisited last year in 2022 with 4 big goals. So the first one is to initiate and disseminate research on innovative and successful practices that are happening in Utah, because we hear a lot about what's great in education, but so often teachers want to say, well, what about Utah schools and what is happening in Utah and my next door neighbors? So that's where we focus. Also, to curate and explain other research that is happening and to put those together into a clearinghouse that is really responsive to educator needs and the information that they want to hear. Then connect people with that, because if we just leave it to sit somewhere, nobody engages with it, and that's not so useful. So to connect those experts in areas of practice to the educators and what's going on in our state, and then finally to report on what those practices are, and specifically to talk about how we can remove barriers so that other people can replicate those great practices. So this is kind of that's the legislation of ULEAD, but this is what it is in a practical sense. So what does the data tell us is going well? Where are these positive outliers and bright spots? Then let's go learn from their practice. What are they actually doing day in and day out to be so successful? How can those practices be adapted and replicated? What else would you need if you wanted to take that same practice and put it into your school or to your LEA? And then connect and share people to have discussions about that work and learn from what people are doing. So when I joined ULEAD, we said, where are the entry points for this process? What does this look like if we were to systematize it? And this is what we came up with. So ULEAD has a steering committee, which Chair Moss is a co-chair of as a member of the board. Brittany Cummings, who's the advisor for Governor Cox, is also on there. And then we also have representatives from USBE, but most importantly to me, superintendents, teachers, and principals that are representing both public and charter schools that are telling us about what's going on in their schools and in their communities and what we're hearing from them. And then of course we get input in other ways, such as the engagement survey or information that is being collected across the state. All of that information goes into making the ULEAD focus priorities that we'll go after for a certain amount of time. And it's actually pretty aggressive in terms of a research schedule to look at those over the course of a year and see what we can take from them. That doesn't mean that those are the only things we investigate. That just means where our focus lies. So once we have those priorities, we move to research. And we make connections to other research that exists. We help develop it along the way, but you see research in the middle because that is the big focus. How do we find the practices that are going well and make them replicable for others? And then of course, you would have to communicate and engage people with that so that they would be able to use it. All of that goes back to the field, which in turn comes back to us. So if you look at the ULEAD repository, there in legislation says that we will produce innovative practice reports. So that's really the bread and butter of what we're putting together. Those reports are pretty detailed. They talk about what is the data that says this is going well, what is the practice, how can it be adapted. I think the most important piece here are these templates or tools. So if we go to a school and say, how are you so successful in science, for example, and they say, oh, it's our PLC process. And then they're able to share with us the PLC template or the protocols that they use to have those discussions. Those are really important for the practice reports so other people can see it in action. We do include other information, so policy and practice briefs, things that are smaller and more bite-sized to look at or just give an overview. And then also combined reports. So if we were to do that in 10 different LEAs, we can also put them all together and look for themes across them of how they're able to achieve success. Engagements we have coming up, and I'll just talk about these briefly because I'll mention them again, but ULEAD has looked at things that have gone well and asked people how they got there. Innovation cohorts provide an opportunity to learn with them as they're putting it into practice so that as things are becoming great practice, we're right there with them, helping them measure. And that's a little bit easier than saying, hey, what'd you do the last 5 years that was so great? Practice summits, where we can engage with experts and practitioners in the same space. Practice webinars, which would be similar, but obviously online or recorded. And then listening sessions where we get to talk to practitioners or bring together a group of principals or a group of teachers to talk about these practices they're doing. We work with a really wide variety of people. So the steering committee, as I mentioned, is really important to driving our priorities forward. We work with higher education institutions, and recently have been talking to the different education deans in the state to understand how we can help each other in researching these items and make sure we have an objective outside point. to look at some of this work. We work with researchers, both in institutes of higher education and then in other institutions, so like the Data Research Center, for example, Utah Research Center. USBE, clearly housed here, and work with the great experts and information available. Professional organizations, and you think of like Utah Teacher Fellows or the STEM Action Center and other groups that are interested in finding these practices. And then, of course, at the heart of it, practitioners in the schools. So you might say, I know this other group is doing this. I know teaching and learning is as a piece of this, or I know data and statistics does a piece, and they do. So I will tell you how ULEAD is a little unique. One is we collect massive amounts of data here, as I am sure you have seen, and we might look at it in a different way. A lot of times we're looking at that data to find where do we need to plug holes, and in ULEAD's instance, it's really great. We look for sunshine and roses, what is going really well, but we can pull from the same information. Obviously, there's a lot of reports written and disseminated. Ours are really focused on Utah practice and educator actions in the schools and LEAs. The repository is more dynamic, or intentioned to be more dynamic, than what just a website would be. So it's searchable and very practitioner-based and very accessible. And then, of course, we engage with practitioners. And I don't think there's ever enough of that. So if somebody else is doing it, awesome, great. And I tell you this because moving to our focus topics, you're gonna hear things that you say, oh, other people are doing that work too, and they are. We just might not be doing it in quite the same way, or we might have places where we can work together. So right now, our steering committee has identified these 4 focus areas, and it's not limited to these. But we're looking for what are the practices leading to teacher job satisfaction? What are those practices leading to strategic engagement with technology that's being really successful? What are practices that are driving attendance forward? That's a big one where you'll say, yes, other people are trying to do that too. And what are those classroom practices that are supporting students in academics, but that might not be the pedagogy or that teaching move? We use a lot of different things that are going on at USBE, so being housed at USBE and having the opportunity to work with the board and the departments is really important. We draw from the same pools of data and can rely on those experts. We hear from topics that are important within the building as well. We can use existing research and practices and policies to inform our work, and there are sometimes reports. I was reading a really great technical manual that we have, and it says these great things that we're doing, but it's not as detailed in the day-to-day practice. So we can draw from that, but then go find that practice piece. We engage with conferences that we have, such as the Rural Schools Conference you heard. We're engaging in newsletters and media and putting our information out. So if we have great resources for leadership, then maybe our leadership team shares that with them. We attend meetings like this one, or I've had an opportunity to share this with our leadership council. And then ULEAD is named in additional legislation. Often in ways that will help us get to those innovative practices. So with the innovation grants in the sandbox, we're looking at when people try those out and they're successful, putting those into our repository of information. So like I said, I came on board in August. So a rundown of some of the things we've done and where we're going. We did an internal program audit to kind of figure out where our holes were. Created a logic model for the program because this hasn't been really systematized. So we want to do that and action steps to go forward. We've updated our steering committee. Some people roll on and roll off after 2 years, so it was time for that. We developed a communication and engagement strategy, which our steering committee gave feedback on just this week. And we've initiated or drawn on higher ed partnerships that have kind of already existed or are growing. Again, with an effort to kind of systematize, so we're always working together in a consistent way. We've identified our focus priorities, data sources for those, and are working in an ongoing way to find those outliers. The repository and development of that is the highest priority because if that information isn't there, it's really hard to engage people with it. So again, higher education partners drawing on research that's ready to go, new priority briefs and overviews of what those priorities are and what we really mean with them. And then we've seen a really big increase in practitioner submissions of them saying, hey, ULEAD, I have this great practice and data. Do you want to learn more about it? Which is really great to hear. Participating out in the community more. So UCTM, I attended the last 2 days and got to talk with practitioners about our mathematics summits that we've held and some of the work we've done there. With USET coming up, we're hosting a highlight hive where LEAs can share their innovative practices in a collaborative space, and then other and ongoing events. And then we're starting these listening sessions, which our steering committee was really excited about, the opportunity for teachers and practitioners to get together and talk from what they're seeing every day. Professional cohorts, we hope to start this summer and go forward. So as they're doing great things, we can draw on it. And ultimately, and I hope that the next time we talk, we'll have this in place, is we want to bring together a practice summit where it's less theoretical than a research summit, but has research expertise, but more research-based than random practitioner practice, because we've drawn on those evidence practices, and bring them together in a space to have conversations with a goal of timely and replicable resources. So that is the fastest overview of ULEAD you could have.
Thank you, Director Everett. That was fast, but full of great information. I was involved in early on with ULEAD, and I'll just say it's beautiful to see how this has been fleshed out. It was born and went right into a challenge with COVID, but you know, there was a lot of people that weighed in. Chief of Staff Young's been heavily involved, and the premise of this was that there's really no challenge for Utah education that can't be solved with the great things that are already happening in Utah education. The question is, how do you find and understand and explain those practices in a way that Director Everett's explained? And so some of the outreach to higher ed institutions where they're going to participate and help taking that objective look and going deeper at really, you know, there's so many people doing great things. Where are the people that are really cracking that nut in a way that you can put some research context but highlight them as a way to share? So I'm obviously I'm a fan, and I just want to thank Director Everett, but any questions or comments? Member Bogus, Member Lear?
I think Cindy's in between us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get back to my Bogus, Davis, Lear, and Earl. There we go.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Director Everett. Is that, yeah, I have to tell you, that is probably one of the best literal presentations I've ever seen. It's very well done. Thank you. So I just have a couple questions. One is, you use the terminology remove barriers. And as an educator, I hear that term used almost synonymously, and everyone means something different by it. What do you mean by barriers?
Sure. So I think we don't know exactly until we investigate these practices. But for example, if we were to talk to a school and they say, you know, we're achieving these results with an effective coaching cadre. So a barrier for a different school system may be that they don't have that coaching cadre to draw on. So thinking about ways that we can use coaches intentionally or strategically. Somebody might say, we've been able to do this, but it was through this bajillion-dollar grant. So a barrier there is funding. So I think it's really dependent upon what the actual practice is and how they've been able to be successful, and just identifying, hey, if you also want to take this practice and put it into action, these are things you're going to have in place.
Okay, thank you for that. So, I have two more questions, and hopefully you'll find them easy to respond to. So, just for context, I am a single educator. I work in 6 buildings that have 6 unique and different cultures. So when you use the word replicate, it causes me a little consternation, because I know that my students and the cultures of these buildings are very unique. And I work in 2 buildings that are less than a mile apart in the same community, and they couldn't be more unique. And so tell me about replication, because I have not found replication to be a fruitful thing to do, because my niche cultures and my students are so unique. And then I have one final question.
So I think you're right. I've worked in multiple schools and states that very unique. I think one way we're addressing that is ultimately we hope to have practices that are representative of all those spaces. So that's a long way to go. We're certainly not there yet. But so a school can go in, and the repository in the legislation says it needs to be searchable by context. So you need to be able to say, I am looking for other rural elementary schools with this kind of makeup, with this kind of demographic, these kinds of things. And so looking across that. So we look for like schools. So I'm looking for other rural schools that are able to do this, other urban schools that are able to do this, other schools of over 3,000 students versus a school of 100 students. So that is one way that we're addressing that.
Okay, thank you. And then the more you speak, the more questions I have, but I'm
Oh,
going to
great.
give up after this one.
I don't know if that's good.
So I've noticed in my tenure as an educator that you can have great strategies and great practice, but if they collide with the culture of the building, they're completely ineffective. How does ULEAD navigate that scenario where you can't install a practice because the culture is averse to it? And I'm not saying averse to the idea, just the culture in and of itself, like the people don't necessarily reject the idea. The culture itself can't integrate with it.
Sure. So one thing I failed to mention was replication is an option, but so is adaptation, right? So adaptation. So somebody could take that and say, well, I want to do this idea, but I know I have this other piece that is going to come into play. So that's one option. Another element of that is ULEAD is not designed to be prescriptive or formulaic in any way in terms of saying this is something now you must do. It is purely providing information. So you as an educator can go in and say, I don't know how to address this issue. What are other schools like me doing in Utah? And you can read and get all those ideas. And then that connection piece becomes really important because it's not just, maybe you're able to read it and take it off the page and it works for you, but maybe you do have these other questions or holes. And so we can, I think Chair Moss has referred to it as a statewide PLC model, where you can take that concern about the culture element or whatever is blocking you from being able to be successful there and actually go talk to this school or this LEA that did it well and see how they were able to overcome some of those things or if it was even a concern for them. So I think that engagement piece becomes really important when you address the realities of putting something into practice.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Davis.
Yes, thank you. First is a really quick question. The second might be a tiny bit longer. One is the fiscal note still 500,000 annually? It was in the beginning. Did it change last year? And the second is, are we only taking data that we already have, or are we've been asked by LEAs, no more surveys.
Right.
No, don't bother us with all of your great ideas. So do we let them know if we are surveying for information or doing a webinar or having the teacher, whatever, that they know it's 100% optional to participate, or are we sending it from the organization without any understanding that it's totally optional to participate? And is it optional?
Sure. So to the fiscal note, I know that there is, and I'm sorry because I don't know all of the fiscal information. I know that there is a move to reduce that this year and going forward by I think 58,000. But it has been, I think it's 510,000. Yes, it's completely optional, just as doing any sort of research or investigation in any school would be. We do draw on data that exists because if it already exists, we don't need to go survey or recreate, and we certainly don't want to. We don't want to add that to anybody. So for example, one of our priorities is attendance. We have maybe not one smooth system, but we have different ways to already kind of look at and investigate attendance. And then, yes, absolutely and completely optional in terms of participating in any sort of feedback or providing information on practices.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's see, we have Member Lear and Vice Chair Earl.
Thanks, and I have a series of short questions. I hope short. I'll try that. First of all, I may have missed the meeting. You're a newer USB employee, I think.
Correct, yes.
So help me just a little bit about your background. This intersection of business and education
Yeah.
is sort of something I always sort of get baffled by. So I'm curious what your background is.
No, I love that. Thank you. So I actually have a master's in advertising and public relations before I went back to school to get a degree in education. And so I have a master's in, now a doctorate, but a master's in education. I began working at the school turnaround, what became the National School Turnaround Model in Alabama, and I was a state teacher of the year there. When we moved to Utah, I became a mathematics coach. And then the last 2 years, I've been at the U.S. Department of Education in a full-time school ambassador fellowship role that let me work in a lot of different ways. So I've worked on federal grant programs and also with the Office of Outreach and Communication and over 2 different administrations. So a lot of different pieces to that. And then in my doctorate, I combined what I was really interested in. So a passion and love of education and communication theory practices.
Thank you. That is an amazing background.
Oh, thank you.
We all want a second life, and that might be one of my third or fourth choices, so that's super interesting. Secondly, when I read the materials, they were kind of general and felt a little bit of kind of research speak. And you've given me one answer, but I wanted to have 2 examples of reports that, and you listed reports as one of the things your office is putting together. And so I'm curious, one of them you said is you're working on is attendance. Is there another practical example of one that your office is working on?
Sure. So educator strategic engagement through technology. And I actually had a really enlightening conversation with the STEM Action Center, and they are looking at research that, again, already exists, which is wonderful, right? That says, well, we have high users of technology that also have high achievement, low users or no users of technology with low achievement, but we have this weird pocket where people are not they're using it, not a ton, and they're still having this high achievement. So that says there's something really strategic going on there and intentional about those choices that they're making in the classroom and implementation that's leading to this success. And so we don't have it yet because it's new, but that's our intention, is to go find out what those things are.
That's super interesting, and I just realized maybe I need to just make an appointment and come talk to you for a half an hour.
I would love
and
that.
Just kind of get a better information about this. But so 2 more just very short questions. You mentioned that you have this board of directors, and how often do they meet?
It is legislatively directed to meet at least quarterly. I do communicate with them more often, and for example, our initial discussion about setting priorities ended up needing a second meeting, as you can imagine.
So is that something that board members could attend on an occasional basis? To see what it feels like or looks like?
Why not?
I personally
Okay.
have no
I
concerns
know
about
nobody
that.
else wants any meetings. I mean, maybe that's.
If you would like to attend
I'm
additional
just-
meetings in your life, you are
I'm
more
just
than
curious
welcome.
how that looks. And then
sure.
the last thing is, you seem to suggest there's going to be, or there is a database of this information. So is that available? Is it in the works? Where are you with that?
There is information that exists on the ULEAD website currently. It is not quite doing what its intention to do, to be this really dynamic, responsive database of information, for a couple of reasons. One is current limitations of the website and how it can be searched, but we are rapidly doing a redo of the website from.
So eventually, is
So
what you're saying.
eventually, yes.
Okay.
So
And
that's
I'm good with that. It takes a while.
So that's one piece, but there is information that exists there already. It's just maybe not quite in the vision of where we want to go forward.
And so my very last question, and I mean this seriously, somebody is gonna laugh, I know, but I mean it seriously. So if there's information, can board members, can the public, can anybody suggest what I'd really like to know about? One of the things that I think was missing in our recent favorite bill, SB 215, I've already forgotten the number, it's Freudian. There's no discussion about comparative achievement between private school students and traditional school students. Is that the kind of thing that somebody could suggest you do a study on, or you gather information about?
Sure, absolutely. So like I said, we have these focus topics that drive the bulk of our work. That doesn't mean that we'll ignore other information or needs. Focus priorities are also intended to be responsive. So our steering committee does direct a lot of that conversation, but even on the front page of the ULEAD site, there's a place to fill in a form and say, this is a topic of importance.
I'm interested.
And then of course, beyond that, I live here. So emails, phone calls, stop by.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to ask those questions.
Vice Chair Earl.
Yes, I'm grateful to see the shift in this particular program because originally it was intended to do what it's doing right now, and then it ended up just being a replication of research that was already out there somewhere, right? Which may have some valid, framework behind it, but the intent was to actually get information from local schools, local districts, and highlight the key things that were very successful in Utah, not, outward. So I'm very grateful to see the shift and to see this going back into those areas that are relevant to our districts and relevant to individuals, education professionals that are implementing right now. So thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
I'll bring it back just for one comment. I think a great question was brought up about limitations to replication. And that was something that the initial researchers and folks that advised on the creation pointed out, that sometimes you'll see a great highlight and you'll say, well, let's go do that. And so part of even what was in the statute is to address limitations to successful replication or adaptation of a successful practice, which could include barriers arising from federal or state law, state or LEA policy, socioeconomic conditions, funding limitations. So that you don't just grab something and run with it. You have ULEAD's help in figuring out how would that apply here, or how might it not apply, and some of the things that Director Everett pointed out. So I think, the idea is that you're looking at ULEAD right here, mostly, Director Everett. So there's not a big staff to implement. They don't encroach on other departments' ideas of what they're trying to do. It's basically to have a shovel in the spotlight and the ability to say, here's what's working and why, and so that then, LEAs or our office can look at that and say, hey, that might inform what we want to do, either at a policy level or implementation level, but they don't stray from that lane of understanding and analysis, stopping short of implementation, and that avoids some of these questions about, well, that might not be for us. And so they facilitate the discussion, and as Director Everett's moving that in, there is a clearinghouse, and so that was, there's some things up there already, but I think as was pointed out, they're somewhat thematic, and so some of these thematic questions could go funnel into that. The steering committee that Director Everett has assembled would kind of filter all that and say, okay, what are our top priorities? With the idea then that you say, okay, if we're looking at somebody who's successful in this area, who's doing it? And so not as much of a general survey question, but really, again, with the acronym suggest, within the topic identified by the steering committee, who's really implementing technology in a way that's driving student success? Who's doing it and how are they doing it? And that becomes that tight question that ULEAD can sort of answer, where there's a whole lot of information out there that's thematically organized, but who's crushing it in Utah and celebrate that success story in a way that can be learned from? Is that, Member Straight, is that your light or Carol's? Okay. Oh, gotcha, okay.
Yeah, and that's probably saved us an hour.
And then we got Member Wood. Sorry?
So it's probably a good thing that my speak mic doesn't work. Saves us some time. But anyway, I have spent some time with Director Everett, and I'm gung-ho, anxious, ready to go, but I backed off. And the reason I did is she's only been here since August, and it takes time to get things in line, but I'm very intrigued by the work and look forward to additional conversations. Thank you.
And members, feel free that those steering committees, we probably publicize those, and it's a great team. It's folks from the field that make up that steering committee, and so those are directed by Director Everett. Member Wood.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Everett, for being here.
Thank you.
I would hope that as you look to barriers to implementation, you might look for barriers for innovation. because I think that's some of the concerns that we have now is what are the seat time requirements or the budget requirements? What are those barriers to innovation in our schools to reach student success? Also, as I was looking at the steering committee, I noticed that you don't have a parent representative on there. And I know many of these are probably parents, but it really does bring value to bring someone who's not educator-based to come in and say, you know, here are the best practices that are happening in our schools or things that I'm not missing. So as you move forward and look at that, I would recommend a parent-specific role on that steering committee.
Thank you. If I could address that for a second, the
Please.
makeup of the steering committee is in the legislation, and so that's designated. But as a parent, I appreciate that as well.
We've got stomachs growling. Any further questions or comments? And I think I was trying to look back through the statute. I know there was somebody from a community member in the steering committee, but that's a good thing to re-examine and see who that person is. So any further questions or comments? Thank you very much, Director Everett. And with that, we will break for lunch for 30 minutes.
Actually, 30 minutes.
Actual 30 minutes.
not
So
30 minutes plus.
120. All right.
Not 30 minutes.
We need that lobby thing that you get at concerts and symphonies. The ding, ding, ding. Yeah. Oh, that's true.
Who was
They've got a
talking
good
with me
ding.
while the person did it right in front of me at Grand America?
The cowbell? We could use a cowbell. I mean, let's see. All right. I think we've announced ourselves. Next on the agenda is the board chair's report, and I skipped it last time. I'll be very brief this time. We are behind, but I do want to just give a short report on what I and we have been doing since we stepped into these roles, and it's been a great learning opportunity. It's been great to work with all the board members. Many of us are in new roles on committees. Many are in new roles on the board itself. And, you know, when you come into this role, you immediately sprint into a lot of things, including the session. So this will be a report. It'll be short, but I'm going to just sort of recount some of the opportunities that I and we have had. So we started off with the USBE USSA conference, met with their board, Linda Hanks, Amber Schill, Lexi Cunningham, and their board of directors, many local superintendents and board members. We got to meet with the House Public Education Appropriations, new chairs, Lincoln Fillmore, Susan Pulsifer, Norm Thurston, Representative Norm Thurston. We got to go meet with the new House Ed Standing Committee, leadership Candace Perucci and Dan Johnson. We got to meet with Governor Spencer Cox and Senior Advisor Brittany Cummins. Got to meet with Senate President Stuart Adams and his staff, the House leadership team, Speaker Brad Wilson, Mike Schultz, a Moss guy, Jefferson Moss, and Carrie Ann Lisenby. We got to go up and present the board's top 10 budget priorities and talk about our strategic plan. Personally, I got to meet on the Hill with old friends, including folks from Wasatch community, where my home base is, Superintendent Sweat, my old principal, Todd Johnson, friends from the UEA, Jay Blaine, Chase Clyde, friends from the State Charter School Board, Brian Bowles, Cindy Phillips. If that sounds more like name dropping than a report, it's intentional. I wanted to just point out the great, vast number of amazing people that are working in public ed, and that's just a few of them. But truly going up on the Hill during the session, one of the great joys of that is to see so many people that come together because they care about public education. And you may have noticed that some of them have different opinions, and those that I just read have different opinions. But I've greatly appreciated the opportunity to have conversations with all of them about what they're doing to serve students, to have discussion, debate, and then try to move forward together. And so behind those names are many thousands more. And I just want to report what a thrill it is in this position to have more exposure, a little bit more, into what those people are doing and what they're doing behind the scenes, the ideas they bring, and to have that opportunity to represent this board in going up and, again, presenting our priorities and seeking the funding that we need to serve these students. So I want to say thanks for that, and I think I'm glad Chair Norton brought up the Lincoln second inaugural. Every time I go to DC, I go to the Lincoln Memorial, take a right, and just stand there in front of that wall, and you read those words of malice toward none and charity for all. We do have differences of opinion, but it's a great opportunity to reason and discuss together and find ways to serve kids. So that's my report. And then I also wanted to just bring up a couple items to highlight some great work in our office that I didn't get to last month. One of these is for the year 2022, the Office of the State Auditor issued an unqualified opinion on the financial statements of USBE that included no findings for USBE or USDB. I hope I'm saying that correct. Yes. you know, and I've said this before, and we want to recognize Deputy Superintendent Jones and Deborah Jacobson, our leadership team. You know, and I've, you know, something I said, I think on some prior occasion, their job is not to make the headlines. And so we don't often hear those headlines of wonderful success because they've done the things that keep things moving and keep the money going in the right places. And we're tremendously grateful. And that's a heck of an accomplishment to have no findings. So the second part is our own internal audit executive, Chief Executive Debbie Davis was voted as the top auditor in the state last year by the Utah Association of Certified Public Accountants, awarded her the Outstanding CPA and Nonprofit and Government Awards. So let's give CA Davis, if you wouldn't mind, can you just stand up, Debbie? Okay. Thank you, and that's a bit delayed, but we so appreciate, we have, you know, everybody on this board knows how many issues we have to address, and to know that our staff are keeping everything in line and following procedure, and that they're experienced and have expertise beyond what we have is a great comfort. So we greatly appreciate them, and thank you. That's my report. So let's move to social studies. Item number 9 is the Social Studies Standards Interagency Agreement, IAA. And I know Vice Chair Earl is involved in Deputy.
I'm sorry, Chair, may I interrupt very quickly?
Sure.
My civic clerk is not working. Is it just me or is it everybody?
Let's see. Anybody else? We're having a
It's not
glitch.
working.
Let's take a second and then.
Yeah, internet issue.
It's if you try to open it
Yours isn't either? Okay, is there anyone that doesn't have access?
I'm having trouble.
Thank you.
Does anyone still need help? Raise your hand so we can.
We got
There is.
or EduRoam? What's the password for EduRoam? Well, sorry.
So let me announce to the public what the password for EduRoam is.
Excuse me.
I prefer humans.
Are you on? Are you able to get in?
No. I don't care. Just move on. No.
All right.
But I'm not worried. Just.
Everybody, I'm just trying to get my own. guest is working?
The guest one is.
I'm on edgy roam.
I don't know. Yeah, yeah.
Outside of my own, it was.
I don't want that, I want.
I do the at
I'm using my hotspot and it's just a clerk problem.
So try your.
Compatible.
The sign-in requirements for your device and
That's
the
what you're
network
getting
aren't
to?
compatible.
Yeah, so, no, it's a civic clerk issue, it's not a.
Well, now I can't even get on the internet.
I'm blind, sorry. On guest or BYOD?
USBE.
Try going to BYOD.
For the public, we're working through some technical issues, so we'll be with you shortly.
You can do this the first part.
You can?
You're on, right?
Jared and Scott, can you hear me? Scott, can you hear me? Mine is working fine from home. Civic clerk.
It's not college where you leave after 5 minutes.
How are we doing, board members? Do we have rough access to, I think we're going to have to use the screen a little bit.
I'll stand in front of it.
Yes.
There you go. All right. Our Wi-Fi capacity. All right, well, all right, let's give this a shot. We are going to move to item number 9. Action item 9.1 is the interagency agreement scope of work on social studies standards. And I think Vice Chair Earl and Deputy Superintendent Norman have the wheel on this one.
I'll make a motion.
Deputy Superintendent Patty Norman. We were going to start by talking to the need and why there's been a change between the interagency agreement and now we're going back to an RFP. And if we, and Chair, may I call Adam Hurd up to the...
Please.
Okay. And Adam can come up as well to be able to speak to the difference between what we found out between our last meeting and this meeting that prompted us to move in this direction. So Adam?
Yeah, Adam Hurd, Director of Purchasing and Contracts. So, yeah, since last board meeting with our last discussion regarding the interagency agreement route, it was discovered that we don't actually, the USBE does not do interagency agreements with LEAs any longer. We had in the past, but there was a recent policy change. Our participant support cost policy was implemented, and we decided to use that process when we're contracting with educators to provide services on behalf of the agency. And in doing so, decided that we would no longer be engaging in interagency agreements with the LEAs. So with that in mind, we had to reconsider the process that we were going to use moving forward. And we're looking at, I think, either a competitive grant process or going back to the request for proposals.
Okay, and I would talk with a number of staff members and just would like to put this motion forward. That the board approves, all right, let me do it from, I don't know which direction. That the board approves the 2023 Social Studies RFP process as presented. USBE impanels an RFP Social Studies Committee to oversee the RFP process for the Social Studies Standards K through 6. The committee consists of 3 board members and appropriate staff. Board members may submit social studies RFP recommendations to the committee to elementary social studies specialist for consideration by February 16th at 5 o'clock. The committee reviews recommendations and other related materials and publishes an RFP. The committee reviews the RFP vendor proposals and selects a vendor. The committee prepares a contract between USBE and the vendor and places it on the USBE consent calendar for approval in a regular USBE board meeting. And after the contract is approved and signed, the committee convenes to review the vendor's deliverables at key checkpoints as outlined in the RFP and contract. And I would like to add one.
Second. Is that part of the motion?
I want to add one more
Okay.
item to it, and that's using $500,000 from our discretionary fund, our discretionary state discretionary funds, and $500,000 from our mineral lease funds. That's my motion.
Is there a second?
Yes, it would be $500,000 from our mineral lease and from the state, from our discretionary funds. So it would give it. Yes, and I can speak to that in a minute.
Is there a second to that motion?
Did I say 5 or 4? Well,
you said 5.
I meant 4 of each of those. My apologies.
All right. Motion's been seconded.
And I just want to speak to that. I just think creating a simplified process for an RFP, if we put a committee together with 3 board members that can oversee this process and then bring it before us instead of trying to move all that here, and also that committee would make decisions on any recommendations that came forward from board members themselves. And I'll speak to the 2 pots of money. When we went out for, districts were asking for resources in providing this. We did an RFI. The monies that came back, the low was around $1 million, and then the high was multi-million. That's why we're looking at other avenues. I think we've got monies available in these different areas that can be used for this. I checked with Scott Jones. If it can be used in this capacity, it would bring that total up to about $1.3 million in order for this RFP process to take place. And so, I don't know. Anyways, that's my motion.
All right, discussion of the motion. Member Klein, Member Davis, and Member Lear.
Okay, just a clarifying question. It says K6 on that, but then there's a supporting document uploaded to Civic Clerk that's entitled Pre-K6 Social Studies Curriculum Scope of Work that they're supposed to use. Is it pre-K or is it K6? Pre-K through 6 or K6?
I was using the social studies standards we just approved, but I think it would be accurate that it would probably include the pre-K. So I would probably need to make a change to that.
Well, I wouldn't vote for it if it says pre-K, just saying.
Okay.
Okay, Member Davis.
Can someone remind me is this required in code that we do this kind of combined curriculum to have a choice for LEAs? It's not a mandated thing, but it's a choice. And if it's required in code, why aren't we seeking a fiscal note? Why are we using $1 million of our discretionary money, or even $800,000?
Is that a question for Vice Chair Earl or for staff?
Ask it one more, I'm sorry, one more time? Oh,
Why are we doing it?
Chair, if I may.
Please.
Yeah, the original intent was to be able to use $500,000 of carry forward money from the teaching and learning. It was a request that came to us from the superintendents as they looked at the standards that were being reviewed and created. We're recognizing the fact that every single word mattered in the standards. And in looking at the standards, because there was so much time spent on them, they realized there's not going to be any off-the-shelf product. So they asked for us to be able to collectively create some sort of a resource for them to be able to either, kickstart or provide for them, or each one of them would end up having to create them on their own. If you look at the standards that were created, for example, in, let's say our, Utah history or 5th grade or whatnot, they are very specific to the state of Utah. So it was just a collective thing. There was a survey that was sent out. I think that's in your backup as well, that has the responses from the LEAs about what it is that they would like, who would use it, what that looks like. And so the original intent was for the $500,000 to be able to, group some teachers together, an LEA or a consortium of LEAs, to be able to deliver this content in a way that we've done before in the prior IAA method, which is no longer a possibility. So there could be the grant way, there could be the RFP way. Either way, the board will need to decide what are the deliverables, the outcome of what it is that they want in their final product.
Does that answer the question, Member Davis? I think next up was, or if it did, next up was Member Lear.
And I had a clarifying question about your motion. The committee can say, okay, the board members shall submit social studies RFP recommendations. So what do you mean by that? What would what would board members, and I'm assuming that's all board members, not just that committee?
Yes, that would be. And it would be, so in doing curriculum, often there's guiding principles associated with it. Or if they have a recommendation for specific focus in curriculum areas. So they would bring recommendations if they chose to, and then those could be considered by the committee that's put together.
So the committee's not bound by those?
No, it would be recommendations, so
Just
yes.
here's some ideas about what I'd like to see in the
Yes.
curriculum.
Yes.
Thanks.
Member Wood.
Just a quick question. So in the initial RFI, it was between 1 million and 33 million. What if you're saying, oh, well, we have 1.3 million, why not go with why go through this process on the side if we've already done an RFI?
We did RFI, but that was just for information. An RFP would be the actual contract. So even if we previously said we think we want to go this direction, we would still have to do an RFP. So this is just putting those pieces in place.
Okay, so you think that with this RFP, potentially this company that said they could do it for more
Well,
than
I don't
million
know
could
which
come back?
company. We'd put it out for anybody. It wouldn't be,
Right.
right?
But
And then
it-
people would submit their bids.
But knowing that the bids were so high to begin with.
And keep in mind, I think when we put the original bid out for RFI, it was sky's the limit. Does that make sense? So there would probably need to be, these are the items we're interested in. Can you do it for this amount? That kind of a thing. Does that clarify? Okay.
Chair?
Member Klein? Oh, I'm sorry, Deputy Norman? Member Klein?
Okay, a couple questions. So the bids that went out, or the RFPs that we received before, are those, they're not on the table right now? None of those, and they're going to, but they could resubmit. Is that correct?
An RFI, unless you can correct me if I'm wrong, is just to get information. So you put, it's getting information from companies to know what is available or what could be pursued. And now the RFP, you would put that out and then they would, whoever chose to. It might not be any of these companies.
So it's just starting the process over as far as gathering who wants to make a bid?
Yes.
Okay, so the other question has to do with my first one that I did earlier on this supporting document that says pre-K 6 social studies curriculum scope of work. At the bottom, it says that this draft is for consideration during the February 2nd board meeting. Are we voting on this as well? That's not the one.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
It's just a Word doc, no charts on it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's just backup information.
It says draft on it, and it says would to be considered in the February 2nd meeting.
And it's.
Do we know,
I think it's just
Deputy
backup
Norman?
information, but.
Is that the question, or? Let's see.
I think it was to give information as to what the direction was originally, if that makes sense.
So I guess to clarify, that's not part of the present motion?
It looks like it's the scope of work that they will be bidding on, or what they will be basing their proposal on, the way it's written. Is that correct, Patty?
Yes, Chair.
Deputy Norman, yes, please.
So the IAA that was in backup is something that is no longer being done. So that whole process is moot at this point. And so they would be moving to this process, according to Vice Chair Earle's motion, it would be moving to this process in its place.
So this document that's on the screen was specific to the IAA? Is that what you're saying? And it won't be put out with the RFP?
Correct. And let's go ahead and if Joanna or Jennifer, if you want to come in, and maybe we can have Adam speak to that as well, the differences of what would be put out for the IAA or the RFP.
Yeah, thank you. Joanna Sorensen, is that something you can field? Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time? I heard my name and. Are you asking about the IAA?
Question,
Okay,
yeah,
I'm sorry, board
question
member
for
Klein,
Member
that
Klein.
There's a
document.
supporting document
Yes.
in there that lists out all the things that they want incorporated into the curriculum that is created.
Yes.
Right? Is this still on the table? Is this will this go out with the RFP?
No, I don't think so. I think what would go out is what Board Member Earle is proposing. This was what I was directed to do in the last board meeting as the scope of work for the IAA to bring back to the board. But then that got scrapped.
Okay, so we're not giving,
but-
we're not giving the vendors any specifics like this, to just the standards?
It would be what, if this passes, it would be what that committee that Board Member Earle is proposing puts together. So
Okay.
this is the scope of work that we as staff had designed for the IAA to bring back to the board today for consideration, but now the IAA is not happening. So that's moot unless this committee decided to take a look at our suggestions.
Okay, well, can I make a comment based on something for that committee to consider? If they're going to look at this,
Member Klein, is this
Yeah.
a comment for the committee? So if the motion passes, there will be committee which will invite input from all board members. Is this speaking to the
Okay.
motion or speaking towards the potential
well,
input?
it's just
if it passes?
information for the committee for when, if this passes. This document that was currently put out
So
for
let's
the
speak to the
IA.
motion if you could, but go ahead. I just want to make sure we're speaking to the motion, and then if a process is established, then we'll all have that input.
That's fine.
Go
Go
ahead, Member Klein. I want to make sure you're heard. I want to make sure we distinguish between voting on the process and then participating in the process if it.
Yeah, I just have
happens.
concerns that I want
Go ahead.
addressed by the committee.
Yeah, go ahead.
That, it's a recommendation, so. This original document requires that the standard, the curriculum uses the high-quality instructional framework or cycle that it be taught through that lens and also through Utah MTSS, the multi-tiered systems of support. And I have issues with both of those documents because it completely changes how the curriculum is going to be created, what it's framed around, or the lens through which it's created, and which this HQI cycle, the high-quality instructional cycle, is iterative. It has 6 cycles. In each cycle, there's 6 areas, and those 6 areas all
Okay.
include equity and social emotional learning, which changes the whole lens through which this will be created. And so I want to make sure that, and the MTSS is the incorporating the behavioral modification interventions with the curriculum, which is highly problematic. And I want to make sure that those are not included in the creation of this curriculum.
All right, thank you, Member Klein. And my understanding is if the motion passes, that such input will be an opportunity for any committee, any board member to weigh in. Any further discussion to the motion? Member
I did have another question,
Lear.
which I forgot. Can somebody explain to me, and Patty might be the best, or Mr. Hurd?
It says
Oh,
it's on.
sorry, it says it's on. I'm not speaking into it. I have a question about the process. It seems unusual to me, but I'm not sure, that the board members are creating the RFP. Is that typically a staff process? Could you explain to me, Patty or Mr. Hurd, how, or whoever would be otherwise in charge of this if the board members were not? What this would look
Is that
like?
for Deputy Norman?
Yeah, I can start, and we'll have Adam as well, so thank you. It is not a part of a traditional process, but it has been done before. We can think of 2 different instances, one with the assessment. We had board members on the committee, and I cannot remember the other one, but it has been done before where board members are on the committee for an RFP.
And just to follow up to that, so the staff people would definitely be participating with us and, or whoever the committee is and guiding us, because I'm an attorney. I've read lots of RFPs. I've written RFPs, and I'm not specialized enough to write a good RFP. So I want to make sure that this is not a board member only, or even a board member driven, more a board member participation in. Is that the way?
Is that a question for?
Is that the
Director
way you're
Norman?
viewing it?
And
Oh.
Chair,
All right,
if I may,
yeah, Deputy Norman.
if I may, there might be, so thank you for that question. There might be clarification that is needed. I think as written, so this would be a good clarifying question. As written, it says the board members and appropriate staff. So in my mind, if I were to be implementing this and moving this forward, I would think that it was the board members that were making the decisions, and staff would be making sure the process would be followed. So if it is the board members and staff making this decision, I think that needs to be clarified. So my understanding of this is the 3 board members are working through this and looking through this. The staff is there to aid that decision-making, to be able to say, here's what's in, what the code says, here's what the standards say, here's what the process is. So I just want to make sure for clarity there, what the role of staff would be.
Vice Chair Earl, you
Well,
want to address that?
I guess what I envisioned in this motion is that they would be working together because they've got, as said here, they have the expertise in a variety of areas, including the writing of contracts and putting those out. So I can't see that being a secondary role, but it would be a combined role.
And then, Chair, there was one more question, with Board Member Wood, and it was asking about the $1 million. And so I didn't know if this was a part of that question. That original $1 million that was sent in was only for 3 grades instead, is that correct? 3 grades. And then of those 3 grades, it was just to create the curriculum, and then we would have to license it from them every year. So then there would be an additional cost every year after that. I just wanted to make that clarification of what $1 million would buy.
Thank you. Member Straight.
Yes, I think it's important to remember why we're in this space right now. And that is because we developed the standards, we have the standards, but one of the unique elements of these pre-K through 6 standards is that we have an issue where social studies is really one of the last priorities, and we were trying to create curriculum that would ease the pressure off of teachers so that we would get more social studies instruction. That's the reality. Now, how we get there is what we're looking at now. So I'm not so concerned as to how we get there. My concern is the process of how we get there. And this seems like a lot to digest. It is outside of the scope of what we normally do. I guess we have some examples. But if I may pose the question, why are we going to this committee of 3 board members instead of just running it through this standards and assessment?
Vice Chair Earl or Deputy Norman?
Yeah, I guess in looking at this, I'm looking at a time frame. This is just, as I looked at it last week, when we said we can't go forward with the IAA. I'm looking at the time frame. I'm looking at the very thing you're saying, right? Getting the resources where we need them. To me, this sounds expedited. In other words, it can begin sooner than later. If we're going through standards and assessment, we may be talking a couple of months before the RFP gets out and gets going. This type of a process allows individuals to start working on it by the end of tomorrow, right? That type of a thing. And so we've got the process underway. We've got people with eyes on it. We're not having to bring everything back every time in front of the board. So I just see it as a more expedited process to get to the very thing you're asking for, right? That gets the resources, additional resources where we want them.
May I
Follow up?
So in regards to that, what do we anticipate the timeline to be with this versus going through the committee? How will this expedite it? Because it still has to come back to the full board, right?
Do you want me to answer?
Question for
doesn't?
Deputy Norman or Vice Chair Earl?
Well, for starts, we don't have it on the agenda tomorrow, so then it would be March. Whereas if this were to move forward and we had individuals tomorrow put on the committee, then that could begin by the end of the week, right? So I guess if not, then it has to be put on for Marches, and then, do you see what I'm saying? And then would it come back before the board? Is that what we're suggesting? So then that would be another month out,
So I'm not quite certain, would it come back to the board based on this process, the full board?
Well, it would come back as the contract. When they've made a decision based on recommendations, based on the work that's done with staff, and they've picked a contract, it would come back before the board on a consent calendar.
Okay, so how would?
Yeah,
Sorry,
sure, yeah.
Deputy Norman, you wouldn't
Yeah.
want to weigh in here on the process?
Yeah. And Adam, please, if I say it incorrectly, clarify. I'm good with that. It has to come back to the board because it is a contract that is over $100,000. So right now, we have in there $500,000 that can be put in there. There's an additional according to this motion. But because it is a contract over $100,000, it does have to come back to the board for approval.
That answered the question? Okay, we do have some more lights on.
Just one last thing, I'm sorry.
Just one.
So, yep, and that'll be it.
I'm just kidding.
So, one of the debates throughout Utah in regards to county commissions is many county commissions are 3 individuals. And that has often been referred to as the tyranny of 2. And I guess maybe that causes me just a little bit of angst.
Okay, let's move. We got Member Davis, Member Bogus. I'll come back to Member Klein, but I want those that haven't spoken. I'm sorry, that's Member Davis, Bogus, Booth, and back to Klein.
One question and then probably a quick follow-up after that. Can you, Chair, can we find out from staff, what's the difference between this, a vendor process and a grant process? What are the differences there and what are our choices?
Deputy Norton, that's Director Hurd.
Yeah, so I can speak to the contract process, but as far as grants, since they're not procurements, I'm not too familiar with that process. Though I think there are some similarities with a competitive grant. It would be conducted similarly to an RFP, where we would put together an application with certain criteria that we're looking for and certain requirements, and then LEAs would respond to that. They would be evaluated, and when they decided which one was the best, they would award that to them, to the LEA. Funds would be given to them, and kind of more, that's, I think, a more hands-off approach than the LEA develops everything. Whereas in a contract process, I think there's more involvement between USBE and the vendor.
Does that answer the question or follow up?
So in the contract process, we're looking at a vendor, but an LEA would not be a vendor. In a grant process, we'd have an LEA. LEAs would bid out to help write this. And in this process, vendors would vie for the contract.
Correct.
So why, okay, so the follow-up question is then, why did we move from wanting our LEAs to work together in an interagency agreement? Why did we move from the LEA space, who kind of knows our community values, over to the vendor space?
Is that a question for Deputy Norman?
Maybe that's
Or
a question
for-
for the motion maker.
For
I don't know.
Member Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a clarifying remark before that. And if we could have Deborah come up as well, if that's okay, Chair.
Please, yes.
To speak to the grant process. My understanding of the grant process is that's different from the RFP process. Is the RFP process, the board still owns the material. And so it's basically the board's. The grant process, we're sending money out, and it's then the LEAs. And so Deborah can say it much better than I can.
Thank you, Deborah. Assistant Superintendent, wait, I keep watching titles.
Deborah Jacobson, Assistant Superintendent of Operations. Deputy Norman is correct. If we send it out, you can send it out as a competitive grant, and you can make those requirements on how that particular process runs, whether you have one LEA that represents and pulls in multiple LEAs to contribute in on it. If it's one LEA that participates to do the whole thing, you can still put requirements on there. But at the end of the day, the LEAs will own the curriculum. It's basically a process in allowing them to create something on behalf of themselves. They are not doing it they're not providing a service to the board.
Quick follow-up, which
Follow-up,
was that what the interagency agreement was going to be prior? So it's exactly like what it was going to be?
Except not an interagency agreement.
Okay.
An interagency agreement would be someone providing a service on behalf of USBE, and we would then USBE would own that product.
In an interagency agreement?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I can, the point of the RFP was that was the original intent. The switch from an RFP to an IAA happened in the fall in Standards and Assessment meeting, where they said, well, let's go more for an IAA. So, and then realizing we couldn't do that, as last week, the intent was to try to do an expedited, how do we get to where we need to go to get the resources? It wasn't, to undermine anything. It was simply, how do we get there, and how do we get there quicker than having to come back and have major discussions over and over again or in a committee or something? It was, how can we provide a framework to do what we need to at the resources, and then provide additional funding for that to be successful.
Okay, last follow-up, Chair. So, but I'm understanding we're moving to working with a company rather than an LEA in what's being suggested here. This is suggested through a company, not an LEA. But that isn't my follow-up.
That would be accurate. That was the original intent throughout the summer until we got to fall. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So the intent was, that was the RFI, was to, what's it going to cost to have a company do this? So, yes.
Okay, so my question about this is that, is the three-person committee just going to be looking at logistical parameters of an RFP that, because the board already voted that we're not going to include anything that the board hasn't voted on in current standards, or is there going to be content shaping this? If there's going to be content at all involved in this, I would suggest it goes through standards and assessment in an open meeting process. If there's no content, just for an expedited process, and it's only logistical, then I would suggest I'd vote for this motion moving forward with this, depending on that answer.
Go to
Well,
Vice
the
Chair.
recommendations would be to help with the scope of the work. So, no, you can't change the standards. I mean, that's clear, right? But as was said within this, as we were going through the standards writing process, the components of that could be recommended. That's where recommendations may come in.
So substantive will be included?
Could be.
Okay, so then I'd probably not speak in favor of the committee, but rather the Standards and Assessment Committee.
Okay, members Bogus and Booth.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a couple clarifying questions, and honestly, I don't know who I'm directing them to. Does this involve pre-K or no? I don't have clarity on that in my
The current
mind.
motion does not. It would have to be amended if it involved pre-K.
Okay, thank
Someone would
you.
have to amend.
Okay, and then secondly, how are the board members on this committee chosen? Maybe that was mentioned and I missed
It
it.
is mentioned, but I will re-articulate. It would just be each committee, each of our committees, standards and assessment, each of those committees would pick someone, however they went about that tomorrow, to move that forward.
Okay, thank you.
Member Booth.
Just a question on what's the normal makeup of an RFP committee? I mean, I know that we're not usually involved as a board, but everyone else that is normally on an RFP committee ought to be there, I guess, with the addition of board members, so that we're not just reinventing the RFP committee approach that's already been working for generations.
Is that an Adam question?
Yeah, I'm happy
Thank
to
you.
answer that. The RFP committees are typically made up of the section staff, the subject matter experts. And yeah, I mean, like we've mentioned before, sometimes board members have been on the committees. We haven't had one to my knowledge that's made up of almost entirely board members, because it's usually section staff that do that.
So how many are there on a normal committee?
The procurement code requires a minimum of 3. I would say on average, probably 5 or so.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion to that motion? I appreciate Deputy Norman working through this. Do we have, is that Member Straight or Member Earl?
That was
Lear,
me.
excuse me.
That would be me.
Member Lear.
And I know I've spoken a couple times to this, so I apologize, but I feel like if we take 10 minutes now, maybe it'll save us hours. Here's my concern about the way this looks now, is unless we get exactly the right 3 people from the board, and I think it's distinctly possible for Brent's tyranny of 2, then it will turn into a contract that will be on the board's calendar in March, April, May, and it'll be pulled off, and we'll have another 2-hour discussion about what we don't like about that contract. And so I feel like it is loaded to sort of fail in terms of efficiency as well as in terms of balance. And help me believe that that's not the case.
Is that a question for Vice Chair Earl?
I don't know, the maker
So
of the motion
Carol, I guess
probably.
we could just ask, who do you want on the committee, and then we could put them on it. The point was, the reason why we did this is so that it could go to your committees. That's the point, is that I listened to the discussion last month. I think there was an hour discussion on, do we want this person? Do we want that? Do we want leadership? Do we not want leadership? So the intent wasn't to undermine it was to create what would maybe considered a balance.
If you're sincerely asking that, I'll
No,
give
but
you
that's
3
my
people.
point, is that your view, I guess I hear this a lot, that we need to have a little faith in our board members as board members. I think the reason for this is so that we can engage and have a group that can engage, and they're going to engage with staff on that. I would hope that they would be thoughtful. I could be wrong.
Balanced is the word I'm looking for.
But I hope
Balanced
they
is-
would be
I think
balanced.
everybody's
I'm not
thoughtful.
sure.
We're
Yeah.
not all balanced, and especially in concert sometimes.
Okay. And I'll just comment that I'm currently a member of finance, so we might have another opportunity to try to draft Chair Norton. I'm half joking. That was on. We tried that last month. So, well, okay. I think I understand the process. It goes to the 3 committees for discussion, and we may or may not be able to draft Chair Norton into that. Is any, Member Wood?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a quick question for Adam. As far as, so we're here trying to expedite a resource for our local aid, our LEAs. What's the normal process for an RFP? How long does it usually take for a quality RFP to be drafted and then presented and moved forth? What's the timing? And how would the grant process be different in terms of timing? And in the end, which one will provide an expedited resource for our LEAs in the most efficient, positive way possible?
Sure, yeah. RFPs are kind of a long process. I would say on average, they're probably about 3 to 4 months, because there is some time on the front end to determine the scope of work, mandatory minimum requirements, technical criteria, all these things that the vendors are going to be evaluated on. And then we generally put an RFP out for 30 days, allow vendors 30 days to review it, compile their proposals and submit those. Then we get into the whole evaluation portion, which if we can have vendor presentations, which can add some time because it's just another stage in scheduling those. And then after that's all complete and we award the contract, then you have to go into the negotiation portion, which generally takes some time as well. So I would say a typical time frame is probably 3 to 4 months from start to actually contract execution. As far as the grant process, maybe Deborah can speak to that.
Thank you.
The grant, well, as far as the grant process is concerned, it varies. It really varies. It varies on the amount of requirements that you want to put on that funding source, whether or not the funding will be reimbursable or go out in a lump sum. It will take time for the competitive process if it's a competitive grant, where LEAs will have to apply, and then their applications will have to be vetted and then awarded from there. So there is, on the grant competitive side, it can vary on the application. We kind of can decide how long that application, they have to complete those applications. And then it's awarded from there, and then the LEA gets started.
Follow up.
Does that?
Follow up?
Yeah, just do you have any time, I mean, he said sometimes 3 to 4 months. Do you have any, like a minimum time that you would say it never takes less than this?
I would say it probably wouldn't take less than 30 days for the LEA to actually start working on it if we awarded a grant.
Thank you.
Member, I think, Straight, Member Davis.
Yes, thank you. I'll be quick. I remember early on when I was on our city council, there was something in the planning commission, and I attended that meeting, and I even spoke in public comment. And the more I look back on that experience, it soon became evident that I was out of my lane and that I was putting myself in a situation that was not in the best interest of good discussion by the Planning Commission. An RFP is an administrative body. Its makeup and its structure and its processes are clearly defined. I believe that we would be stepping in the wrong direction to make this a common thing, and by doing it once, we now put ourselves in a new direction. So there's much I like about the ideas presented, but it's not our process. Now, if we want to look at changing our processes, that might be a discussion we would have, but not here. That would be later, so thank you.
Thank you, Member Straight. Member Davis.
So do I understand correctly that whether we go through the RFP, which would take 4 months-ish, or a grant which could get started as soon as 1 month-ish. Either way, the materials will end up in open commons, which means that any LEA can use the material and alter it to meet its own community needs and standards. Am I understanding that correctly?
No.
Okay.
Deputy Norman?
And correct me if I'm wrong, because these are my teachers right here. And that is, if it goes through the grant process, USBE is not the owner. The owner of is the LEA, which could then put it into open commons, and any LEA would be able to change it. If it goes through the RFP process and John Smith Publishing pulls it up, it could be a different process unless it was specified in the contract that it is then USBE's property that they can do with it as they want. So that would need to be specified in the contractual obligations.
So follow up.
Yes.
The grant process would create no copyright with the LEA. The RFP vendor process could create a copyright with the vendor. Okay, I'd like to make a substitute
Vice
motion,
Earl?
Chair.
Did you have a
Well,
response to
unless
the
that
question?
is part of the contract.
Okay, I'd like to make a substitute motion, Chair.
Okay.
I move that we appropriate the same funds as just discussed for a grant process.
Is there a second? Want to speak to the motion, Chair Davis?
Well, everything I'm hearing tells me that we can, the timeline, we're working on efficiency, the timeline would be sooner. We'd start within a month rather than 4 months. And instead of having a company, we'd have folks that are here for sure in Utah, already knowing and dealing with the issues that we deal with here in Utah. And quickly, I just talked to a principal this morning who said, we have made our own curriculum in certain areas because we want to make sure that we are approaching this student-based, not looking at hot topic buttons necessarily that we know are going to be against legislative resolutions or board rules and things like that. And they know kind of how to move forward. So it just, and ultimately, there's not going to be a copyright. And maybe we need to put in the RFP contract, whether we go either way, that it goes into open commons and there's not a copyright, and then our LEAs can use this. Carol's nodding her head like legally that's not going to be possible. But the whole reason we're doing this is so any LEA can use this material and alter it the way it needs to meet its own community standards. So if it's not going to be likely, why are we doing this at all if they all can't use it? It's not going to go into open commons.
So I have a related question. If it's an RFP, we've been talking about companies, would that be open to LEAs, universities, nonprofits? I mean, what's the scope of people who can apply through an RFP? Is that for Director Hurd?
Yeah, so I don't think an LEA could respond because, we don't contract with them. But a university certainly could. We've had universities respond to our RFPs before and be considered for contracts.
So it could be inside, outside, private, nonprofit,
Sure.
just not an LEA, just not a subdivision of the state. Okay.
Correct.
Any other question, or Member Davis?
Director Rasmussen just said that we already have something in provisions that says if it's created with board funds, it does go into open commons and it can be used by any LEA to be used for their needs.
Would that be for either in the grant or an RFP?
May I, Chair?
Yes, please.
Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices. So we have R277120, which talks about this, and it specifically says that the superintendent shall share public education materials developed with funds controlled by the board under a CCBY license. That means that anybody can use those as long as they basically provide attribution to the board. They can use them, share them, adapt them. They just have to provide attribution to the board.
So would that mean then that either an RFP or a grant process, whatever was produced there, would be subject to open sharing and could not be restricted by copyright?
I think the RFP process, with the RFP process following that rule, it would be subject to that license. I'm not sure how the grant process, how that would play into it, because you're just giving the money to someone else, and then that wouldn't be funds controlled by the board anymore.
I see. Under the grant process, it wouldn't be controlled. The RFP would be determined by the terms of the contract then? Okay, which could restrict or not, but that would be up to the RFP process, okay. All right, we need to sort of move, but Member
Scott
Lear.
said no.
Do we have I'm sorry, Deputy Jones has a question or
be
or a
brief.
correction.
Your point was just quickly made. The vendor, under an RFP process, would have to agree to that. And my experience is that it be an open source. And my experience is that a vendor is unlikely to spend millions of dollars and lots of time working with us and say, oh, sure, anybody can have it, anybody can adapt it, anybody can do anything they want, and we'll still call it Pearson. That's not been my
So-
experience that vendors do that.
That may be something, Deputy Jones. I mean, I think the intent here is that we're paying them for the development, not necessarily for the copyright. I could be wrong, but is that not part of the deal here, is that we're not paying you for a product you can put on the open market, but rather something that we will pay you for and then share? I don't, Deputy Jones, I'm floundering here,
all right.
but feel free.
Okay, Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones, 2 points of clarification. If you go with the grant process, that money is controlled by the board, managed by the LEA. So they are subrecipients of our money. So I just want to make that point. If you go by way of a grant process, then you need to decide, please, I'm asking please, I don't telling you what to do, but please decide whether or not you want it to be a competitive grant or just an open grant to whoever you deem could be participants by the LEA. That would help us immensely with the timing of this too. If you decide to go with an RFP, LEAs do not compete for contractual obligations with us or for us. So my understanding was this was designed or intended to go to a company, so the RFP process is better than that. It doesn't mean you still can do or have LEA participation as well, but if you want a vendor to do this, please follow the RFP process. That concludes my point, subject to any questions or concerns, and I look better than Brian up here. No, go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Jones.
So anyway, all right, thank you. So
All
I'll
right.
sit down. Thank you.
All
I'll
right.
be here all day, though.
Any final comments? We do need, I think we're officially about 100 minutes, I think, behind, so. Oh, you're on, sorry. Vice Chair Hart, and then over to Member Bogus, and then we need to.
So I think we've lost the point of this. So as a practitioner, when I first came to Utah, there were science materials that you could purchase from the state, and they aligned directly with the standards. And they were about $3 a book if you wanted them printed, or you could just download them and use them. When it came to the social studies standards, and they are so specific to Utah, and then in addition to concerns that perhaps we never would find the perfect curriculum that made it through the rigorous curriculum vetting standards that we have, I believe the districts were interested, the superintendents were interested in materials being provided. That's how we got here. So now we need to figure out how to provide those resources. I was on the assessment RFP. I've here for choosing the assessment materials. That is not out of line. That's something that I've done in many districts. It doesn't mean that the board members are running the show. It just means they're a participant. The whole team is walking into that as a board member. I'm fully aware that the professionals in the room are smarter than I am at this. I just am representing the board at that time with input and making sure that there's communication between the two bodies. I think we've gone way beyond sticking to what we're trying to get accomplished here. We're trying to get materials in the hands of our practitioners. We're trying to do it quickly. We're trying to make sure that it addresses the standards so our teachers aren't scrambling and guessing at what we meant by the standards or what we intend, or trying to give those elementary teachers in particular a little bit more time, a little bit more resources that save them time. We can debate all day long and get into hidden agendas or whatever, but at the end of the day, we need materials for our teachers. So we need to not lose sight of where we're trying to go and just make a decision.
Thank you. Member Bogus, I think we're ready for a vote after that.
Okay, so Chair, you can totally say that we're not answering this question, just so you know. But I am struggling with how there seems to be multiple definitions of the word adaptation coming from members of the board. Because as an educator, adaptation in the classroom is very different from adaptation of a copyright work. And so when they're talking about copyright versus non-copyright, that means completely different things. And as I hear people speak, I'm not certain we're all using that word with the same definition. And we can totally not answer this question, but if it helps us reach a point of voting, that would be helpful for me.
Is there somebody who'd like to answer that question? I'm not sure where adaptation, it's not in the motion, but I know it's been thrown around in discussion. Do you have a specific reference?
Specifically, when Member Lear was talking about copyright and that people don't tend to give that away. It's tend to be something they want, they don't let it go. And then we talked about developing a curriculum for the purposes of adaptation in the classroom. Well, as an educator, when I adapt things in my classroom, I don't change the fundamental work itself, but adaptation, according to copyright, is a derivative work of, and to me, I just don't think we're using that word the same out of everyone's mouth, and it would be helpful for me to understand what people mean by the word adaptation. And maybe this is a rabbit trail, and you're welcome to shut me down.
Well, I think it's an important question without going into, it's been a while since I litigated a copyright case, and I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to try, but I think your question is, does one or the other of these raise the risk that as an LEA takes the material and does something with it, it raises that possibility that you're into a copyright contest? Is that, might basically get, the adaptation within the pedagogical curriculum question is one thing. I think you're talking about which of these binds us in the sense that people can't try to adapt it without running into legal risk. Am I?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody?
That's my question.
And if I butchered it, I think I did.
To be honest,
We're talking about adaptation within the context of control over the final product, right?
Yes.
That's the question? Okay.
I believe so, but I just think members are using that word in two different veins, and
Right.
maybe I'm wrong in my listening and processing that information, but I just want clarity so that I understand. Maybe I'm confused,
Deputy
sorry.
Norman, I think she'll
So
help us
I
both.
am not copyright law at all. I'm just throwing that out there. Ben is still in the room somewhere. But I think I'm understanding your question. The original intent, going back to what the LEAs were asking for, the board has control over standards. The LEAs decide the curriculum. And then in the classroom, with support from an administrator, families and parents, is about the delivery of instruction, how it's delivered in the classroom. And so if what the original intent was, because LEAs are the ones who decide the curriculum would be placed up there, but an LEA, according to their context, when they're trying to adopt it into their building, would still have to go through their formal process of curriculum adoption. They might find something in there that's objectionable to them, or they might want to add something in it as well. So they would have that open copyright if it's placed in an RFP and the vendor agrees to it, or if it's in the grant process through the Commons. They would be able to then adapt it to their own LEA-specific needs, and then, of course, moving down to the adaptation in the classroom that you're talking about, the method of delivery to their own students, then that is something different than I think the being able to adjust some of those lesson plans and materials that an LEA can consider upon adoption.
Okay, may I follow
ask
up,
the question?
just
Yeah, sure.
smoking fast?
You bet.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, we can deliver this RFP process, And the adaptation process is to either add to or remove from, but not change.
That would be an LEA's decision. That wouldn't be the decision of the board either way, because they're not over curriculum. Unless this curriculum was mandated that this is the only curriculum someone could use. And so that would have to be whatever the intent of the board is. But if the intent is to provide an initial seed of, here's this curriculum, we have the framework, we have everything in here, and then according to the local context as they're deciding the curriculum. So that would be something that usually there's not a mandated curriculum.
Okay, thank you,
I
ma'am.
think Superintendent Dixon might, nope. That's her mic. Oh, okay, you are Superintendent Dixon. You spoke, thank you, Superintendent Dixon, okay. Does that answer the question? I think there's questions about the role of board districts and schools, and then there's also questions about control over a product and whether it's a copyright issue, right? And so that's, I hope we've addressed both of those. Member Davis? Or-
Can you
oh,
come
no,
back
sorry,
to me
Member
after
Wood?
the others?
And then I have a comment.
Single question, are there LEAs who would like to do this before we vote on Member Davis's substitute? Do we have them waiting in line? Okay, thank you.
Back to Member Davis or Member Earl, Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, I just would vote against this motion. That's what I think, putting it out for the RFP and going through that process and then putting in the requirements there, I think would be beneficial. Anyways.
Okay, we have a motion. The motion on the floor is.
Can I,
Board
just
members
point of order,
substitute.
without objection, it's been asked that that be defined as a competitive grant process, not an open grant process. So can we just make sure that's clear? And Director Norman, read your cell phone because I have a question for you. I don't want to take up more time.
I think that would be a question about the different processes for Director Hurd. Yeah, RFP or grant processes.
Can I speak to the motion, Chair
Sure.
Mullins? Because we've had a suggestion, and I kind of want to throw it out there in case we need to put an amendment to this amendment. But there is an idea that's been thrown out here that we move forward with an RFP with a vendor and use T&L money to pay LEAs to participate and write in the contract that the vendor will work with our LEAs to create the content. And they would be paid similar, their subs and such would be paid to participate like we do now for other projects.
I'm sorry, is that a recommendation
It's
that
a-
goes into the motion or
It's
speaking to the motion?
I'm speaking to potentially changing the motion if there's any traction. If not, then I just move forward and vote.
Is this a suggestion for the maker of the underlying motion? A question for Vice Chair
I mean,
Earl?
it could be a
or what's
combination of the two, is all I'm thinking of.
Could you state that again? And we could have a.
Well, I'm not necessarily making a substitute motion because I don't want to take everyone's time unless there's a little traction.
You have the substitute motion on the floor, so I guess the question is whether there's an
Whether
amendment to the
amend this
substitute
up.
motion.
Right.
Correct.
So the suggestion is that we move forward on an RFP with a vendor and use T&L money to pay LEAs, teachers, administrators to participate. And we've done this with other projects that we've done in the past. It would pay for substitutes and things of that nature.
So maybe we could articulate, pay them to.
Work with the vendor. So if I'm understanding, you're
them to
saying,
okay, go ahead.
you're saying that the RFP would include in it, this would be a recommendation for the RFP, right? That it would include in it that whoever the entity is would work with educators that wanted to engage in doing the process. Is that what I'm understanding?
It was just asked by someone here that said, why not do both? Why not do both of these?
So the RFP would be.
We have the money to
Would
do
be an
both.
entity, it could be UVU, I'm just throwing this out because they're engaged in some of this process already, who could be contracting with our educators in order to do that. Is that?
They wouldn't contract with the educators. We would stipulate in the contract that they would use members from our LEAs to help with the writing and help with the crafting of the curriculum.
In the RFP process. This is, are you,
Speaking.
We'd write that into the contract.
in an RFP, we have a
But for
grant?
now, for the money, I mean, we need to decide if we want to use resources to do that.
But you're, just to clarify the motion before we, or the amendment to the substitute motion, the amendment would be to engage in the RFP process, but specify in any contract in the RFP that the recipient vendor would use Utah LEA educators in the process of developing that curriculum. Something to that effect?
Correct.
Okay, so that's an amendment to the substitute motion. Does that have a second?
Second.
It's been seconded.
I don't understand what that means, sorry.
Well, now we can have discussion to the motion. So we've got an amendment to the substitute motion, and now we have discussion or questions to that amendment. Vice Chair Earl.
I would actually recommend we vote down this, we go with the RFP process that was outlined and allow those very recommendations, which we could put it in there as well if we wanted to stipulate that here, that we use, that we make that available, right? That's part of the process. Whoever's going to submit this or do it would work with educators. I think that's a great idea. That, to me, becomes part of the recommendations, I guess, is what I'm thinking, and I could see that.
Yeah, it would just take funds, though. We'd have to agree that because we'd have to pay them for their substitutes and such.
The funds
Out of
would be,
probably out of the TNL funds, which is what we just put in the motion up there.
so the funding would be additional funds beyond what is appropriated to the potential RFP to support LFAs or LEAs in participating. Deputy Jones.
I would recommend, as your comptroller, that you don't specify necessarily that it come from TNL, that we just get the funds, okay?
Okay.
I mean, just not to rope us in there, so. Is that
Okay.
okay? Yeah.
Then we won't
Thank you.
specify.
I look good up here.
All right, we have, do we have
I have another clarifying
the
question.
amendment on the floor to the substitute motion? And I want to clarify to the maker of the motion, Member Davis, I understand that this would be actually an amendment to the RFP process, whereas your substitute motion was to switch it to a grant process. Am I
I'm
hearing that
amending my
correctly?
substitute motion,
Right.
that it be an RFP
Okay.
process with with educators helping to create the curriculum.
Okay, so I just to get it correct.
After the RSP
before
is
we-
granted and
Right,
with the standards that we have voted on.
okay. So do we have that on the board? That this is provided in the RFP contract, I believe. Member Davis, am I getting that right?
No.
Say that one more time.
We would say provide in the RFP contract.
No.
No? I thought we were referring to an
Yes.
RFP. Okay, so in the RFP contract, your substitute was a grant. This switches it back to an RFP, but with these specifications, right? Okay. So the amendment to the substitute is an RFP process with money to LEAs. Do we have that up there? Okay. Does that accurately state the amendment to the substitute
Yeah,
motion?
is it understood that the educators would engage after the RFP has been awarded? That's the understanding, then there's a concern here
it's
that.
not so much that the, and I'm sorry if I'm violating Robert's rules, it's not so much they would participate in the grant process, they would participate in the development of the curriculum.
Correct.
With any vendor receiving the award.
Correct.
Okay. So can we put
And
that
do-
in there?
Yeah.
We'll come
I'm
back to
okay,
the
but I
second.
have
Let's state the motion.
clarifying
Wi-
questions.
All right, let's get the motion up there. So we have,
Oh, it needs to, we need to take out grant process because it wouldn't be a grant to have the educators
Right.
participate. Also, we previously voted with no additional standards. Do we need to put that into this also, or do we not need to include that?
I
You
can't,
can't,
With
I
no
don't know that we
changes to
can
our
legally
standards?
do additional standards.
Or sorry, with no changes to our standards.
I think that
We
was
can't
already in the
change.
motion that authorized
I
the
think it was
steps
too.
that we're
Okay.
now considering, right?
But you can't
So that,
change the standard.
no, but we put that in the original motion that authorized the steps we're now debating. So that's in there. And so what we need is the vendor would engage, the vendor awarded the RFP or something to that effect would engage with LEAs in the development of the curriculum. Okay. Does that look right, Member Davis?
Will you read it one more time out loud? Because there's so many
Says-
things on the board.
Right, this would say, the amendment to the substitute would say, the board add another step to the process, provide in the RFP contract that the vendor would engage with LEAs, educators who would serve as content writers for the curriculum. Does that accurately state the motion, or the amendment to the substitute?
Yes, so we would write into the contract. Yes. There's a
Okay.
concern here that educators would be part of the RFP, but they would come in after.
Right. Which I think, is that reflected, let's see.
Well, I think we've
Yeah,
gone on public
okay,
record.
that,
I
that
think.
seems to get the
No,
cart and the horse correctly. So is that, who had the second? Member Laird, does that, does your second still apply?
But I still have a clarifying question.
Okay, as long as we have the second, then we can move to
Yes,
discussion,
you do have a
clarifying
second.
questions. All right.
So
Member
I'm
Lear and Member Wood.
I'm trying to put these two together. So now we would not have board members, would the board members still participate in the RFP process? Under this substitute?
To the maker or to
To
Vice
the
Chair Earl?
maker, to the substitute maker.
Member Davis. So, so the substitute motion.
Has no board members.
Has no
This
board
amendment
member.
to the substitute would be in replacement of the original motion that
Right.
defined the committee and board members. So my understanding is the substitute does not reference board members.
That's right.
Correct.
So,
Okay.
and that's the way you intended it.
So I would not.
It would just go through the regular RFP process.
But at the back end, educators would participate in developing the curriculum with the vendor. Is that right?
Yes. I
Okay.
mean,
Yes.
So discussion to the amendment to the substitute then.
Okay, I support that, yes. I'm
Okay,
second.
Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, so you're anticipating this being, I guess in my mind, this contract's going to come back to us, even if it passes, right? And now we've got a 2-hour discussion when it comes back, because we'll be looking and saying, did this, what? Did it meet what the expectations of board members? And that was the point of the board members. So if we leave that out, then once again, we run the same risk as before. So-
I guess
All right, hold
for
hold
me,
on. Robert's
just be
rules.
doesn't match the
Hold on.
standards.
Hold on. Robert has re-entered the building. Who's the light up? Member Wood.
Speaking to the motion.
Okay, thank
Is
you.
this a natural, do we have vendors who will actually agree to this in a contract that they will work with? I mean, we're talking about companies here who have their,
Deputy Norman?
Yeah, and I would like to ask maybe Assistant Superintendent Jacobson, because in our assessment contract, we did contract with a vendor who did work with Utah teachers in developing test item questions. They did belong to the state of Utah, and they were not then shown out to the public as well. So she may be able to provide more information on that.
Assistants.
That would be
Deborah.
accurate, yes.
okay,
They-
so
they
that
do
this
have
isn't a questionable process, this could happen, and that there are people who work.
Correct.
Perfect, thank you.
Before we do a motion, before we do a vote.
Chair.
Okay. All right, we need are we asking for 5?
No, we just got one technical change. Go ahead, Ben.
So I think the concern is that if this is an amendment to the substitute motion, the substitute motion, as you see on your screen, deals with a grant. It would be appropriate to have this be an amendment to the original motion because that deals with an RFP, but the substitute motion is dealing with a grant.
Right, so because that changes from grant to RFP, that's inappropriate. Okay. Another amendment to take it back to an RFP? Right. Okay, so that's a significant enough change that it is in conflict.
can I make a different substitute motion so it's,
Well, we've got, your substitute was on the floor. The amendment was offered, but I guess we're hearing from. So this amendment, adding an RFP, would not supersede the underlying substitute motion's grant language. We can't replace that with an amendment. Okay. So we do have a process. We have an amendment to a substitute on the floor. Okay, all right, so we're not changing, we're just adding. That cannot change the underlying. All right, so here we are. I think we have clarity. Thank you, Sybil. So the process is we do have an amendment to the substitute motion on the floor. The amendment is in conflict with the substitute, so if the amendment is approved, it would require another amendment to carry in the effect of the amendment. Is that clear as mud? Okay. Let's do that. Okay. All right. We do have an amendment to the substitute motion on the floor. The amendment is that the board, or did you have another comment before we proceed to the vote, Deputy Norman? I wasn't sure if you had another comment. We were about to read the motion and take a vote on the amendment to the substitute. Unless you had further comment.
Yeah, I have no,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, let's give this a shot. The Board Member Davis's amendment to her substitute motion is that the board add another step to the process to provide in the RFP contract that the vendor would engage with LEAs, educators who would serve as content writers for the curriculum. All in favor of that motion, please raise your hands.
Are we trying to vote down the grant thing?
It's up to you what you want to vote up or down.
What are we voting on? Just that
All right,
the vendor will use educators to help write the thing?
Yes, as an amendment to the substitute motion. That is what's on the floor for vote. So all in favor of raising their hands. What do we have? This is the amendment to the substitute. Okay, so now we add that amendment to the substitute motion as amended, but we are now open if there is an amendment to that substitute. Hold on. That's what I think we were. Yeah. Right. And if there's an amendment to that, we can do that. Okay, so let's get the substitute in there with, as amended, if we could. Let's see. Well, the amendment goes to the substitute, which was pending. Right, sub is amended. There we go. Yep.
Point of order.
We need the language that was just approved added to the substitute that was previously sitting there. Is that there? Okay, all right.
It's in conflict, though.
It's in conflict, was pointed out by the parliamentarians. So if somebody wants to resolve the conflict, it would require another amendment to the substitute motion right
So
now to
moved.
resolve that conflict.
So moved.
Is there a particular amendment you'd like to make to clean this up?
You would
then?
strike grant and insert RFP.
Okay.
Strike
that part?
competitive grant and insert RFP.
There we go. Get that up there, and can we, all right, so the motion to amend the substitute motion is to strike the words competitive grant in the language above and instead insert RFP, which would change the substitute to say that the board approves $400,000 from state discretionary funds and $400,000 from minimum release funds for an RFP process, and provide in the RFP contract that the vendor would engage with LEAs, educators who would serve as content writers for the curriculum. So that is the proposed amendment to the substitute. And I think we had a second? We did have a second. Okay. Any discussion to that motion to amend? All right.
I'm sorry, is it still grant?
Sorry? We got a second, Member Wood. Is that all making sense now? Can we do that in the language up there, like highlight the language that we would be changing? That's probably easier. So, For an RFP, there we go. We'd highlight that as being deleted, highlight RFP as being added, right? Yes. There we go. All right. Okay, any discussion of that, Member Bogus?
Just a quick question. Is this $400,000 in addition to or included in the original motion?
This is a substitute motion, meaning that it replaces the prior motion. If this fails, we go back to the original. So what's currently before us is to amend the substitute motion as highlighted to delete a competitive grant and add an RFP process. That's the proposed amendment to the substitute. If that passes, then we will vote on the substitute. If that fails, we will go back to the original motion. I think. Okay. All right, so that's the motion on the floor. It's Board Member Davis's motion to amend to strike a competitive grant and insert an RFP. All in favor, please raise your hand. Noes. So how many votes in favor? I don't think we had a hand up here, did we? No yeses up here, so. Right, right. Just count the hands that were up. All right, let's do.
Point of order, we didn't get a chance to speak on this amendment.
Oh, I thought I invited it and maybe nobody. Member Davis.
I'd like to speak to the amendment. This, I think, hopefully gives folks some of what they want or need. Those that want to work with a company or through a university or the Constitutional Studies Department or whatever would have a body to work from, and they would also include input from our LEAs and our educators and our boots on the ground. This is intended as trying to move forward in a way that can include some of both.
Okay, any further discussion to the amendment to the substitute motion? Member Reel.
I have a question for staff. Are we aware of vendors that provide this type of work? Well, yeah, the only applicable vendor I can think of is a college or university within the state, like the College of Education from somewhere that says we're going to take this grant money and work with LEAs, but there aren't any private companies that you're aware of that does this kind of work?
The responses to the RFI that we originally sent out, there were only a couple that gave bids. The others said we would have to see the scope of work before we even hazard a guess. So from what I have seen come in response to the RFI, there aren't any that would do this for the amount that we're able to offer. But I mean, that's my limited experience. Yeah.
All right, any further discussion to the amendment to the substitute? Okay, do we need a roll call, Sybil, or should we do raise of hands? All right.
Is it possible to withdraw the motion considering that information? Now that it's on the floor?
We'd have to vote it down in order to.
And then would it go back to a competitive grant?
It would go back to a competitive grant on the substitute motion, then we'd have to vote on that.
And we would still pay educators, other educators to participate with the LEA that gets the competitive grant?
Correct. The substitute motion was a competitive grant while paying the LEA to develop any curriculum. Right.
And they would use other educators. We would pay other educators to participate based on the.
Whatever's in the substitute there. Providing the RFP contract that they would engage with LEAs. We did not have in the substitute how they'd be paid. So, we ready to vote on the amendment to the substitute? All in favor of the amendment to the substitute motion, which is to strike competitive grant and insert RFP. All in favor, please raise your hands. 5 in favor.
I mean, I'm being told it's not going to be feasible.
So we had 8 hands up? I saw 5 hands up. We had 5 hands up. Let's just count the yays. We had 5 hands up. Those are the yays. Lear, okay. Did we get the yays? Let's count the yays. The noes didn't raise their hands. Oh, it did not? Let's do this again, folks. Yays, please raise your hands. What's that? Okay. Well, right. So hold on. Let me just try to get Robert back in here. So we have a motion on the floor. We need to vote. If board members are informed of something that changes your vote based on feasibility or anything else, they can vote accordingly. But we need to take a vote on the amended motion to the substitute. So I'll.
What somebody has said that might affect that vote.
Do we not know, Member
I say-
Davis? Oh, okay.
We just heard from
Okay.
staff a minute ago that said that it would be unlikely to almost impossible that a vendor would agree to this process for this price and include educators. And our lowest bid so far was $7 million when we were looking at this from companies. So understanding those realities a little better, that's why I'm choosing not to vote for my own amendment and going back to the competitive grant.
Understood. That's what we heard. Right, okay, I'm sorry, I thought everybody heard that. So with that information, all in favor, please raise your hand. We're voting on the amendment to the substitute, which is to strike competitive grant and insert RFP. All right, let's do a roll call.
No, we're not voting for the grant.
We're just voting to strike grant and insert RFP, taking into account the information we just heard from Member Davis. All right, so Member Bogus. Member Booth.
No.
Member Klein. No. Member Davis.
No.
Vice Chair Earl. No. Member Green. No. Vice Chair Hart.
No.
Member Hymas. No. Member Carey. No. Member Lear. No. Member Norton. No. Member Reel. No. Member Straight. No. Member Wood. No. And Member Moss is a no. So that amendment fails. We are back to the substitute, which is and I believe that is now unamended, correct? The substitute has not been amended.
There is an amendment.
We did include the amendment to add the LEAs. Okay. So this is the amended substitute from the prior amendment. That the board approves $400,000 from state discretionary funds and $400,000 from mineral release funds for a competitive grant process. Well, all right, we gotta, that was how it was stated. So, okay. I will invite any amendments that anybody might want to make to the substitute motion.
Can I ask a question about
Member Davis?
now what's compiled to be my own motion? Is this amendment to include the educators and the LEAs needed now if it's going to be an LEA competitive grant?
Question for
And is there
Assistant
any
Superintendent
precedent
Jacobson,
where that has
perhaps?
happened, where we've paid for an LEA to create the curriculum or a combination of LEAs, and then they have included other educators?
Is that a question
'Cause if-
for Superintendent?
we don't need
is
it, we're gonna
Superintendent
take it out.
Jacobson or Deputy Norman? Who's the best subject matter expert for that one?
I can answer. Okay,
Assistant
thank you.
Superintendent Jacobson?
Board Member Davis, can you repeat your question? So I make sure
I mean, my question is just, do we need to have, is there any precedent where we've done an RFP with an LEA and then included or paid from a different account other LEAs to participate and help?
in this, but we would not do an RFP process with LEAs.
Sorry, a competitive grant.
Oh, okay. So yes, we have done grants before where they've basically created a group from other LEAs to create different things. I mean, it is possible to do
Okay.
that, yes.
Then let's move forward, and then we can create those those parameters in the contract to the extents.
Well, I'm kind of
Or I
inviting
would.
amendments. We have some contradictory language. Is there an amendment? Well, hold on, is any further discussion or amendment to the substitute, or are we ready to vote?
Well, you said you were inviting amendments, and I'm
Are you-
responding to your.
I'm sorry, your light's not working, Member Lear. I apologize. I'm just not seeing you. I'm sorry. Member Hart's having trouble seeing it too. We're not trying to ignore you.
Oh,
It's a
I don't
short.
feel bad. I'm not.
It's a
I'm-
short in the light, so, sorry, go ahead.
Totally don't feel bad. Yes, it does need to be amended, and we're looking at the blue, right?
Yes.
Okay, Jenny, would you mind moving a little bit to your left? Oh, the board approves $400,000 from state and $400,000 from Miller for a competitive grant process, and provide in the process that the grantee would engage with LEA educators who would serve as content writers for the curriculum. So do I?
Oh, that's the amendment. Can we
That's my
track that
amendment.
in the language? So this is effectively switching from RFP to grant. Can we track that in the? Okay. Okay.
Yes, if the thing stop, and,
It would be, yeah. go
for a
ahead.
competitive grant process, and provide in the process instead of RFP contract.
Can we track that in the body of the existing motion? Is
Yeah.
that trickier?
Is
I'm
that
not
too
sure who's
hard?
driving.
Right.
Right, you're right.
Provide
Sorry, Ben.
in the process instead of RFP contract. You're totally ruining my view.
I thought I was improving upon, I guess Scott needs to come up.
It's like Scott and Brian, you know, who is cuter, the words or Jenny? In the process that
There we
the
go.
vendor would engage with the LEAs, with LEA educators. So you can get rid of the S and the paren, who would serve as content writers for the curriculum. Oh, would engage with that the grantee would engage, not the vendor, yes, with LEA educators who would serve as content writers for the curriculum.
Are we able to highlight process and grantee somehow? Is that possible, Ben? Sorry. We got the deletions right. I just want to make sure that we have the additions clear. There we go.
Would engage with educators. who would serve-
All right, does that reflect the motion, Member Lear?
Yes, it does.
Okay, is there a second to that amendment to the substitute?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion to the amendment to the substitute motion?
Oh,
Deputy Jones, did you have comments on this one? I thought I saw you earlier, but maybe I didn't. Member Lear?
I'll speak to it briefly. It's pretty
Oh, please do, I'm sorry.
It's pretty self-evident, but if we don't have a vendor, if it's a competitive grant process, we have a grantee, and LEAs would then participate in the writing of the curriculum. I'm not sure LEA educators who would serve as content writers, it feels more like it should, now I'm questioning my own, I gave up my choice to, here's my concern, that probably staff would work with educators as content writers for the curriculum. It doesn't feel like that LEA educators would singularly or jointly serve as content writers for the curriculum. Am I being more, is that more practically accurate, Deputy Norman?
Deputy Norman?
In clarifying your question, you're asking if we have the teachers or LEA staff, right, then we would oversee it.
I was more thinking USBE staff would work with LEA educators who would jointly serve as content writers for the curriculum. Is that more practically how it would work?
we would still need someone that would be overseeing the body of it. So right now, we don't have staff that are curriculum writers, but that's their expertise is in the area of.
You could appoint somebody.
You could appoint someone, you could appoint someone outside as well. So I think that it could work either way to your question. So I'm just trying to think of staff time. We would probably need to hire an FTE to help with that process of bringing all those people together. So curriculum writing is one of my background areas, and I did it for 5 years in Davis with all, different areas of this. So it would depend on the scope of work from the board. It would depend on the level of access and involvement that would go along as well. So that would need to be articulated.
Would you feel like, maybe this is a question for the body, does this motion then allow for that flexibility to find the right supervisor? Because I don't expect that LEA educators are just going to come together sui sponte. I'm sorry, I don't get many chances to do that. And write curriculum.
And
Sorry.
That would be sui generis for just this one time, right?
Ray said slow put her to you too.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Deputy Norman.
So that was my point in that last piece, is there would need to be someone that gathers them together. They're not just going to all of a sudden.
And direct their work.
And
blah,
direct
blah,
the
blah,
work
blah.
and make sure that it follows whatever that is. So whoever that is, I don't know that we have the capacity right now for staff to engage in that full committed effort, but we do have other people that might. And in looking at all of these processes, and if I may just speak to this, as I was talking with Deputy Jones as well back there, is it's talking about the RFP, it's talking about the grant, it's talking about different things. And I think to Vice Chair Hart's recommendation is to pick a process, and if no one applies for the RFP, then you move to the next process of a grant, or either or, if the grant, whatever that is. But maybe in trying to make this decision, there are unknowns and there are some trust things that are going to have to occur as a board to be able to get to a decision. So either way, if you go through the grant process, the RFP process, then that would be something that if a vendor comes in and no one can do it, then we have the answer for the grant as well.
Right, and Chair Moss, can I speak? I was not looking for that much depth. I was just saying, is the language of that motion now, does it have enough flexibility in it to accommodate what would really happen, which would include finding the right person to, okay, that's all, finding the person to manage those LEA educators, okay.
Quick question from me, Deputy Jones, do you have any input on this process as described? Does this raise any concerns procedurally, or is this all feasible?
No. So as a primary staff member, I just recommend, or I want to say 3 words: trust the process. Honor Board Member Earl's motion to do the RFP process, co-joined with Board Member Davis. We don't know what we don't know, and I get that our RFI process was what it was, but then as Dr. Norman described so well that I can't articulate as well as she does, within the process are safeguards against anything. You will know, if we don't get a bid, right, then we can go to the next step. But you're honoring what the first motion was, to do the RFP. Then we can make the decisions on that too. I know it doesn't say that in here, but if you go RFP co-joined with, LEA input to, if it gets to that point where somebody's selected, or if the RFPs come in and there's a certain amount of money, then we can decide, the board can decide if you want to apply more funding to it. And then we can identify those sources. It's right there. Trust the process that's been laid out for you, and then let's see what happens, right? If there's no bid, then you have another step, right? You have other processes that you can take to get to where you want to go. So does that help, sir?
Yes, thank you. I just
Okay.
want to specify that this does not go into Member Earl's underlying motion. It would replace it.
I thought hers was
That
the
would
RFP.
disappear.
Well, okay, yes,
Correct.
sir. Okay,
Member-
I'm not the procedures, but my understanding of her original motion was an RFP
Correct.
element. So
Yes,
you're
this would be a
honoring that one?
substi- This
Yep.
would
You
be a
replaced
substitute
it
for that.
to a
and so-
competitive grant.
Right, this would
Okay.
do, instead, what's currently here is all we would have. If this passes, the underlying motion for Member Earl goes away. We have
Okay.
a competitive grant process, which would include a requirement that the grantee engage with the LEA educators to serve as content writers. That would be the final And I'm curious whether that raises any procedural issues. Is that?
No, I mean,
That's
we
fine.
can do a competitive grant, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right,
Okay,
thank
I
you,
get it.
sir.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. So that's, we have lights. Let's see. We've heard from Member Lear. I think we went there. We've got Member Straight, Member Booth.
Me?
Member,
No,
oh,
Member
yes,
Straight.
Member Straight, turn the light off.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I'm just wondering if we hadn't had this big discussion, what would staff have done? Or what would you do? Would you begin with RFP, and then if it doesn't work, then recommend the,
Deputy
or
Norman?
would you go right with the?
I think that's a Deputy Norman. Are you offering to answer that? Okay.
I'll answer that. I'm not going to have Joanna take on that question. So what would staff have done if it was just up to staff to be able to do that? I think it goes to the underlying question. Whatever is done most quickly to be able to support our LEAs into getting something that is credible that they can use and change quickly according to their own context. That was our intent. So whatever process that is to be able to meet the need quickly and get it and involve educators, because we have found when we involve educators, then they're actually the trainer model. They're now the experts and can go back into their own LEAs and say, here's what's coming. They can pilot in their own classrooms and provide that feedback. So that's what whatever the process is that would be done most quickly to serve the needs of our LEAs.
Any further question or discussion to the, still on the amendment? No, we are still on the amendment. Member Lear's amendment to the substitute. All right. With that, Member Davis, did you have a final comment?
Well, not on the amendment, just
Okay.
on,
All right, so with the amendment to the substitute motion, the motion for the body, or amendment for the body is substitute and provide in the process that the grantee would engage. So we are substituting process for RFP contract and grantee for vendor. All in favor of that, please raise your hands. We have 6 in favor, 1 absent. So that motion fails by a vote of 6 to 8, correct? Okay, so now we're on to the substitute motion, unamended, which is that the board approves $400,000 from state discretionary funds and $400,000 from inter-release funds in a competitive grant process and provide in the RFP contract that the vendor would engage with LEA educators who would serve as content writers for the curriculum. I'm sorry, let's see, vendor. It was vendor, so we just, yeah, so I read it correctly. Okay. All right, that's the motion on the floor. Substitute motion. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Do we have the yeas on that? 1, 2, 3.
well, it really needs to be amended. Competitive grant.
All right, did we get the yeas on that? Okay, and straight? I just want to make sure we capture it. Remember, straight was a yes. Okay, that motion fails by 5 to 10? Okay. That puts us back to the underlying original motion from Member Earl, which is that the board approved the 2023 Social Studies RFP process as follows. USBE impanels an RFP Social Studies Committee to oversee the RFP process for the Social Studies standards K through 6. The committee consists of 3 board members and appropriate staff. Board members may submit Social Studies RFP recommendations to the committee to elementary social studies specialist for consideration by February 16th at 5 o'clock. The committee reviews recommendations and other related materials and publishes an RFP. The committee reviews the RFP vendor proposals and selects a vendor. The committee prepares a contract between USBE and the vendor and places it on the USBE consent calendar for approval in a regular USBE board meeting. After the contract is approved and signed, the committee convenes to review the vendor's deliverables at key checkpoints as outlined in the RFP and contract. And approve the use of $400,000 from state discretionary funds and $400,000 from mineral lease funds for the RFP. Any further discussion to that motion? Member Davis and then Member Lear.
Well, I would just speak against the motion because this takes a minimum of 4 months and the competitive grant takes a month to get going. And we hear from our educators in the process.
Member Lear.
Correct.
Member Lear.
Means after the contract is approved and signed, the committee convenes, is that the 3 board members, is that consists of 3 board members and appropriate staff, is that
I
what?
think that's board members and staff, is my understanding. Is that to the maker of the
That would
motion?
be accurate.
So that's a committee of board members and the appropriate staff. So go ahead, feel free to speak to the motion.
I would add, thank you for the clarification. I would add, it's unfortunate we don't have the trust that 3 board members would provide balanced standards, and we'll find ourselves back again in a 5-hour discussion of picking apart these standards. So I think it's unfortunate, but I feel like that's where we'll be with this.
Then amend.
Well, we shall see, I suppose. Is that is the process in the motion of selecting in the committees? I heard that, but I don't see
Not in there.
where that is. So I heard that was the selection process, but
I'd like to make amendment.
okay, let's hear it.
I would just, the recommendation is that each of our standing committees pick someone to be for the RFP, 2023 Social Studies RFP Committee.
And I'll just ask for clarification. By pick, do you mean by vote, by selection of committee leadership?
However,
What's
that committee leadership chooses, whether that's vote or.
Okay, so committee leadership in each committee shall select a process for choosing a member of the committee to serve on the committee. Of the standing committee to serve on the RFP committee. Is that right? Okay. That's the proposed amendment to the original motion. It's been seconded by Member Carey. Any discussion of the amendment? Member Davis.
I'd like to amend that it be a competitive grant with LEAs rather than an RFP for a vendor.
So we have an amendment.
Everything else the same.
We have one amendment on the floor now for the addition of the standing committee. Let's get a vote on that, see if it passes, and then if so, there might be other amendment opportunities. That's the amendment.
Oh, sorry, I jumped ahead.
Is that okay? That's all right. So that's the amendment on the floor. Any discussion to that amendment? All right, all those in favor?
I have a motion to amend.
Motion to amend the amendment?
Yes.
I think that's in order. We have an initial motion.
I would like to delete will select and will vote on 1 board member to serve.
Okay. Is that a friendly, or do we need to put that to a vote?
So what would it be?
We'll vote on.
So tomorrow in committee, we would put forward names and maybe someone will just volunteer and we say all yes or.
Without objection, that's accepted as a friendly? Okay, so each standing committee, the amendment is each standing committee will vote on 1 board member to serve on the committee, by which we mean the RFP committee, correct? Okay. Any further discussion to that amendment? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. That unanimous? Okay, that amendment passes unanimously. We now have the original motion as amended. Do I have to reread that whole thing? No, Member Davis has, I'm sorry, back to you before
I
we get to
amend
this.
that the entire motion stays the same, except it changes from an RFP to a competitive grant. And I'd like to speak to the amendment.
Second.
Does that have a second? Has a second? Please go ahead, speak to the motion.
This would allow us to get moving faster. It would get us started in about a month with a competitive grant, and it would involve our boots on the ground in writing the in writing the materials, and they know our community standards as opposed to who knows who the RFP could be, in state, out of state, someone who understands our community standards or not. So I think we need to go with a competitive grant versus an RFP vendor.
Thank you, Member Davis. Any further discussion? Do we have that up on the? We do. Okay. Further discussion to that proposed amendment? Okay. Making sure I'm not missing a procedural. All right. Okay, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Yeah. All right, that motion passes 13-2. 13-2. Okay, we now have the underlying motion as amended, which is, help me out, Sybil, do I have to read it all now and substitute? I think we do. Okay, all right, let's scroll up again. Yeah, sorry, let's give you a minute to substitute the. We got a legislation. Oh, we gotta. All right, am I okay to read the new one, or just let me know when? Member Straight?
Point of clarification, because I'm not sure I see it in here. My understanding from before is that in a competitive grant like this, could they bid on just one grade or 3 grades, or does it have to be the whole thing? One grant to one group? Or is that still up in the air? I'm just trying to figure it out.
Deputy Norman, did you want to? Sorry.
Yeah, and again, if Assistant Superintendent Jacobson comes up, she loves it when she, or Adam as well, so thank you. In the competitive grant process, it's whatever is outlined in your stipulations for that grant. Therefore, in LEA, let's say that they are a K2 school, which we have K2 schools, and they might want to just do the K2 piece. It would depend on whether or not your rubric states that that is applicable, and you could then portion off the amount of money as deemed appropriate for that expenditure. Deborah?
So there's multiple ways that this grant could potentially go out. And you could do it where you send out a grant to determine an LEA that wants to head this off. And they oversee it and write all the curriculum for all grades, bringing in other LEAs to support that. You can give out smaller grants to different LEAs to write their own grade specific for their, within their own LEAs. There's multiple ways to do it. But the bottom line is, when we write the requirements for the grant, that is what they have to follow. So that's what will have to be determined, is what are the requirements in the grant. Does that kind of help a little?
Please.
So I guess that doesn't need to be stated here in this motion to occur. It'll happen. Okay.
Yes.
Then I am good.
All right. If there are no further lights, let's read the motion and take a vote. Vice Chair Earl's motion is that the board approves the 2023 Social Studies competitive grant process as follows. USBE impanels the Social Studies Grant Committee to oversee the competitive grant process for the Social Studies Standards K6. Committee consists of 3 board members and appropriate staff. Board members may submit social studies competitive grant process recommendations to the committee, to elementary social studies specialist for consideration by February 16th at 5 o'clock. The committee reviews recommendations and other related materials and publishes a competitive grant. The committee reviews the grant proposals and selects a vendor. The committee prepares a grant agreement between USBE and the vendor. and places it on the USBE consent calendar for approval in a regular USBE board meeting. After the grant agreement is approved and signed, the committee convenes to review the vendor's deliverables and key checkpoints as outlined in the competitive grant process and contract. Approve the use of $400,000 from state discretionary funds and $400,000 from mineral lease funds for the competitive grant. Each standing committee will vote on one board member to serve on the committee. All in favor, please raise.
Point of clarification, does vendor matter? Does a vendor, does the word
matter?
vendor?
Do we need to change that to grantee?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, vendor is changed to grantee. Any further clarification or?
I just have one question. How many meetings will be expected of your 3 board members between today and the 15th?
Not sure we know that. Could be one. It specifies that they will meet. Doesn't define the quantity or length. Right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So the motion is before the body. All in favor, please raise your hand. That is unanimous. All right. Well, thank you, Deputy Norman and all. All right, we got there. Thank you for all of our staff for guiding us through the process. Trust the process, right? All right. All right. Next item, number 10, is, I believe, general session legislative preparation, or Director Thronson?
Excuse me, Chair.
Am I off track?
Thoughts on a 5-minute restroom break, or maybe a 2-minute restroom break
Sure.
that turns into a 5-minute restroom break?
Let's take 2 and try to hold to it. And
Thank you, sir.
We won't expel anybody if it's 5.
Is anybody still having problems with their computer? I don't even know. No? Okay. If there was, then we'd reset the routers, but apparently there's nobody having trouble.
I think we're back in business. Yeah, I am. Thank you, sir. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Thank you for jumping on us. Lifesavers, thank you. All right. Oh, yeah. Board members, we're going to shuffle the schedule a bit. We've got some guests with business coming out of the Law and Licensing Committee. So we're going to turn to Chair Hymas to report out the law and licensing items, and then we'll go back to our regularly scheduled programming with legislation and the other committees. So, sorry, Chair Hymas. Sorry. We just do it right now, if that's okay. Oh, within the items? You can arrange your items, whatever you think's best within the agenda.
Thank you, Chair. If it's, I doubt it pleases the board, but let's, if we can, I'd like to jump to item number 13 point something, if my fingers can work on paper. Can it be out of order? That's what I'm asking. Oh, no. I believe I want to address 13.9 first, if I can.
Yes.
We have a couple of guests here who would like to be available for any questions that we might have. So the motion before the board is that the committee moves that the board approve the waiver of R277-750 to pilot an electronic submission of IDEA dispute resolution requests. Is this the correct one? That was, or am I looking at different? This is the
let's
one
see,
that's
are
up there,
we-
yes.
I'm not sure. Are you looking for the one that has guests here?
Yes.
Or, I think
Which agenda
we
item?
have a ULEAD data sharing agreement, and we have
That was
a
number 6. Oh, that's right.
419.4 for ALA.
Okay. So regardless, there is a motion on the floor for item number 13.9. So if we can, let's vote on it. So
Okay.
again, let me restate the motion. is that the committee moves that the board, this is 13.9, the committee moves that the board approve the waiver of R277-750 to pilot in electronic submission of IDEA dispute resolution requests.
Okay, any discussion to that motion? Member Bogus, is your light on?
Yes, so are you talking about like a SQL server with input, or are you speaking about like we can accept them via email? I don't fully understand. I mean, I'm looking at this here, but I would like some clarification there.
Is that a Deputy Stallings?
Sure. Would you like me
Please.
to respond? What I'm hearing from Leah Voorhees, Assistant Superintendent, is that it's a secure server.
Small follow-up. So there'll be input spaces on a web page, and they'll transfer and shift, and there'll be a notification that information has been input into a server, and then you have to log in to gain access to that information. Would that be correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Bogus. Member Klein?
The computers aren't working again, and it's not on the screen anymore either, so
Let's see, do we have
it just all went down together.
screen sharing capacity, or have we lost that as well? Screens are down.
Did you have a question?
I see that I can connect to your hotspot, Jim. So Jim's iPhone.
There you go. Free data. I'd try. I'd share if I could. Well, let's see if we've. Sorry for the public. We have another temporary internet glitch. We're gonna see. We do have Director Voorhees up. Do you want to address that while we're working on the technical items?
I'm happy to address it, Chair.
Okay, folks, we have Director Leah Voorhees here with us to address the question.
Leah Voorhees, Assistant Superintendent of Student Support. So currently in your rule, dispute resolution requests, so that's state complaint, mediation, or due process hearing, have to come through the Postal Service, through a fax, or in person, because there's a lot of personally identifiable information in those documents. 26 states of 51 allow or have figured out a way to allow individuals submitting those requests to do it electronically through some kind of secure mechanism. 26 require those three ways. We would like to pilot an electronic system so that attorneys, parents, we're going to start with attorneys who use our system quite frequently, to pilot submitting the documents through a secure system, which IT and procurement have already looked at and approved. And if it works and we get the documents securely and we're able to send documents back to the parties in any of those three requests securely, and everyone feels good about the process and that all of the data was kept secure, then we would come back to you and ask you to amend your rule to allow it for everyone.
Does that answer the question, Member Boggins?
I just have another small follow-up. Will the board hear on this in the interim? Will you kind of do
Yes.
like informational reports?
I'm happy to share information, but like I told the committee, because those requests, I don't know how many they're going to be and when we will get them. So I might not have anything to tell you for 6 or 8 months. I might have enough data in 2 months to be able to say, hey, we've done it 15 times in the last 2 months. Here's the data. But I might not have any requests in the next 6 or 8 months.
Okay, so I just want to be super, super clear. I know that might be a Christina thing, and that's okay. But that no email containing personally identifiable information comes through the servers. It all stays in the submission portal, and you have to log in to gain access.
So we would procure a system that IT Director Jared Felt recommended, and that Procurement Director has approved. So we would pay for a system.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Back to the chair.
I have a.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Member Lair.
Is that okay, Matt? I'm just looking to see if Matt. I
please,
I think
yes.
this is a great idea to pilot. I've been the victim of these experiences and had to run documents up to a hearing officer in Layton and get it there by midnight. And to be able to do this would be a wonderful opportunity that would actually give parents greater, it would help parents because the attorney time would be more limited and the hearing officer time would be more limited, I think, if we're not counting our travel time. And it's certainly the wave of all legal documents. And I frankly can't see how anyone would object to piloting this. And I think it illustrates that we're looking for the most efficient ways to do these things. And I totally support this, even though I'm also know that there's it's very sensitive information, but I think that piling it is a really smart way to go toward that end of being able to submit documents electronically.
Thank you, Member Leary. Member Straight? Or is it Member Norton? Sorry.
Yes. I am so happy to hear this. Yeah, the safeguards I realize are so important, but when you have a new student move in that is on an IEP and you don't get that IEP for sometimes December, January, it's just too long. It's just a waste of, a half a year of prime learning time that is so wildly needed. So if this can work, hip, hip, hooray.
Okay.
I would just add, it's got to happen, right? I mean, maybe people were afraid of technology in the beginning as well, but we have to move into this phase, whether it's now, regardless of how you vote. I would hope that this comes up another time and another time until we finally say yes. So.
All right, thank you. Member Voorhees, or Director Voorhees?
Yeah, may I add one thing? Just to Member Norton's point, we're going to start with dispute resolution requests, so we won't be transferring IEPs yet, but yes, exactly.
All right, thank you, Director Voorhees. So the motion before the body is that the board approves the waiver of R277-750 to pilot an electronic submission of IDEA dispute resolution requests. All in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. All opposed? Member Klein? Is it only Member Klein? Okay, that motion passes 14-1. Back to Chair Hymas. I'm sorry, 13-1. We're missing Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. We're going to jump now to item 13.6. This is a request for waiver from Board Rule R277-419-4. The motion before the board is that the committee moves that the board approve the waiver of R277-419-4 for American Leadership Academy. And I do believe we have somebody from American Leadership Academy, Mr. Rich Morley, for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Morley, for joining us. Could you just state your position on the record?
Yes. My name is Rich Morley. I'm the Executive Director of
Oh, there we go.
I'll try that again. My name is Rich Morley. I'm the Executive Director at American Leadership Academy.
Okay, any question or discussion from the chair or board members? And okay.
No questions for me. I do appreciate Mr. Morley being here, and he was also at our committee meeting and answered questions that we had. And so I believe that the committee is comfortable with this vote.
Okay. Motion before the board is that the board approves the waiver of R277-419-4 for American Leadership Academy. Those in favor, please raise your hands. That looks to be unanimous. Any opposed that I missed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Morley.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience and waiting for us as well. Okay, back to Chair Hymas.
On to 13.2, amendment to research data sharing agreement with University of Utah's Second Language Teaching and Research Center, L2TREC. The committee moves that the board approve the data sharing agreement with University of Utah's L2TREC and that L2TREC include in the program's annual report to USBE information on how the additional data elements have contributed to L2TREC's research. That's a mouthful.
Any questions or discussion of that motion? Seeing no lights, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we do have 2 opposed, so that motion passes 12-2. Yes.
Item
Thank you.
13
Back to
point,
Member Hymus.
item 13.3, ULEAD Partnership Data Sharing Agreement with BYU and Wasatch County School District. The committee moves that the board approve the ULEAD Partnership Data Sharing Agreement with Brigham Young University, Wasatch County School District, and ULEAD.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion of that motion? Seeing no lights, all in favor?
have a
Oh,
light.
I'm sorry, we have one. It's
You're fine.
hiding.
I
Member
just
Wood.
want I spoke to this in committee, but I just wanted to, I do have some concerns about the board abdicating their responsibility in terms of data sharing, and just want to be on the record for that. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? And is there,
Member Davis.
Member Davis, I see Member Davis.
Is this the one where they're going to come here and bring computers or have access to all the data here on?
Should we ask Member or Director Everett to address that, or who'd be the best? Oh, I'm sorry. Katie, you're with us on the data point. It's
Yeah, I'm
for
happy
use
to-
by ULEAD, but thank you if this is a data question.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, Katie Chalice, Director of Privacy. Yes, this is the one where the researchers, in an effort to enhance security, would come on site with devices that were secured by ULEAD and or provided by ULEAD and secured by our IT department here. Does that answer your question?
Does that answer Member
Yeah.
Davis?
Have we ever done that before in any data sharing? Like brought people in here just to?
I nodded my head no, but actually, yes, we have. I think they did something similar when we were being audited by one of the state agencies. Do you remember, Megan?
So, yeah.
So Deputy Jones, I see, and well, Director Everett first, and I see Deputy Jones behind you. We got 2 hands. Okay. Director Everett, did you want to weigh in too?
Yeah, so to that point, data and statistics have said that when auditors used to come into our ecosystem to conduct an audit, they had that information. But I did want to correct one point that it's not that they just get universal access to anything. It is only underneath the scope of information that they've asked for. So it's not just free reign within all the data that exists. It's still underneath a scope that they've asked for and been approved by the board.
So we're starting a new precedent, basically, with data gatherers.
Thank you, Member Davis. And I'll just speak briefly because this is ULEAD. We had it in the steering committee and heard that this was new. And so it was a few months of developing the appropriate protocols and safety, and appreciate the work that went into that. Any other comments or questions?
May I ask a
Yes,
brief
Member
question of
Boggess.
Member Wood? Did you, or would you feel comfortable expanding upon your concerns beyond board abdication of their responsibilities?
Was that a question for Member Wood?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if she's willing to
Member
expand
Wood.
upon her
Can I
concerns.
speak to
Please,
it? And maybe
yes.
it's my misunderstanding, but in committee, I understood that right now, anything according to rule, that whenever data is shared, it has to come to us to determine, to give that responsibility. And this would allow the ULEAD director and a number of 4 other people to decide when that data sharing agreement changed. Am I wrong in that? Because if I am, I'm sorry
Let's
for
put that back to either Director Chalice or Director Everett.
Yeah, you're right that this is a diversion from the traditional process. So currently, if there is data sharing that is external, meaning it's not legally required and it's going to an agency or a researcher, in this case, outside of our organization, that needs to be brought before a law and licensing committee and then ultimately the board for approval. This one is different in the sense that the original one is brought before the board. That's for you to consider now. But future amendments to that within the same research scope, well, I should say research question, but potentially like a different set of data or an additional data element, according to this agreement, could be approved by staff. So myself, Director of Privacy, Megan here, the Director of ULEAD, Jared Felt, the Director of Information Technology, and Aaron Bruff, the Director of Data and Statistics. So it is different, but the initial agreement still has to be approved by the board.
So to clarify, if they were looking at 6th grade math, for example, and wanted to expand to 5th grade math, that would have to go through you as our data privacy director as well as Director Everett of ULEAD.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Any further questions or comments? Seeing no more lights, board members in favor, raise your hand. Lear and Real. Let's see. Sorry, let's hold them up. I don't know if we got the count. I see member Lear and member Real. Is that 7? Member Norton. Let's start over. All in favor, please. Okay, so 7 to 6. Motion passes. Sorry, fails? I'm sorry, I heard passes.
It's 7 to
Does
7.
that motion fail?
It should be 8 to 7.
It's 7 to 6. We don't have to.
7 in favor, against
So it has to be 8 to
6.
pass. It's 7 to 7. It has to be 8 to pass. Joe's not here.
Doesn't matter how many are here. That's right.
Okay. Well, if you would like to make an amendment.
I'm not sure what the amendment is, but I think the idea is that if there were any changes to the contract, that it would then come back for approval. I think that's where the concern is, right? An expansion of the scope. I don't know, I guess I would make an amendment that, I don't know how to do that. Is this actually a contract already we have drawn up? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, maybe back to Director Chalice.
Yeah, thank
What's
you.
the status?
Yes, this is a contract that's drawn up but not signed yet, waiting for your approval. And to your point, like if you, Board Member Earl, if the board wished to go that direction, it would sort of turn this back into a not pilot, but just a traditional data sharing agreement as we have done in the past. The reasoning for piloting this program was researchers had expressed some frustration in the turnaround time when they were seeking additional data elements. It's another at least 2 months because it goes before Law and Licensing Committee and then the board. So in partnership with the ULEAD steering committee, there was an interest in exploring that sort of expedited process for additional requests under the same research question.
Sorry, can you, Director Chalice, can you remind the board what is shared, what kind of data is shared?
Yeah, let me pull it up. In this data sharing agreement, we have the research question or the research topic is about literacy. And so they are seeking, I'm sorry, I'm pulling it up now. They're seeking the following. So demographic at-risk category distinctions. I'll pause by saying this is all student level de-identified data. So there's no PII sharing here, but it is student level. Demographic at-risk category distinctions, school ID, classroom teacher ID, and state DIBELS / now Acadians performance for all Utah elementary students during the period spanning beginning of 2016-17 and the end of the 21-22 school year.
Thank you.
Member Earl, Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I would make a motion that any changes to in the contract, if there's any changes to it for additional information, that it comes before the full board, so it doesn't have to go through 2 processes, that it just comes before the full board. It seems like.
Is there a second to that motion? I'll second. Discussion of the motion. Member Lear.
See, I kind of have a problem with that. I feel like, why would we not have this go through committee like anything else? Tell me the good reason aside from it.
So,
We
was
have it
that a
on this-
question
on this
for the
issue.
maker?
Yeah, I guess it's for the maker.
And maybe, yeah, go ahead, maybe we can
I could
kick
be
it
wrong,
back
but I think
to-
it's just the knowledge of what, in other words, not a major expansion, and knowing just simply what is the next data piece they're asking for. I guess I don't see it as, I've been wrong today. I didn't see it as a big deal. Like, bring it back, let us see what, if you're taking more information, we want to know. That's why I would have it just come before the board.
Perhaps we can direct that to Director Everett, just to discuss the possible expansion and what kind of data that might include that would be brought back to the board.
And that's not my concern in this question. So can I follow up?
Sure.
Because I don't care. I just feel like the process should be the same. I know this is special in some people's minds, but I think that if we have a process for sharing data, it should be the same with every program or opportunity to share that data. And we shouldn't skip the committee process, because of course, of course everybody wants to expedite those kinds of situations if you're comfortable with all the people involved. But that has not been our board process.
Can we ask Director Everett what the purpose would be for an expansion? What would the nature of the expansion be if it were a request as proposed to go back through this group and instead might come back to the full board? What would that look like and why was it necessary?
In terms of the researcher coming back and asking for
Right.
clarification on that. So the idea there being that the researcher, what has typically happened and what I understand of exploring data with our team is that people don't know what to expect when they receive that raw data. And so when they receive it and they get in there and then they understand that they need something else or something different, or so it's not a wild free-for-all expansion, but it's a redirection in what they decided to look at. They said, oh, we pulled these 5 districts, and what we're learning is there are these other 3 districts that have similar information. So the idea was that instead of making that a 2 to 3 month process minimum every time, that we would say, you know what, under this bubble of things that we've approved, it is okay for you to look at, for example, literacy data. When you have questions that still fit within that same research question, you wouldn't have to go back to that entire 3 month process at once. That's my understanding.
Yeah, so as someone who's done research and engaged in research, if you have the same research question, which is what I understand in this case, you're in the process of doing research, and you realize that you need a different element because what you had asked for doesn't answer or isn't the scope of what your original research question is. You need to have that data, and it's usually very much adjacent to the data that you already have. It's not it's not completely different. It's still under the span of that same question. The concern that I have if we don't allow our staff to make this kind of decision is the requests that will come to us will be overly broad as to avoid those types of delays, because a lot of this research is done under certain timelines of granting agencies. And so the unintended consequence here by not allowing our staff to do this would be perhaps people asking for more data than they need. And I just want, as someone that's done research and enjoys it, you really do try to honor the integrity of the data and privacy. That's important. That's part of what you do as a researcher. So you ask for very specific things, and if it turns out that that's not what you need and you have to wait 2 months, you're putting your whole project at risk because of your granting agency in some cases. So I just wanted to say that the unintended consequence of not allowing our staff to make that kind of decision could be that we get requests that are far broader than what we need to by giving, it's giving a little so that we don't end up having to having massive data requests that we then have to weigh. Just wanted to say that, unintended consequence.
Member Bogus and then Member Davis. Yeah.
Thank you. Director, I cannot remember your name.
Oh, it's Chalice, thanks.
Thank you, Director Chalice. So you mentioned in the data there's teacher ID, and as a teacher, I'm wondering, is that a Cactus ID? Is that a school ID? What is the teacher ID?
That's a great question, and I don't have the answer. Director of Data and Statistics would be the guy. Oh, Cactus ID. So Aaron.
So you can track this data, and then you can actually go find it on the internet and attach that data to a physical person.
Sounds like that's correct, yeah.
So basically, we can re-identify this data through the internet.
Yes, assuming that the researchers disclose that data, and our sharing, their data sharing agreement would not permit that. But you're right that if they were careless, and the data were to get out, then yes, that's possible. That, but that data would not be publicly disclosed according to the data sharing agreement.
Okay, but let's say we have a nefarious researcher and they decide they want to go and watch somebody's classroom. Ultimately, they have enough information to go do it.
Yeah, you're right. And I do think this is kind of an exercise in the balance between, risk and trust. So that's sort of the question before the board today, I think, is knowing that any data sharing has some risk to it, the board, your charge is to decide to what degree are you willing to, to what degree are you willing to grant some of that, exercise some of that risk in favor of the potential research. I agree. I guess what I'm saying is I agree that it's not that there's zero risk. But I also agree with Board Member Hart that anecdotally, I've never seen someone so devoted to student data privacy than researchers. They're like religious about it. It's really interesting.
And could I ask a follow-up? Is Cactus data ever shared in our other research or data sharing agreements? Is that unique to, sorry, just the number, right, the Cactus number.
Aaron Bruff, Data and Statistics. Yes, Cactus data is shared.
Okay, so that's not unique to this
No.
agreement. Okay, thanks. Member Davis?
Yeah, I think the precedent part is what's more concerning to me, and we have a lot of departments that work with other state agencies, so are we putting one of our departments over another one of our departments? What about the Department of Health that works with our departments, or the Workforce Services? Are we opening a door that we say yes to some? Do we say yes to the others? Where does it stop and where does it start? I would rather use discretionary money, hire an additional person to give these researchers what they need using the same gatekeeping that our staff uses to do the current data requests than open this door.
Can
personally.
I ask for clarification on that? What parts of this are unique as compared to other data sharing arrangements? I guess in this agency or others, to Member Davis's question, is that part of the, or is that this agency sharing with, for example, DWS? Is that the question? I'm not sure. But go ahead. if you
Yeah,
could.
I'll give it my best go, but
What parts of this are different?
yes, thank you. And if I'm not answering the question, please let me know. Currently, the pilot program is specifically for researchers. And again, it's totally within the control of the board. So it is intentionally a pilot. If it went through and you were like, that's the worst, then we don't have to do it again. It was written in such a way that this is not a policy change, but a one-time try to see if it's successful. So certainly as written, there is no precedent that we're changing thus far. If the board was interested in moving forward with this, I imagine that because it's a ULEAD partnership, that this would be specific to researchers and not with other agencies. But again, that's the purview of the board to decide if you wanted to make that change in policy.
So following up, if I could, just what type of data sharing is unique to this versus the other data sharing arrangements that we have?
Yeah.
What quantity or type of data is different
Oh,
here?
the quantity or type?
Correct.
Yeah, it's actually remarkably similar to other research requests. I don't find that this data sharing agreement is different in the type of data that is being shared than potential other research. Really what's different here is the terms and conditions. So it is largely the delegation of secondary requests to be approved by staff. And also there's the provision about requiring the researchers to come on site to receive and to review the data. Those are the two primary differences. Did that answer your question?
Yes,
Chair Moss?
that's what I meant. So it's the same type of data, but here
Yeah.
they could go to you if they wanted 5th grade instead of 6th, and they would have to come here to get it. Those are the two things that are different than the normal data sharing. Okay.
That's
Any
right.
other questions or
Chair, if
comments? We lost member. Yes.
If
go
I
ahead,
may, I'm
Dr.
sorry. And this
Chalice,
is
please.
actually, I wanted to speak to Board Member Earl's comment. And this is all at the risk of, I really want the board to know that I am not necessarily advocating for this data sharing. I feel like I'm here as a resource for you. So at the risk of sounding like I'm advocating for it, I did want to tell you that our team, the data privacy team, as our vision going forward is to increase transparency to the board and to the public regarding what data is being shared. So Board Member Earl mentioned the interest in seeing what is being shared. I do want the board to know that like if the interest is having more understanding of what is being shared, that is definitely coming in as a high priority for us. I do though recognize that there's a difference between knowing what is being shared and approving it in advance. And how it's being used, yes. And that's actually, I'm really glad Board Member Klein brought that up because that is one of my primary focuses. I want to get real clarity on documentation of who has it, what exactly they have, what it's being used for, and start and end dates, that kind of thing. We've got a project in place to enhance that transparency.
Got it. Thank you, Director Chalice. Further, Member Bogus, we do need to move on. Is this a new question?
I don't know, maybe I just don't like data sharing, but I am concerned that these researchers can identify these teachers, they can identify where they work, they can go and scope their Facebook pages, and maybe that's not something they would ever do, but the reality is they can. And that's the part that bothers me, because there's a lot more research that could go on because we have a pathway to identification.
And that's a broader question, it sounds like. We do share Cactus ID under other data sharing arrangements. So that's a broader question, it sounds like, that to address.
Yeah, and it's a
So-
point well taken. I'm not sure if we have any of our researchers here. They were maybe going to come.
Well,
Okay.
we have another light on, or
And Chair,
Member Klein, or?
I just want to
yes.
be very clear. I'm not trying to make accusations. I just get very concerned that we say it doesn't happen, but the reality is it can. And I think our job as elected officials is to protect data at all costs.
Absolutely.
Of our
Yeah.
teachers and of our students. So just because we say they're not going to doesn't mean they can't. And that's my point. I'm not trying to make accusations or be mean-spirited in any way. I just want to make that clear.
Fair question, and thank you, Director Chalice, for answering. I see a light. Is it Member Davis or Member Klein?
It's Member Davis.
Member Davis. Oh, okay. All right. Any further discussion to Member Earl's motion? If not, I will read it back. It's not an amended motion. It's actually just a motion that the board, am I getting that right? We lost several. Okay. That the board approves the ULEAD Partnership Data Sharing Agreement with Brigham Young University, Wasatch County School District, and ULEAD, and that the agreement be amended to require full board approval without committee pre-approval for changes to the scope or data elements. That's been seconded before the board. All in favor, please raise your hand. And we've got 5 or something. Okay, motion fails. Thank you, team, for presenting. And we will move back to Chair Hymas.
Thank you, Chair. Our next agenda item 13.4. This is R277-552, Charter School Timelines and Approval Processes. This is an amendment. The committee moves that the board approve R277-552, Charter School Timelines and Approval Processes, draft 3 on second and final reading. But I have I don't know if it's like an amendment to this rule. I don't know how to bring that in.
Just go ahead and move to amend, and then for that, we'd need a second. The committee motion does not need a second, but if there's an amendment to that, then.
Right. No.
So,
could you state it?
go ahead, you can state the motion. We'll see if there's a
So,
second,
okay.
we can discuss the motion.
No, this, to answer Member Lear's, I was thinking Earl, Real, Lear. To answer Member Lear's question, this was not brought up in committee. This was discussed and thought about just with me and some others, and some questions with Director Deputy Stallings. But the motion is I move that the board delete lines 293 through 300 of R277-552 draft 3. And they are up on the board there. So I will wait to speak to this motion to see if we have a second.
What would that lead into then?
I'll second it for the purpose of discussion.
Sure. So this rule here, as you know, it's discussing different rules of charter compliance on attempting to expand. So we have lines 293 through 300 here. You have two different sections here that I'm looking to remove here. Section B, you can see it states the charter school meets the requirement of the charter school's authorizer standards and requirements. Within the rule itself, there are over 17, well, I should say there are at least 17, I don't know what you'd call them, rules or conditions in order for, so this to me is just an extra in there. It's not necessary. So, and I can read those off. If you keep going, there's 17. Just a couple of them, right? The school has to be in compliance with federal, state, and law and regulations. Charter school must be operationally successful, must provide educational services consistent with state law. So you still have these laws that you have to stay in compliance with. Additionally, you have to have a debt coverage ratio of at least 1.05, must have maintained a net lease adjusted debt burden ratio of under 25%. Your enrollment must maintain a re-enrollment rate of at least 80%. So you get my point here. There's a lot of things that are still within the rules. So that takes care of B. I don't think it's necessary. Then we go to C. The charter school is academically high performing and in good standing. This is, I don't know how we measure what academically high performing is. It does say down there that the charter authorizer approved the definition of high performing. I don't know if there's a, Deputy Stallings, can I bring you to the table? Is that okay? Right there's fine. I can.
Yes.
Do we have a definition for our traditional public schools of a high academic standing?
So, Chair Moss, may I go ahead?
Yes, please. Thank you, Deputy Stallings.
Not that I'm aware of that exact definition. I would think that when you look at school turnaround or school improvement, there might be something that's similar, but nothing similar like this.
What about, can I, Chair?
Please.
What about in good standing?
I am not aware of a definition of good standing for districts either.
Is there anything statutorily that prohibits charters from following this? Not rule-wise, but statutorily, to your awareness?
So I'm just going to rephrase the question. Is there anything in code that would prohibit a charter school from having their own definition, or do you mean the authorizer?
From expanding, I guess from expanding beyond what the traditional school would be required to.
I would say yes, there is. Statute does require the State Board of Education to establish minimum standards related to the approval of a charter school, which would include expansions and satellites. So that is actually this rule, what this rule does. It provides those criteria. The board does not do that for districts, and that might be what your question was.
Right.
Point of
Right.
information, Chair.
Yes.
Or point of infrastructure. I'm told there's some issues with reading the documents because of how they're presented on YouTube. That they're at an angle or something. I'm not quite certain exactly what that is, but
You're talking about the broadcast?
yeah,
that's
I'm
going
getting
on?
multiple messages that it's unreadable online.
Okay, back to
May I?
Chair Hymas, yes.
So as they work on that, I appreciate that information for the public who are watching, and hopefully we can get that resolved quickly. But I'm hearing that for a traditional public school, ultimately the only requirement is a need for people, right? Is that correct, Deputy Stallings? Sorry, I don't want to
Yeah.
have this necessarily this back and
No,
forth.
that's all right. I think what I would state is generally with school districts, my understanding is that a district decision to build a new school is largely based on population growth or student age growth in the area, like if a new development came in, versus a charter school, there's different metrics usually for why they choose to grow or have a new school.
So I guess to speak further to this motion, the reason that I might bring this up is not necessarily to make it so we're on equal footing, because as we heard, there's statute or code or whatever that says that that can't necessarily happen. But to remove these two phrases here, high performing and in good standing, what that would do is, in my opinion, it would open up a little bit of leeway for charters to get out there. In my opinion also, it would be cheaper because charter schools they take less money to build, and they would provide more options to the general public. So that's me speaking to the motion.
Okay, any discussion or comment to the motion? Member Davis?
I have an amendment.
Amendment to the amendment is in order.
Yes, I move that only the last 3 lines are struck out of that section. And I'd like to speak to the amendment.
Let's get it up there first and then see if we have a second.
Second.
So can we scroll up a little bit?
Yes, sir. And ma'am. According to the authorizers.
Standard operating procedures.
They were typing it in.
Yeah, I think we're.
I'm sorry.
So do we have the,
I'm sorry. I shouldn't distract you. No.
let's see, can we scroll up and see what that would do then to the underlying amendment? Member Hymas, Chair Hymas had a number of lines to strike. Member Davis's amendment would strike only the last part and leave 3B and C through the stricken part, correct? Getting that right, Member Davis? Okay. Okay, so I'm sorry. If I could, I guess the amendment, the motion to amend Member Chair Hymas's amendment is that only the following language would be stricken, quote, including whether the charter LEA as a whole qualifies as high performing under the charter schools authorizer's approved definition of high performing. Any further discussion to that amended motion from Member Davis?
I'd like to speak to my.
Yes, back to Chair, Member Davis.
Yeah, the reason I'm striking the bottom line is not streaking, Natalie's laughing, it's been a long day, is because, we have heard if there's a system of charter schools and they take a risk to open one in a neighborhood that's tough, that currently, under current rules, they would kind of be penalized if their whole system isn't performing up to a certain level. And so this would remove that risk to open in a difficult place. Now, the argument's been made, well, they should use their resources to help that school come up before they open a satellite, but in a spirit of compromise, we do need to make some compromising because of what's gone through with admin rules. So I would suggest striking that to open that up for particularly the system that had requested this. And then on the lines above it, there was, some discussion of do our district schools and charter schools the same, and certainly not. And I appreciate Member Hymas saying this isn't necessarily to make them the same. If you look at the financial info in here, I think it puts the bar at a much lower standard than a district school, like at a C+ for bonding or something. So, there is some flexibility given there and certainly some differentiation. But when we talked about taking out the academic requirement altogether, because in the original status quo, the requirements were they had to meet their certain goals, or they had to be within a certain percentage of nearby schools as far as end-of-year assessments and goes and things like that. So those specifics were all taken out. And then the work with your authorizer, have the authorizer set a reasonable academic process was put in. But when we were meeting with the SCSB leadership, and I wish they were here to speak for themselves, one of them said, if to take out all academic requirements for satellite expansions would be disastrous. So this is like a middle grounder. We had lots of specific academic requirement stuff. Then we moved to the authorizer. And if we take out these last 3 lines, because that was brought up in admin rules, that a system shouldn't be penalized for opening one school in a difficult neighborhood, then I think that this would seem reasonable at this point.
Okay, further discussion to the amendment to the motion. Member Bogus and Member Lear, I believe.
I guess I'm just a little confused, and maybe it's the time of day, I don't know. But I'm unclear as to how the amended motion, and I realize that there's a greater number of lines, but how is it different from the original motion?
Member Davis?
Because it seems to me to accomplish the same things, because the language is a tiny bit ambiguous to me.
Member Davis, do you want to address that? How
What
striking those lines rather than those above it?
What
is
it
different
does
from-
is it just keeps everything in the authorizers. The authorizer can work with their charter schools, and it doesn't lead into any sort of guiding, like, they still have responsibility for academics, but it doesn't lead into, like, they should include this having a low-performing school in their system being as a reason that they shouldn't be able to expand.
Okay.
Further discussion, Member Lear.
I want to know first from Member Davis and Angie Stallings, who were both at the Administrative Rules Committee. I listened to most of it online, but is this going to satisfy the Administrative Rules Committee, do you think?
Is that a question for Member?
For the maker, those who were attending.
If I can answer, Chair, it
I was
depends what
there,
the
Member
authorizer's
Davis.
criteria looks like, but I'm guessing it'll have more flexibility because they were the ones who presented in admin rules.
So you think, yes, it will satisfy them?
I don't know. They don't want, I think
They don't want
one
anything.
doesn't want any.
Anything.
One, yeah,
And
said he
Angie,
didn't
do you
want
have
any.
any different thoughts?
I guess what I would add is the portion of the rule that is cited in HB 127, that portion of the rule that they cited to in SB 127 is gone. It's not even in this draft. It's gone.
All right.
But I think to Board Member Davis's point, a lot of the discussion of the Administrative Rules Review Committee was regarding this very issue of whether if you are an LEA or a charter school that has multiple campuses, and now you want to put a new school into an area that might have more students and families who are from lower socioeconomic areas, or maybe you want to serve a special population like English learners or refugees, et cetera, that the previous language, and in some ways even the language that is being stricken through right now, could nod to the fact that that it might create a disincentive for a charter school to open or serve that population of students. Now, actually, there was language that we removed in the Law and Licensing Committee. So in addition to this language, there was actually other language that we took out. And I thought that actually would resolve it. But this would just make it very clear, and I think removes any disincentive, which was a large portion of the committee's discussion. So we're hoping.
Okay, I have more to,
Follow up.
I have
Member
more
Lear?
to say.
Okay.
on
I don't
that.
see any other lights,
Okay,
so.
well, I'll make it brief. I want to solve the Administrative Rules Committee because it's nothing but pain and wasted time for the staff, and we always lose. So that would be, so this is going to sound like a conflicting comment. On the other hand, it's a false dichotomy because it's not like there's no other way to open a school. Bless their hearts, the State Charter Board has finally put in place very rigorous standards to open schools. So now the focus is on satellite schools because that's slick again. And my feeling is we ought to support the State Charter Board who has put these rigorous standards in place and not support the lesser standard of opening a satellite. So it's a false dichotomy to say schools can't open in these difficult neighborhoods. They absolutely can. The authorizer and the school, the applicants have to just hold these their applications to a higher bar. So I don't like that. And the third thing I have to say is I'm really troubled when we have these discussions about, is this true for traditional schools? Is this true for traditional schools? Is it not? Is this true? Because the standards are different. We have elected boards that govern traditional schools, elected by all taxpayers. We have appointed boards that run charter schools. They're voted on by no one. And other taxpayers in that community that pay into the whole school system have nothing to say, essentially, about charter schools. So the fact that the circumstances are different for charter and traditional schools has existed for 20 years, and it goes to the heart of how charters are different from traditional schools. So I'm not persuaded by they're not the same as traditional schools, and I really have to say I dislike that argument.
All right.
With that, I have no opinion about this except to get this off our plate.
So one comment, I don't see any of the lights. My understanding is that this makes a requirement at the USBE level. If it were deleted, the State Charter School Board would still be free to apply its own standards for opening schools, including their definition of highly qualified, which is currently in their own internal rules. So I think that distinction is important. The question is whether we mandate to the charter board or let them impose the qualifications that they currently have. Is there anybody, any other lights or comment? Back to, all right, Member Davis was the maker of the motion. I guess we don't have a formal summary, but the motion before the board is that only the motion to amend the amendment is that the board would strike the following language from lines 298 to 300 only, meaning that it would not strike the other lines proposed by the underlying amendment from Chair Hymas. The lines to be stricken would be including whether the charter LEA as a whole qualifies as high performing under the charter school's authorizer's approved definition of high performing. All in favor, can you raise your hand? Motion to strike only that, so. I did not have a hand up. Is that 5 or 6? Okay, 5 in favor. That motion to amend fails. We are back to the initial motion to amend from Chair Hymas. If we could scroll back up to that. There we go. All right. So this is the original amendment to the motion brought out by committee. This is Chair Hymas's amendment that the board deletes lines 293 to 300 of Rule 277-552-3. Any further discussion to that motion? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. That be? All right, hands up high if you're voting in favor of the amendment. 7 in favor, that amendment fails. And we are back to the initial committee motion. which is that the board approves R277-552 draft 3 on second and final reading as presented and voted out of committee. Any
Point of
further
order.
discussion to that motion or point of order? Chair-
Does that
Member Davis.
include the stricken language? Or does that then not
The
include
stricken language is restored. None of the language has been stricken. Both amendments
Oh, okay, so it's
failed.
with the stricken language.
restored.
Got it, okay.
Chair,
Thank you.
if I could clarify,
Chair
it would be
Hymas.
the draft 3 that is in backup, not changed, unchanged, draft 3.
Right. Member Bogus.
I just have a point of clarification, maybe Member Hymas can answer for me. Was your amendment presented for the purposes of administrative rules feedback?
Not all of it, partially.
Okay, so
I
if,
mean, it's not directly, I'm not listening to them and saying, yeah, I need this done, or we're gonna do this, no.
So just point of order, that motion is gone. It
Yeah.
failed. So we're now on the underlying motion that came out of committee.
yeah, and I understand that, but my concern is that if we're gonna move to approve something that's gonna put us back in the hot seat, maybe we should have more discussion,
The
maybe.
floor, we have a motion on the floor. The floor is open to other amendments. We have no current motions to amend pending. So there is an opportunity to discuss or address. Member Davis.
I would just move to pass this draft. This is pretty significantly changed from what the status quo was. The status quo had quite a few academic requirements that are gone now. And now really it's up to the authorizer to work, which adds a lot more flexibility than we had in the past.
So to be clear, that wasn't a motion, it was support of the pending motion, right? Okay. Any other comment or discussion? Vice Chair Earl.
Yes, and if I remember correctly, that we did strike the line that sits within what administrative rules was asking us. So if that's a clarification, it does meet whatever they were asking for. Does that make sense?
Okay, I don't see any other lights. The motion on the floor is that the board approves R277-552, draft 3, on second and final reading. Let's just go with hands again. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. Back to Chair Hymas.
Thank you. Only 3 more amendments, Chair. You missed it. All right. Agenda item 13.5. This is R277-115, LEA supervision and monitoring requirements of third-party providers and contracts. This is an amendment. The committee moves that the board approve R277-115, LEA supervision and monitoring requirements of third-party providers and contracts, draft 3 on second and final reading.
Any discussion of that motion? All right, seeing no lights, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. We get the count there?
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay, that motion passes.
Thank you. Item number
The noes.
13.7, remember we did 13.6 already. 13.7, R277-617, Smart School Technology Program. This is a repeal. The committee moves that the board repeal R277-617, Smart School Technology Program on second and final reading.
Any discussion or questions to that motion? Seeing no lights, all in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Please raise your hand. Okay, that motion passes. Did we get the numbers on that one? Okay, back to Chair Hymas.
Item number 13.8, R277-303, Educator Preparation Programs, also an amendment. The committee moves that the board approve R277-303, Educator Preparation Programs, draft 2 as amended on second and final reading.
I see Member Davis.
Are we draft 2 or draft 3? Draft 3, my apologies.
Yeah, I move that the staff update all new amendments and references to flexibility in R277-303, Draft 3, be specific to alternative preparation programs, and I'd like to speak to the amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Back to you, Member Davis.
Yeah, I mean, we added a lot of language in committee that adds quite a bit of flexibility and some language that says that you can't require a course in lieu of like a test or something competency. There is a little provision at the end that says where reasonable or something of that nature. However, there was a conversation in committee that said we don't want to turn our Apple programs into university programs. So we don't want to have to require additional courses and such. But I think the opposite is also true. We don't want to turn our university programs into Apple programs. A lot of folks go to university because they go to take the courses to go deep into their learning programs. And so I think that the language we're putting in here is trying to fix a problem that was brought to us initially specific to Apple programs. And the language should be specific to Apple program, or I'm going to say alternative preparation programs because there may be something other than an Apple per se, but alternative preparation programs.
Question for the maker. There's an amendment in lines 47 to 50. Is that intended to apply only to Apple programs, or is that a more broad review process to which the language that came out of the committee would appropriately apply, as opposed to the language back in lines 27 through 28, or excuse me, 25 to 27? Does that make sense?
I mean, my amendment is to apply to all new
Intended to be-
amendments
to
and
be
references
both.
to flexibility.
Okay, and is that
Is that right?
consistent, I guess, with the intent of committee members? I wasn't on that committee, but do you have, oh, sorry. You have a light on or no? Okay, Member Bogus has a light on, sorry. Member Bogus.
Thank you. I think my question is for you, Member Hymas or Chair Hymas. I don't know what my question is. Is this for new educators' first licensure? Is that my understanding? Is that clear or truthful?
I don't believe so. Staff can chime in if needed, but Dr. Height? Can I call people up? Do I have that authority?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Dial a friend.
Go ahead, Matt.
Hi, Dr. Malia Height. I'm the Executive Coordinator of Educator Licensing, and alternative preparation programs may include educators who are earning their first license as well as maybe an additional license area. So an elementary teacher who now wants to teach high school, for example.
So this is for licensure, it's not for endorsements?
It may also include endorsements, yes. So if I was a high school math teacher and I wanted to add an endorsement, I may work with an alternative teacher preparation program in order to earn that endorsement.
Okay, so having added endorsements a few times in my life and looking at the process by which Utah presently does this, I don't see genuine flexibility. And I have just between you and me, I have 20 endorsements across 7 states, but I don't have nearly that many in this state. And I'm not asking for you to accommodate me, but I'm saying that as this is written, I don't see genuine flexibility in adding endorsements. And so if we want to go that direction, I would just like to us to go that direction. And if we're not going that direction, then we don't go that direction. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there's not a question there.
Chair, may I respond?
Yes, please.
So currently, as part of our new licensing system, there's a competency-based endorsement system. And so each of the endorsements have the competencies outlined, and each competency has a minimum of 2 pathways to demonstrate that competency. So perhaps you take a course in biology, or you pass the biology praxis, or you complete a micro-credential in the biology content. And so that's where the flexibility lies, is that there's multiple ways to demonstrate that you have that knowledge, and it's not limited to just taking a university course.
Does that answer the question, Member Bogus? Okay, quick follow-up.
So to me, and I'm not trying to argue for or against, but to me, genuine flexibility is all-encompassing. This is how we do it, right? But the Utah way is to break it out into little sections, and it's very cumbersome for educators. It's very arduous. It's sometimes overwhelming, and other states, I think if we're doing all-encompassing teacher competency, especially if you're adding an endorsement, I think other states do it better. This, to me, doesn't say flexibility.
So-
And I don't care which direction we go, if we're after flexibility, I don't think we're accomplishing what we're after with this.
Okay, let's keep our comments to the motion if we can. There are certainly broader issues. We're 4 hours behind, and I do want to make sure we speak to the discrete opportunity before us. Member Vice Chair
Okay.
Hart?
So what this does by stressing the flexibility is that it ensures that programs understand that not to assign multiple pathways. So competency is a real change of philosophy, and sometimes it's difficult for perhaps traditional leaning organizations or Apple programs to accept competency as enough. So there's some cases where multiple pathways are being required instead of just one pathway. So this clarifies that, yes, we do believe in competency-based, and you don't have to have an insurance policy of doing a competency-based, but also requiring a course. So it's stressing that there are multiple pathways and you only have to choose one. And it's just one tweak to, it's just an evolution in the competency-based model, and it keeps people moving forward towards the competency-based model rather than reverting to you can do competency, but then in order to make sure, you need to also go to this class.
Does that address the question, Member Bogus? So it's an either-or process. Any other comment to the motion? If not, motion is, sorry. Member Klein.
Sorry. I remember listening to the committee meeting, and some things were said that were disturbing to me as far as it's sounded to me like a lowering of the standard to make it easier for certain people to be able to get their licensure, lowering the bar basically so we can get more diverse teachers into the workplace, and competency-based being maybe more than one pathway, but easier pathways. So I would just like to hear that explained one more time.
I'm not sure, is that for
I
Chair
can-
Hymas?
That was,
Sure.
I don't know if it was 2 or 3 meetings ago. It wasn't this last one, and I don't believe, it was in relation to this rule, but it was specifically to the praxis exam, which I don't know how much this affects. Is that right, Dr. Height?
Will this have any effect on the practice exam? No, okay, thank you, Dr. Height. Okay, any further discussion to that? So the motion on the floor is that staff update all new amendments and references to flexibility in R277-303 Draft 3 to be specific to alternative preparation programs. All in favor, please raise your hand. That passes 11-3, perhaps? Okay, so back to the committee motion as amended. Motion is that the board approves R277-303 Draft 3 on second and final reading as amended. Any further discussion of that motion? Seeing no lights, all in favor, please raise your hand. Oh,
I think they get
Member Davis.
I have another motion for 303, an amendment. This is a new one. So
Okay.
I move that the following new subsection 1D be added to the superintendent's responsibilities after line 137 of R277-303 Draft 3. D, ensuring that alternative preparation program applicants be grandfathered from new program requirements added after the applicant's acceptance into the program.
Okay,
I'd like to speak briefly to the motion.
that does need a second. Is there a second?
Second. Oh.
Oh, 5 seconds. Did you get one of those? Okay. Back to the maker, Member Davis.
I mean, this just assures that one of our responsibilities is that we're not going to have sort of program creep onto applicants. So once they sign the contract and they're like, we're ready, we're rolling, they don't get new things added on top of them that they weren't expecting, extending their time or such. And this, again, would be specific to the Apple program. Or, sorry, to the alternative preparation programs. Yes, sorry, thank you.
All right, so the motion is that the following new subsection 1D be added to the superintendent's responsibilities after line 137 of R277-303 Draft 3. Quote D, ensuring that alternative preparation program applicants be grandfathered from new program requirements added after the applicant's acceptance into the program. Any further discussion to the motion? Seeing no lights, all in favor, raise your hand. That appears to be unanimous. All right. Okay, and back to the underlying motion then. The underlying motion is, out of the committee, that the board approves R277-303 Draft 3 as amended on second and final reading. All in favor, please raise your hand. Get the count there. That motion passes 12-3. Sorry, did we get the count correctly? Member Klein, Member Green, are you a no? Your no's on that? Okay. 11-3. Okay. Back to Chair Hymas.
Thank you. The last agenda item, item 13.9, we have already covered. That concludes law and licensing for today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair Hymas. So, we are moving into the swing shift. I will remind members that we are 4 hours behind, and we may need to just keep our comments to one per member and try to consolidate, because tomorrow morning we have committee meetings at 8. So let's move back to legislation, I believe, with Deputy Superintendent Stallings. We do have pizza on the way.
Canal. All right.
All right, Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Okay. All right.
And Policy Analyst Greg Cannell.
Thank you. So there are 2 items under the legislative session. The first one is just a general item to discuss bills, and I understand we are way behind time, so I will just start with one, HB 118, because and the reason why I'm bringing this to your attention today is because we've had a lot of questions from board members. It is also a bill that has already passed out of committee. It is on the floor of the House and has been circled for a while. We've had LEA procurement officers who've reached out to us with some concerns, and so I just wanted to share with you an update on a meeting we had this week. So Greg, if you'll go to lines 444 through 446, there's a portion of this bill that would change the rulemaking authority from the Procurement Policy Board to the State Board of Education. And in a lot of ways, this would be in line with, if you look at the next line down, for state higher ed institutions, that is the Utah Board of Higher Education. And so the amendment that's currently in the first substitute, HB 118, would have had the same effect. We met with the procurement officers this week, and they recommended that the rulemaking authority not be transferred from the Procurement Policy Board to the State Board, but instead that we bring in the section of code about the board's powers and explicitly provide that the State Board could engage in corrective action related to procurement issues, but not have the board be the rulemaking authority. So we wanted to give that update to you and see if there was any feedback before Representative Tusher moves to uncircle and move on the bill.
Yeah, so as chair of the audit committee, I attended that meeting and I've received plenty of feedback. This is a bill that we asked for, so, you know, following through is just in good faith. The reason for moving that was not to be, and I assume, I suspect that many of you have gotten questions or concerns from your local LEAs. What was explained is the intent is not to take over and create a bunch of rules that they need to follow. But what we found in several audits was basically LEAs, perhaps the business folks, business side of things said, oh, we don't have third-party vendors. We don't have, you know, we might have 5. But then when our auditors dug in, there were many, many, many more. And the shift is, in trying to be brief, I understand, Chair, is procurement used to be desks and chairs and tangible things. And now we're moving into procurement of services and services to children. And it's a different kind of space. And while the state procurement policies, there's very good reason for them to stay at that table. It provides a unified front for all state activities, and they stay in line. The concern is that if we don't have, and it's unfortunate in this case that it's named rules, if we don't have guidelines for those, especially the smaller LEAs, when they're entering into a contract. For example, a principal purchasing a computer program can be entering into a contract with unintended consequences. And if there aren't procedures for that, they can find themselves in a world of hurt. So rules in this case are more like guardrails than they are to punish or to add more work. It's to make sure and to ensure and to protect our LEAs because there's a lot of predatory, in my view, predatory, that's my word, vendors out there that want a piece of the pie. We spend a lot of money. A lot of money transfers hands. The suggestion that was offered by referring back to the procurement code where we address the cap is only after the accident happens, so to speak. That addresses a cap after there's a problem. My concern is it doesn't address prior to an accident happening, so to speak. So my concern as audit chair, as just one board member, is that by allowing them to stay, which we would, I think, be the only, higher ed has their own rules. We're the only agency that does not, or, oh no, okay. By leaving that outside of education, we can't make education-specific guidelines for smaller LEAs and charters, and they could get themselves into hot water pretty fast with these contracts. So I just wanted you to have that information. That conversation is ongoing. I do believe that there are other, on the vendor side, there's some people that would like to talk to us to lobby for us to not put that in there. And that to me is a red flag when vendors don't want those types of protections. I want it, obviously, I want to treat our LEAs correctly and right, and I don't want to create unnecessary work. I'm not a fan of a million rules, but I do want them to have the benefit of guardrails. So Just wanted to add that in there.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. Deputy Stallings.
I just wanted to add that the vendors who've reached out for additional language changes actually in a different section of the bill. It's the part about the False Claims Act, and they would like some language to be added about knowingly and bad faith. And we are meeting with some of representatives of those folks next Tuesday.
Thank you, Deputy Stallings. We've got some lights. Let's see the order here. We've got Member Bogus, Member Lear, and Member Straight.
Thank you. I'm going to try to be fast. So I did have a number of people reach out to me on this, and they are, one individual in particular is very concerned that as an LEA, a genuine LEA, they are not allowed to set their own procurement policies. If this were to be passed, that they would no longer be allowed to do that. And I would just like your response to that.
Thank you. Yes, in the original bill, we had inadvertently struck, Greg, if you can highlight, it's where it says except to the extent of a school district or charter school's own non-administrative rules. The original bill actually had struck that, but the first substitute reinstated it. So I believe that the concern that the person who reached out to you had was with the original bill, and that was fixed in committee.
Oh, awesome. Thank you for that. Okay, and then the next one was the concern is, how do I want to articulate this? The concern is that perhaps this bill is intended to point fingers at different LEAs, and they're very concerned that it was drafted to address, I don't know, maybe you might get that, maybe not. I just listened and said I would bring it forth on their behalf, but they feel very targeted by this bill.
Deputy Stallings, any response?
I guess what I will say is I believe, and maybe Vice Chair Hart could speak to this even more than I could, but there have been multiple audits, not one audit of one single LEA, but there have been a string of audits that have highlighted some needs. And so, but one or more of the audits may have been about a particular LEA, and that might be what you're speaking. But my understanding is it's not about one single LEA, nor is it about one single audit.
Other, let's see, Member.
I
you
will
wanna
address
respond to that?
that.
We have, okay.
Just because of being an audit, there is a pervasive feeling that whoever we is out to get certain providers of services. I want to be on the record that absolutely not. The problem was, and what slowed down the audit was in their sample of, well, many more than just a few districts, the number of third-party vendor contracts was wildly different than, one person said one thing, but then when they dug deeper, they had plenty more. It had nothing to do with any one district. And we have those audits. And so if you get that question again, we can point back to the audits where that data is available.
All right, we had Member Lear and then Member Straight on deck.
I've always had mixed feelings about this bill. I think it's getting a little better, and I'm trying to be a good team player as a member of the audit committee, and think that this is a good idea, although I'm more a fan of local control. My narrower concern is to that amended language, Angie. With all due respect to Vice Chair Hart, rules are rules. We can't call them administrative rules and say they're guardrails. They're rules. And I am uncomfortable with letting someone else write the rules and putting us in an enforcement role. I feel like if we're going to have to enforce something, we should be able to write the rules, and not trying to make more work for the rule writers, but I just don't like to be in the position of enforcing rules that we don't write. So I'm not in favor of that kind of thing.
Did you want to address that, Deputy Stallings?
I was just going to say, based on your comment, you would prefer the first substitute as is, which would give us the rulemaking authority, not amending it to just have us be the corrective action agent.
Right, I mean, don't you feel uncomfortable with
That's status quo.
acting on stuff based on rules we don't write, who don't understand our capacity or our procedures? I think that's it could be challenging.
Member Davis.
Could somebody clarify, does this just represent status quo? I mean, it seemed like a week ago, someone said, you took out the rulemaking provision, and someone said, well, right now we can just do a cap if those guidelines aren't followed. Doesn't this now kind of go back to status quo? Like, what's the difference between this language and what we saw 1 week ago?
You're right, that this language is still the same language that we saw a week ago, which would maintain or now change from the Procurement Policy Board to the State Board of Education. What we're reporting on is a potential change, but before we did that, we wanted to see if you agreed with the procurement folks that we met with, who instead of having the State Board have rulemaking, said take that out of the bill, but instead have in the State Board's powers explicitly state that the board could take corrective action when an LEA has procurement, violates
Don't we already
provisions.
have that? We're just reinforcing it here?
So that is an interesting question you ask. If you look at the board's powers, it explicitly states that the board can enter into corrective action for reported violations of the education provisions of code and things it makes rules on. So the procurement provisions of law are in a totally different section of code. They are in 63G something.
But
They're
they
not in
cover
53E.
education
Yeah,
also.
they cover many entities.
So this, if we vote yes for this, it's not necessarily changing what we can already do. I mean, we could vote for it to make it more clear. It makes it more clearly communicated to people, but
Right now, without the
Theoretically.
bill, there's an argument that the state board may not enter in or engage in corrective action related to an LEA's procurement practices.
so this is clarifying that we can.
Correct, because we would be their rulemaking authority, and the code that governs your authority, your power, says that you have authority over any law that's in 53E, F, or G, or anything you have rulemaking over.
And last one, so procurement makes the rules for the whole state's procurement process, correct?
They do. There are exceptions. For example, if you look on those lines, you can see that for state higher ed education, and a state institution of higher ed, it's the Utah Board of Higher Ed. For USBE, or the Schools for the Deaf and Blind, it's the State Board of Education. If it's in public transit, it's the chief. You see, they all have different ones. Now, there are a couple that have this policy procurement board that is the rulemaking authority. It's not the majority, but it's not only LEAs, if that makes sense. And I don't know if Adam's here,
But they currently do, for LEAs.
for LEAs, it's the Policy Procurement Board, which is a board of 15 individuals who, there are two two district representatives. Adam Hurd, our procurement officer, sits on. There are a number of higher ed institution procurement officers that sit on that. So we have a seat, even though they're not our rulemaking authority. The state board is our rulemaking authority. We have a seat at that table, and it's essentially made up of the people who, the rules are made up by the people who the rules would govern, if that makes sense.
So,
Hold on, Vice Chair Hart has a.
yeah, we don't actually have anything on the table right now. I want to be very clear. I don't want to make the amendment. I want to make the rules, but in a spirit of bringing, because we asked for the bill, we brought the compromise to this body so that the whole board could weigh in on whether or not to make the compromise. What I am going to move is that would that be a motion?
A motion to support first substitute HB 18.
The first substitute, not the substitute with the change.
Correct.
So I move we support the first sub of the bill that says that we would maintain the rulemaking authority and still allow, which would still allow local procurement folks to have a seat at that table, but we would make the procurement rules there.
Is there a second to that motion?
Maybe not.
I'll second, so we can discuss. I see a light from Member Davis.
Remind me, how do they have a seat? Is this kind of like a halfway between what their expressed concerns were a week ago and what the traditional language was?
So how the state procurement works is they have basically a table and people have seats at that table and they make their own rules.
But you're moving away from that.
No, what we are saying is we would make the rules. So they believed that if we made the rules, they would have to exit the table and they wouldn't be at the table with the state procurement folks. What we found was that USHE follows the model that we think would be prudent, well, I think would be prudent, where they maintain their seat at the table with the state procurement policymakers group, but we also make our own rules, which is exactly what USHE does. And that way they still have a seat at the table, but we still can put guardrails and rules around how contracts and procurement happens. So it was a lack of understanding how USHE did it, where they could do a little bit of both when the problems arose.
May I clarify one thing?
Please.
Although I just want to clarify though that although USHE does have rulemaking authority, at this point they have wholesale adopted. They have not made any changes to what the procurement policy board. So does that make sense? So they have the authority, but they have chosen not to make any amendments.
And we might not either.
Okay, I see Member Lear.
No, sorry.
No? Any further discussion to that motion? Okay, the motion is that the board support first substitute HB 118. All in favor, raise your hand. That motion passes. All right, thank you. So we've had, Deputy Superintendent Stallings, we've had one other request to discuss HB 61, I believe, if I'm getting that correctly,
Yeah.
from Member Reel. If that's all right, we can just raise that for some questions to Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
And while Greg is getting his notes on HB 61, we may be able, I don't know, there has been a substitute, but I know that Deputy Superintendent Patty Norman has also been engaged in some conversations with the sponsor. So if, Greg, you want to give a short summary of the bill, and then maybe Deputy Norman could help.
Yes, thank you. Greg Cannell, Policy Analyst, Utah State Board of Education. This bill is entitled School Safety Requirements, run by Representative Wilcox. This bill would essentially create a school security task force, which could be comprised of 15 members, 2 of which would come from our body. That would be our public safety, it would be our State Board of Education security team, and the school safety specialist would make up 2 of those members. This task force would determine qualifications and duties and the responsibilities of the state security chief, develop trainings for active shooter and emergency responses in schools, and it would recommend safety and security protocols for the design and construction and reconstruction of current and existing schools. It would create standardized trainings and hiring requirements of SROs and review and revise critical incident response training programs. The task force would also develop legislation and prepare a report that they would give, and it would expire, the task force would expire on January 31st, 2023. The bill also would require that each LEA has an SRO, or a school resource officer, that would be hired by that LEA, and they would have to contract with the local law enforcement agencies for that school resource officer. The estimated fiscal impact, there's no money given with this bill, but they're estimating that it would be anywhere from $43,000 to $87,000 for an SRO per LEA, which would be around 15 million, 0.3 statewide.
Further questions? Oh, Deputy Norman, did you have a comment?
Thank you. There's been a lot of updates, but first I would like to understand what your question is.
Oh, yeah, we've gotten some outreach from some of our districts that we share about some concerns about the bill, and they were talking about the second substitute, because I believe Wilcox did say that he intended to use that. So, do you want me to speak on those?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, there are things in the bill that Salt Lake School District has mentioned that they do support, you know, things like there's a piece in there about performing threat assessments, which I think is mostly done in most of our schools, and the grant program as well. But they did have some concerns, and most of them were around local control. And part of that comes from the diversity of districts that we have in our state, and knowing that the concerns and safety issues that Salt Lake County districts will have are much different than the rural districts. They also had some concerns, and I agree with them on all of these concerns, by the way, is that that this is something that does not need state authority, as many local boards and districts can handle this on their own, and is troubling to them to have a state authority in the sense because of the different needs and concerns. They also mention in there that the state board would have to issue an RFP for firearm detection software, and the local boards can already do this, so we don't need USBE oversight on that. As well as they wanted to mention that Granite is already debuting a weapons detector at Hunter High, and that Salt Lake School District will be putting in weapon detectors in 3 of their comprehensive high schools this spring. Another part was the lines 252 to 254, which you can pull up. This section they found problematic, as I do, is it basically requires a contractor to create a command center run by highly trained staff that is operated 24/7 to supervise the weapons detection software. And just from a fiscal point of view, this seems like a very expensive piece of the bill that I'm not sure is fully weighed in that fiscal note that you mentioned. So, I mean, in summary, it feels as though the state is overstepping things that can be dealt with on a local level, and that the reason most to support the local control is primarily because of the different needs of different areas of Utah, right? So Salt Lake School District is going to have a lot different needs than other districts across the state. So,
Thank you. Deputy Norman.
Yes.
Friedman.
I was looking to see what you were eating first, because I'm like, is a pizza here? But okay, here we go. I appreciate those questions, and I was trying to capture all of them as you were speaking, so I apologize if I miss any of them along the way. So I'm going to start by maybe answering some of them in a way that speaks to first the grant, the threat assessment. I'll speak to what passed, so that it helps us bring into what passed, and then it makes it specific to your questions as we move through it. We were able to meet with Representative Wilcox on this bill, and he listened to the board's priorities. And some of the priorities listed within it were the threat assessment. We talked about school safety officers, and we talked about the what was the third? I'll read it down here. Yeah, to require the threat assessment, to have the school safety specialist with the school safety academy. And so part of this would be to fund that piece as well. So there would be opportunities to assign the school resource officer or the school safety specialist, as now stated in his bill, to kind of be similar in duties, or assigned a school resource officer could also be labeled as a school safety specialist. And so there's some things that he actually did specifically for our board in looking at our priorities across the board. The other piece that you were speaking to, so the threat assessment determined, that was one of our other priorities within it, is that threat assessment that we'd asked for. And I think that the one that's going to be used, and I apologize because I keep looking at Rhett and he's shaking his head when I'm saying it, so is the CSTAG model. And it's one that most of our schools, I think we have quite a few schools that are already using it. We can send out a copy of that to anyone that would like to see what that is. So it really did go off many of the board priorities. In response to the weapons piece, that wasn't a part of something that we talked to him about. That wasn't our push in there at all. It was really about the ones that we had talked to. He did state when we spoke to him that he would try and be funding this as seed money for any of these things that were going on. But I think the largest understanding that I came away from after talking to him is that this safety person isn't meant to be the school safety czar or ombudsman. It's actually meant to be a new position that is statewide safety. It just happens that education is the first entity that will go through this process. Therefore, as we were sitting here today, I was also paying very close attention to everything you were saying, but to that committee as well, because anything that is safety involved at all, whether it's a school, whether it is a building, anything that's according to the state, will then be going through the Criminal Justice Committee instead of the Education Committee. And so when we talk about a full-time something and metal detectors, then that would be a part of the broader conversation, as well as what does that look like in state buildings and whatnot. We're just the first ones going through it. So I don't know if that spoke to your question or not. Did I miss any of them?
No, that was great, thanks. And I think more so it might be just on principle that a lot of things are happening, and it feels like, you know, the resource officers and these schools and districts have really, you know, close relationships. And so it feels almost like the resource officers are now going to have state control rather than the districts having that, right? So.
Oh, okay. And I'm wondering if Rhett could maybe even speak to that. One of the things in his bill is it talked about funding a school resource officer in all of our secondary schools. That would be seed money just for that, you know, the 1 year. But he also said the other line in there, it says, or enhancements. So it doesn't necessarily mean a school resource officer. It could be something else as determined by that needs assessment. And so it doesn't have to necessarily fund one of those things. Rhett, do you have another answer to fully answer what she was speaking to? No.
Thank you. Rhett Larson, School Safety Specialist. And those are conversations we have often as a school safety center. And on that school safety center, the Utah State Board of Education School Safety Center, you have a liaison from the Department of Public Safety. And those are ongoing conversations. So one of the great work that he recently created was the UTASRO, the Utah Chapter of School Resource Officer Organization. Some of the feedback that we actually get from a lot of SROs is they want direction. There's kind of, depending on where you're at in the state, there's more direction than others. And they do want to have this baseline of what are best practices. What could we be doing? What should we be implementing on? That's what the academy does, is it creates that basic safety for the whole state. And it takes it through the lens of what is best practice, which the number one thing we can do to prevent targeted school violence is have threat assessment and multidisciplinary teams. That's according to the U.S. Secret Service. So we want to make sure we are aligning and we are moving as a state together. One of the key takeaways I received in Texas last year, shortly after the horrible events at Robb Elementary, was them wanting to make sure they were all on the same page. And that's what the academy, through the school safety specialist, will do. And anyway, so again, we want to bring everyone together, learn with and from, still have that local control piece, but make sure we are creating conditions that we are learning nationwide, that we should all be on the same page with school safety.
And if I may add one thing, An example that might make it all kind of clear is right now in our state, depending on what school, LEA, whether you're in a mall, whether you're in an office, they have different standards response protocols. So someone might say lockdown, someone might say stay in place, someone might say something different. So depending on when you're at, if someone's telling you these words that are, not everyone's going to be doing the same thing. And they want to be able to create those conditions across the state so that if something's announced in a mall and they say, lockdown or stay in place, everyone knows what a protocol is, just to help our responders be able to better serve the public.
All right, further, we don't have necessarily action before us,
No,
but it's an
I just
opportunity
wanted-
for questions and
Yeah,
answers. So
questions
further
and answers, and
questions,
I think
Member
you
Reel?
have something.
I do have one thing.
And really, I just
Sure.
wanted to make sure that we were speaking for our districts that had some concerns about it. So that was mostly my point. We don't have to vote on it, but I think that a lot of the concerns that we brought up at least have been, you've already talked to him about, so.
Thank you, Member Reel. Member Lear.
And the one part that I do feel strongly in terms of what Salt Lake has communicated to us is the issue about the school resource officers. I'm looking at lines 259 plus in second sub. The state board may award a grant to an LEA in response to an LEA request. And what I don't like is Salt Lake has been very proactive in this process, and they've got a more complicated population than most other school districts. So I very much admire that. I admire their independence, and I admire their again, moving forward on this. But where it says, on line 267, I think this is unfortunate. An LEA may not apply for a grant under this section to fund services already in place. So if Salt Lake already has comprehensive services, it would be too bad for them not to be able to get a grant that then would cover the cost of those services. So that is something I'm just asking personally, if maybe you could, if you don't get any, violent objections from other board members, if maybe we could talk to the sponsor about, and I know that's the whole traditional thing of supplanting and whatever, but if Salt Lake has done this work and is ahead of is more innovative or aggressive than most school districts in this protection, I think they're being, I think they're being kind of punished for that, which is consistent with how Salt Lake is treated in many other ways. So I just would ask that maybe that would be rethunk.
I think we have, Deputy Norman.
Thank you for that comment, because we actually brought that comment up because we spoke to it, the same with our FDK. Those schools that were already funding it are then being penalized for being early innovators and really taking that hit themselves. We did talk to him about that. The response was, this is seed money, and again, it's about the enhancement. So if Salt Lake has this, but they're seeing that they need something else, they could apply for this something else that they feel that could still have a gap. It's time-limited money. It's not meant to last forever. It's just a seed money to get someone started who didn't have any of those interventions in place.
And I appreciate that. Just, if I can just respond quickly, I appreciate you raising the issue. I still feel like I don't want them to make up projects. I just wish that their innovation could be acknowledged and recognized with some money, and maybe they can go from a 3/4 time to a full-time SRO or something like that. But I those kinds of things, punishing the districts that are leading is never a good thing.
Vice Chair Earl.
I think I would echo that same thing, because I've heard that same dialogue, is that we have some districts that have done certain things right. This is just using the threat assessment that is based on evidence or based practices allows districts it's not meant to be punitive from what I understand. It's meant to be, okay, you've reached here already, so here's this other piece that you can do. And because it's not ongoing, there's no, to say that we'll fund a SRO from it and then think that it's going to keep going. So you got to be, I think, even a little strategic about that. So those that have benefited from, making those decisions ahead of time will continue to benefit. So.
If there's anything else specific that you'd like for us to take up and speak to him about, then feel free to email that to us as well. He's been very responsive.
Any further questions or comments to that one? Okay, thank you. Back to Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Chair Moss, I was just going to state, if the board would like to take an official position to request the sponsor remove lines 267 through 268, I do have that motion drafted. If you wanted to make that motion, that then we could share in a committee or with the sponsor.
I would like to make that motion. And again, I understand the notion of seed money. That's a really good point, Jenny. And I appreciate, sharing the wealth. But if it could be written in such a way that they could get some financial credit for what they're doing, that would be very much appreciated. So taking that information to the sponsor with that concern, again, and I'm sounding a little defensive, but Salt Lake is so often criticized, but has done a great job in this area. And I would like them recognized and be able to get some funding, even if it's one time, even if it's a grant minimal. I'd like them recognized for the good work they've done.
Could we amend the motion to say that we support the bill, but ask for this amendment so that we show the sponsor that for sure we support the bill, but we would like to see this?
I'm fine with that too.
So, we have a second. I guess we have a motion, an amendment. Between the two of you, we'll count that as a motion and a second without the amendment process, because it's 5:45. Discussion of the motion. Member Straight.
I'll be really quick. So maybe, and I'm just throwing this out there, perhaps those funds could be used for upgrades or updates to these safety measures, and that would cover it as well as recognize Salt Lake City.
Is that what's in 268, or is that different from,
It's already in there.
slightly different?
It's in there.
Go ahead, Member Lear. Did you want to address?
It's a little different. It says right now, and I hope I didn't lose the lines. It says enhancements, I think.
Expansion. Expansion
yeah.
of existing services.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if in honesty and integrity, Salt Lake says we don't have any enhancements or upgrades or whatever, we've already got everything we want and need, then I hate for them not to be able to get any. I doubt that's the case, though. Possibly. Let me put it this way, if the language could be improvements or broader language, I don't want to belabor this, we've got really important things to go on to. So if it could be broadened as much as possible to give those early adopters and excellent adopters an opportunity for grant money, I would like it.
Member Lear, if we have a motion on the floor to support the bill, we probably need to be specific about what proposed language. What are we looking for here? Is it to strike or to expand from expansion into upgrades and enhancents or something
Yeah,
to that
I'm
effect?
just looking for a word quickly. If anybody can think of a word that's broader than enhancements.
Well, it's currently
Just strike it.
expansion of existing services, so.
Or, doesn't it say enhancements? 260 it's on? Interest request for proposal.
It says expansion, so you could say
Just strike
upgrades,
it.
enhancement, or you could just strike it.
Strike.
Let's just see what you want to do.
I'm sorry, I'm looking for the exact line.
268.
8. Oh, to fund an expansion of existing services. I think enhancements is maybe a little broader, and if we could just add expansion or enhancements, that would be
But
more breadth.
It doesn't fix your problem. They're still saying they may not apply for a grant under the you just strike the whole thing.
Well, I know, but I'm thinking it's not gonna go for that. I'm
Then, can I make a
Well-
friendly
Sure.
amendment, or not amendment, can I just make a friendly suggestion that we just say contingent on the removal of lines 267 and 268 instead of request?
So, well,
Why not?
Member Lear is the maker of the motion.
I-
What's your take? We need to get a motion on the floor.
I think we should support this. I think our staff has been working on it. I think it has a lot of good things in it.
This was not requested by our staff.
No, but have you not been working on it? Right. So maybe you're right. It says may not, so that's obviously we're all getting tired. I'm especially getting tired. So I think that I don't want to not support it. It's who can not support grants for school safety? But I do think that
Then
that
just leave
would
it.
be more fair to all LEAs if it said that. So I would be satisfied with approach the sponsor, ask him to remove the language, or maybe then change it so that it,
So, are we, Member Lear, let's just tee up a motion. Are we looking for a motion to support with conditions or just to
No,
direct staff to
initi-
make a
support-
request?
Support with suggestions and request is what I'm
Okay,
saying.
and so would that be to strike or to
To strike.
modify
To
expansion?
strike.
Okay.
But I want to be flexible. I want to be an innovator. Okay.
So the motion is that the board supports S second sub HB 61 if the sponsor removes or amends.
Not if. With the request. With the request that the sponsor removes or amends lines. That would be sufficient.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you for helping me.
All right. The motion is that the board supports second sub HB 61 with the request that the sponsor removes or amends lines 267 and 268 in the bill. We lost it. I almost had it. Or was it an either or? So either or, okay, which is how we had it. All right, so I think the language we had was correct. It was an either or. Go back to the motion. Do we have the motion language? We just need to put that to the body. Deputy Stallings, I think we had, there we go, okay. All right, motion is that the board supports second sub HB 61 with the request that the sponsor removes or amends lines 267 and 268 in the bill to add the expansion or enhancements of existing services. So this would either remove those two lines or amend line 268 to take expansion and include instead enhancements, correct? It's an either or. Okay. Any further discussion of that motion? All in favor? Oh, sorry, Vice Chair Earl.
I guess I don't need to, but I appreciate the conversations that have gone on here. I appreciate that we're supporting this because I know he's worked with, from where this started, he's worked with a lot of public education entities to try to accommodate and meet the needs. And I think we're landing in a better spot here. So I do appreciate the dialogue that's gone here and the support.
Okay. All in favor, raise your hand. Do it. Member Green has a hand up, I think. Okay, Member Davis. Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. Back to Deputy Superintendent Stallings. Further items for legislative business.
Yes, so I think, Chair, are we moving to 10.2 now for the two updates on requests for statutory change? Is that where we're not going to discuss any more bills, is that correct?
Correct.
So the next item, 10.2, we have two sub-items under that. The first is, you may remember in your last meeting that the board requested an update on staff work on a potential bill on educator evaluation, which we'll do first. And then second will be a discussion of statutory recommendations from the Reports and Requirements Task Force. So.
I'm sorry.
10.2. Yeah. And so we're going, Chair, if it's all right with you, Director Thronson is going to first start with an update on the educator evaluation bill and the progress we're making on the potential draft legislation. There's no official draft bill yet, but we have information that we will be providing to the sponsor and for drafting instructions.
Yeah,
and she is
thank
just
you.
connecting to the
Thank you, Director Thronson. And maybe just a bit of brief background for new board members. This is a subject that has come up and then come back, right? So postponed and come back in a bill. Could you just sort of give us the background and then go into the updates?
Yes, so I'll do a little summary of the historical. We identified last year that we needed to update our Utah effective teaching standards to lead into a revision to teacher evaluation. So the board approved the teaching standards in August. We also got an audit by the auditor's office on teacher evaluation with some significant findings around how well LEAs are following the requirements in teacher evaluation. We were already planning on doing teacher evaluation redesign. It was just another layer of, there's some opportunity here. Whether we pass, do this bill or not, we have to do more with our LEAs to hold them accountable to what the law is. Right now, every teacher is required to be evaluated every year, and that is not happening in every LEA the way that it is expected to. So that audit just kind of combined with our desire to improve teacher evaluation through new standards and even the process. We convened a stakeholder group of just focus groups to start of a few hundred educators, principals, teachers, coaches, and so on, came together, gave us feedback on what teacher evaluation should be, how to give effective feedback, what they liked about our current model, what they would like to see change, and then we took that to a design committee who designed the evaluator growth framework that some of you have heard of before, that we will come and rule on. The policy for legislature will be very much just giving you the authority to be able to have a pilot program, and then the board will determine what that pilot program would look like. We'll have recommendations of staff from those focus groups and the redesign committees. And then in the last couple of months, we've been working with business administrators, lawyers of the LEAs, superintendents, UEA and others to say, what does the legislation need to change to give the board the flexibility to run a pilot? So that is kind of where we are today. And I was going to start with Dr. Jennifer Thronson, Director of Teaching and Learning. I was going to start with just clarifying. I've heard a lot of misunderstanding about what evaluation is and what it's not. So just to clarify, when we talk about teacher evaluation, it is about performance. How are they doing in accordance to the board established standards? So for teachers, that would be the Utah Effective Teaching Standards. For principals, that would be the Utah Effective Leadership Standards and so on. And whether they're effective or ineffective with those standards. That's what evaluation measures. What it doesn't measure or attend to is conduct. So when you say, what if they break R277328? That has nothing to do with evaluation. That has to do with conduct and due process and termination. They are not one and the same. So I wanted to clarify that because even in our last meeting, we had board members asking like, I don't think we shouldn't evaluate them every year. If they do something in violation of work policies, school board policies, state board rules or law, that has nothing to do with teacher evaluation. That has to do with conduct, and they are able to be dismissed. Okay?
Yeah, so, Dr. Thronson, so in our evaluation, we have a line item that says, is compliant with all Utah law and board rule. And it is part of our evaluation process in my district. And I believe that is a statewide line item on the teacher
It's
eval.
not part of the legal code. So they may have added that as a local decision, but the legislature does not have those two. They're actually called out separately in the code.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. There's a lot of local decision-making and evaluation as well. So I just wanted to clarify that. So if you're like, oh, but we really need to be able to say when teachers are breaking a policy, that's a conduct violation, not an evaluation performance piece. So moving ahead into what the actual suggested revisions would be, I have the big no to help you. Like, if it's here, that's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about evaluation, and that's truly how well are they instructing the students that they're serving. So just specifically connecting to code, the code sections related to teacher evaluation, there are 18 sections, start at 53G 11-501 and go through 518. And then the board rule related to teacher evaluation is 533, just for those of you that are like, what is already required and want to get more informed there. The amendments to code are just a few, and I'm going to go through each one so that you have a clear picture of what we would like to recommend based on those meetings with school district lawyers, UEA, superintendents, business administrators, HR directors, those kinds of folks. So the first one is in 53G 11-501-5. It's just to remove annual. And this would allow some flexibility in the pilot to actually do teacher evaluation once every 5 years, and then to be able to do the growth framework in between. So they would get evaluated with the Utah Effective Teaching Standards for teachers once up to every 5 years. So an LEA could do somewhere in between that as well, but that would be the change. So we would just drop the word annual to evaluation. and those in the pilot would have greater flexibility. There is a bill on the Hill by Senator Reeby that is amending this to be biennial, so they could do it every 2 years. Ours would actually propose that could pass, and then the current model could be every 2 years, and the people in the pilot would still be on the every up to 5-year program. So that is one significant change, and that really is to say, are they effective or not? If they're found effective, they would focus on things that they want to grow in based on the Utah Effective Teaching Standards. If they were found ineffective, they would go on to their plan of assistance and go through that process to remediate the areas of concern before they could be moved into a growth framework. They would have to be able to be seen as an effective educator before they can go into a growth framework. Yeah, we've been working. And then the next one is 53G11-504. And basically this one would just allow us to have some flexibility around adding the LEA framework. So what we asked for them to do in this part of the code would be to add an exception that allows if those in the pilot to be exempted from evaluating employees annually and afforded the opportunity to evaluate once every 5 years. So those two codes are basically, would both need to be amended, but for the same purpose, to give the flexibility to the LEAs in the pilot to evaluate once every 5 years or whatever frequency they desire within that 5 years. And if a teacher is marked effective, then they would go into the growth plan framework and really work on goal setting and establish focus goals. And those that are found ineffective would go into plan of assistance and go down that pathway. So it basically turns into kind of a 2-route path. 505 would add an allowance that would give the board the authority to set this framework up and to establish and rule what would be required to be in the pilot, what they would actually pilot, that kind of thing. So we're putting very little in code to give you guys greater flexibility. It's a pilot. We think we know what we want to do perhaps, but as you implement it, there might be needs for changes, and you all are a lot more flexible and nimble to be able to make those changes than putting them in code. So this is just an opportunity to give the board the authority to make rules related to the pilot. 507, this came out of the working group. They recommend going from 4 levels to 2. In all systems, whether you're in the pilot or the non-pilot. So currently there are 4 designations: not effective, minimally effective, effective, and highly effective. This amendment recommendation would say just to go to effective or ineffective. You either are or you're not. The gradation has led to teachers being like, we had one of our teacher of the year, he's highly effective. His school district was like, you get to make your own goals. Make up whatever you want to do. And he's like, I'm going to go back to being effective, so you have to give me feedback. And so it hasn't always proven to be helpful. And for teachers, it's like, why didn't I get highly effective? And it leads to this kind of, you're either effective or you're not piece. And so that is what the committee recommended. So that's one piece. And then add notwithstanding, again, this is just an exception to allow for that once every 5 years. You'll see that in multiple places in code, because in multiple places in code it requires an annual evaluation or the flexibility needed. Same idea in 508. It refers to the 4 levels of performance. This is just another place we would change it to effective or ineffective instead of the 4 levels. And then due to all the task force work on trying to remove reporting requirements, I asked the committee, would you be okay if we didn't have you report on your teachers, whether they were effective or not? Right now, we get about 98% of teachers effective, and that really doesn't yield too much information that's helpful, but is a burden on LEAs. And so we would repeal this section, asking them to no longer report the percentage of teachers effective. Not saying we couldn't ask an LEA at any time, but we would not ask for an annual reporting requirement. And then a shift that came as we were working with Representative Peterson, she asked, how about the educator salary adjustment? What do this working group of lawyers and HR folks and think we should do in that space? So this ties in because if you are not effective, you are not eligible for your educator salary adjustment. And what that has led to is a 98% rate of teachers being effective for many reasons, but part of it is principals, the livelihood, to take a teacher's livelihood of $4,200 and now it will be $10,200. 8,400, whatever it is now with the teacher's salary increase. That's a lot of money to take from a teacher when they're ineffective, and we haven't given them the coaching opportunity to be effective. And so what the working group recommended was to remove 4C from S2405, which would basically say you get your educator salary and it has no bearing on evaluation result. Remember, this is evaluation, which is performance, not conduct. And so this would be the recommendation, is that no longer would salary adjustments be contingent upon passing your teacher evaluation. So some significant changes. The anticipated impact, a question that came up last time was like, is this gonna be more or less work for teachers? So I reached out to a couple LEAs that had been on the working group and said, how do you anticipate this being different from what you're doing right now? And so they gave me kind of a breakdown by hours of what they thought it would look like. And then I thought, okay, here's the model we came up with. What would that look like for our new model? So the current evaluation system, this is how many hours these two LEAs reported that they currently require from their administrators and teachers per teacher, right? So administrator, 4 hours per teacher, the individual teacher, 12.5 hours in example 1, and then the other LEA was more similar between the admin and the teacher at that 4.85 and the 4.55. So about 5 hours is pretty typical in that one LEA, and then it's a little more variation on the other. So I took their information and said, okay, if we were doing doing the model that we will come and recommend to you at some point, what would it look like, and kind of broke it down by the different components. So part of the proposal we will give you, and obviously you'll have the opportunity to weigh in on that. So this is not the time to get too buried in the weeds, but just to look at the hours. The first year, there is obviously more training that would need to be required. So the first year, you'll see a little increase in both teachers and principals. After that, it gets back down to basically what it is now. Obviously, when you change a system, you have to do professional learning around that system, such as how do you set effective goals? How do you come up with evidence that shows your progress towards those goals? Things like that that our educators, both leaders and teachers, would need to receive some professional learning on. But after that, we get back down to basically where we are now in those two LEA examples or lower. So that is that piece. And then finally, just feedback from the field on the pilot framework, what we've kind of released out. We send it out 2 times for different rounds of feedback to the field. This is kind of the process we used. We did focus groups, we got a design team, we put it out for feedback, we refined it based on that feedback, and then we had the finalized proposal. So the elements that those different rounds of feedback came back is these pieces. They loved the goal-based approach, that it was educator-focused. Educators had a voice in what their goals were gonna be based on what they wanted to grow in. They were co-created with their administrator, so there's that connection. And they focused on a few standards instead of the entire US. So in our old Utah Effective Teaching Standards, there was 50 that people had to be measured on. We are now down to 24 or 23, but this would really require them to be based on 1, 2, or 3, depending on where the board goes, focusing their efforts on a more manageable set of standards and improving their practice through collaboration with their administrator. And they would have to have evidence of student learning based on what they choose for their goals, and that would be their submission of progress, along with feedback along the way from their administrator, and a reflection part of the work. And then the elements that when we ask people, what do you think would most positively impact student learning? Because ultimately teacher evaluation is about maximizing learning for kids, was the focus on student learning. This really is the teacher has to provide evidence that through this standard that they're working on, that they improved outcomes for kids, evidence of that progress, and then that educator-driven goal. They really thought there was a lot of value in teachers being able to personalize what they wanted to kind of focus their energies and their professional learning and their reflection time on. And that seemed to be really well received by the field. And then a big part that came out through kind of the open-ended questions in a survey, like, what else would you like us to know? Is there like, we love the model, we're gonna need help. And the help was gonna be, how do you effectively goal set with evidence? What does that look like? How do you give effective feedback in this model? And then what are some rubrics and look fors that we can have related to the new standards to support leaders and teachers in knowing what it looks like to execute that standard in classrooms? We're currently working on the rubrics and look fors right now because whether evaluation changes or not, the standards have changed and people will have to move towards those standards. And so that work, whether this happens or not, is in progress, but we have not moved into the effective goal setting or effective feedback part of support yet, waiting on kind of what happens here as well as what happens in session. So with that said, I will stop for questions, as I'm sure there might be a few, and I'll be hopefully be able to answer those.
Okay, thank you, Director Thronson. I see a light, but Member Bogus has left. I'll ask one question. I guess I have the procedural and substantive question. At what point do you anticipate that we'll have a bill ready for review by the board? A lot of things in progress here, but what's the timeline?
So it's in the queue. If you look on like the bill requests, it actually has a title and Representative Peterson next to it, but that's about it at this point. It's pretty far down in the queue. I don't know that we would maybe get one in time for the board to review before it gets released. It depends on if it gets released on a Friday and you don't meet till Thursday. I don't know if they'll hold it that long. Angie, I might have to rely on Angie for policy guidance.
So normally when we have a bill that we're working on, we don't ask the sponsor to necessarily have us share a draft before it is numbered. We have done that a couple of times. You may remember there was the add-on bill a couple of years ago. But, and also, of course, the draft bill from the interim committee was another exception where they were able to give us the draft. At this point in the session, every day counts. So like if there's a draft that's ready, we would normally have staff review it. If it's in line with what we just shared with you through this PowerPoint, it would be numbered. Then we would bring it to you, and then you'd have that opportunity to say, oh, we don't like this section, or we'd like to recommend that the amendments be made here. So that, I'm not sure if you were speaking to when can we expect the bill to be numbered. We have not been, we have not heard from the drafters that they're in the process of drafting yet. They are still working on priority bills, and I don't believe that Representative Peterson made this a priority bill. So it might be one of those that doesn't come out until the 5th or 6th week of the session.
Vice Chair Hart, are you moving to? Okay, we have others. I'll just one substantive question while I'm at it. The effective and ineffective. I recall arguments that when you have only two options, it tends to default to effective. And so, what's currently the purpose of effective and ineffective? And I understand that part of this is a shift to growth and sort of a formative approach, right? Where this is kind of your more summative. And what is that being used for currently? And is it not diluted by, I understand they're taking out the salary enhancement part of it, which sort of defaults even more to an effective position. But as I understand the basic argument there, the more options you have, the more likely you are to make an accurate and candid assessment of somebody, because you don't have to choose between the two. And so why deviate from that, and what does it have, what effect will that have on the purpose for which these four options are currently being used?
Yeah, it was a piece that they brought up in the working group I hadn't considered, honestly. I was like, okay, I mean, I don't do evaluation, so you tell me. What they found is having the four people end up not giving as explicit of feedback because they soften it. So if you're not effective, if you're minimally effective, you still should be on a route for improvement. It means you're not meeting standard and you need improvement. So to have four levels to differentiate, and the highly effective ends up being teachers going, well, why am I not highly effective? And that is just, it yields these conversations around, are those really necessary, or does it create this heartburn in teachers, like I didn't get highly effective, what could I do differently here? But ultimately, a lot of the systems aren't built effectively to be able to distinguish those four levels. Like they're like, yep, you're effective, but it takes a lot to get to highly effective. Some of our LEAs like hardly ever mark highly effective. If you looked at kind of the range of data, like their average is truly like barely a 3, and others like everyone's highly effective. So it's kind of lost its gradation. And ultimately, when you're determining the supports a teacher needs, where do you need to draw the line is, are you effective or not? And that's how we differentiate our supports. But if you guys want the four, I don't think it's a huge deal for the working group that recommended the 2 changes.
Okay, and I mean, my experience is that having more is more common in professions like law or engineering or medicine, whatever, and that's what teachers are. They're professionals, right? Where this tends to sort of make it where everybody's effective. I guess the other question is, what's this currently being used for? When you're rated on those 4 criteria, is that for perhaps working on performance improvement? Is it, where does that go? Understanding that over here is for the development and growth, what's this one, the summative, used for?
So the same, summative is used the same, it's just how it's reported differently. So in terms of if you are ineffective in a summative versus a formative, you're still going to be receiving support. They don't wait 3 years to go, oh, you're a struggling teacher, let's help you now that we got to summative. It really is that performance support.
Okay, thank you. We've got other lights on, so I'll spread around. Vice, let's see. Did you go?
Oh, I didn't go.
I have my little guide here. Vice Chair Earl, then Bogus, then Davis, then Hart. Do you want to?
I have So I have a question on, we have other bills moving currently. For example, Senator Reeby has a bill that falls under this area. You may evaluate a teacher annually or biannually according to whatever, criteria. So first of all, just a couple of things. This feels overwhelming and big. And I'm just stating that in general with the items that are listed here. And because of that, I'm really not comfortable moving forward with this. And then the other thing is, I'm wondering what other bills are out there that are surfacing in this area. And I don't know if we have knowledge of those, or even if I don't even know if Senator Reeby contacted us, or if this was looked at as a possibility of easing some of those requirements for certain educators that districts may. So I'm concerned. Maybe that's to say the least. There's a lot of movement, and when there's a lot of movement, it's not good for the education community. I don't want a big renovation. We just did this with literacy. We did this with other areas. And so I have great concerns in that area. And maybe they're not specific concerns, and maybe this is the great way to go. It just feels like a complete revision, which to me, I think we've got to be careful with our education community. So anyways, those are just my thoughts right now.
Any response, or is that just for question or just comment? Okay, let's move to, thank you.
There was no question in it, I have no response.
All right, Member Davis. Well, that's okay, we'll move through. Member Davis.
Yeah, I love that you moved from 50 to 24 in what we're trying to look at, areas of focus. I love that the pay is not tied so that we can do real coaching and it's not a threat of money loss. We can really just focus on improvement of instruction. I would suggest, if people have heartburn over ineffective and effective, when you're really gathering quantitative data, often it works equally well to do highly ineffective, ineffective, effective, and highly effective, because it still forces you into one of the categories. And then two quick questions. One, how many people would be in the pilot? Because to some people's points, I recently was in a meeting with educators. Member Bogus was with me too, and Member Lear, and the teachers were saying, no more new things. Hey, we just no more new things. But this, I see this as a change, actually a simplification change. But the bigger issue is it would just be a pilot to kind of figure out if this is something that's going to work or not, if people love it or hate it. So how many would be in the pilot? And the second question is, why on the chart, I was with you 100% until it got to, it's going to take the same amount of hours. If the effective or highly effective folks are only evaluating anywhere in the window of 5 years, why is it going to take the same amount of time that they're required right now to do annual evaluations if they've already shown they're effective?
Okay, so I'm going to answer the last one because I always lose track when there's multiple pieces. But the hour part is because you're still doing self-reflection, self-assessment, goal setting, and conversations with your leader. So you're not getting evaluated, you're getting supported on your professional learning goals. So it takes like actual intention to set your goals, talk about that with your principal, and get feedback throughout the year from your principal on those goals. And it's meant to be a reciprocal relationship where it's more of a coaching conversation than feedback in the way that teacher evaluation is. So there is still time that's required for sure. It's just different, and it's meant to be more of a support. A lot of people see evaluation as a hoop jump currently. I think your other question went to how many LEAs or how many pilots. There's nothing in here other than the authority to give you the right to have a pilot. At the end of the day, if you don't make a rule around what you want a pilot to be, you don't have to do anything. This just gives you the option to have a pilot. At that point, if it does get approved to allow that flexibility, we could get a feel from the field of how many would like to participate, and then put some restrictions or say, you know what, we'll take that. You want a good sampling across the state from different size of LEAs, charters, rural, urban, all of that. When Uinta did a pilot this year, they chose 3 of their schools, and those schools opted in, and that would be one way as well, as like what schools want to do this. From the feedback we've gotten from teachers, they really like this model better, and so it's more about them as a professional and growing in their profession than it is about, did I pass that hoop jump so I can get my lane change in my ESA? And so in this case, they could still move lanes, they could still get their ESA, which is great for a teacher, while they improve their practice if they're marked ineffective.
Okay, I can't remember if this is action or discussion, but I would support the language in the code, because we can make the pilot as narrow or broad as we want to. We could
We don't have a bill that we're
I mean,
actually
I'm sorry,
looking at,
I would support
so-
moving forward with getting a bill to give us flexibility.
So
And
I think
basically
that's
what I-
already happening, and the question is, when do we get an opportunity? Or Vice Chair Earl, did you, sorry, it sounds like work's being done. The question I had was, when do we have a chance to look at it before?
So basically what
it
I've
goes
submitted
out
to you is what it mostly will look like. They would take annual out, they would put in, like I tried to give you all the language that would change. The
Okay.
piece here would just say, allow for the LEAs participating in the pilot to be exempted from this. This part would just be adding this language that allows you the flexibility to have a pilot. So what I tried to do for you is
Okay,
basically
got
tell
it.
you how it would change.
Here's where it's going.
It's pretty much what it would
Okay,
be.
let's-
Obviously, I'm not a legislative drafter, but the language, the intent would be the
Got it,
same.
those are the concepts. Okay, let's skip, and I skipped you, Member Bogus, Member Hart, and Member Booth.
You will feel my offense later, Chair Moss, just so you know.
I'm sure I will.
I'm totally
Fire
joking.
away.
I'm
You
totally
got it.
joking. Dr. Thronson, I have a lot of consternation with some of the thoughts you shared, so I just want to run through those, and I'm going to try to be fast. You said the time to collect portfolios and review them is at or about 5 hours?
Yeah, let me go to the times. So this is ongoing collection throughout the year, so them giving their evidence is about an hour of collection.
About an hour of collection. So having done that previously, I bet every teacher in the building spent about 35 hours collecting evidence for their Danielson model evaluation.
Well, remember, that was a whole model with lots of components. I think the Danielson has 80. You would be evaluated on 2 goals. It's much smaller and much more succinct. There's less that you would have to provide because it's 2 standards instead of 80.
Well, I think
I don't know how many. We don't
teaching is
use the
a
Danielson,
broad
so.
and multifaceted thing. I
It
think
is,
we
but
should be
when you're
evaluated
doing
on
goal
in
setting,
multiple areas.
It's different though. There's evaluation and there's goal setting. So when they get their Utah Effective Teaching one, they will be evaluated on all. But
Okay.
When they're in the goal setting model, they're just evaluated on they're supported on the 2 areas of growth, not the teacher evaluation model.
Okay, thank you for
Does
that
that help?
clarification. Yes, yeah, it
Okay.
does help me a lot. So you suggested in 53G-11-501.5, and I understand that this is already in the code, but competent evaluation, what does that even mean? Can you have an incompetent evaluator and have a competent evaluation because the tool is good? It just seems like a weird word to codify, and if we're going after legislative changes, I think that word needs to be addressed.
Director Thronson, and then we need to go to Member
And
Hart,
I'm-
Member Booth.
I'm asking, I'm not trying to be combative.
No,
I
if the
just
board makes a motion for it, I'm happy to ask them to adjust it, but it's what the code is. We're trying
Yeah.
to make as little changes in it, so
Uh-huh.
people are like, we're not freaking out. Like, teacher evaluation is staying the
Yeah.
same for anyone not in the pilot.
Yeah, I understand that.
That kind of thing.
Deputy Stallings, did you hone away?
Yeah, I just thought it might be helpful if I give a little bit of background on the timeline and why I think there might be a little bit of confusion, either amongst board members or staff. And at the end of the day, we will do whatever you would like us to do. So if today you say, we love this, move forward 100%, we will do that. If you tell us today, thank you for all your work, but we would like you, staff, to please press pause, just know that opportunity is still there.
Okay.
The timeline, the way this rolled out, Back in May or June, the Finance Committee had a committee meeting where they began discussion of both policy and funding requests. One of the policy requests for information, in addition to one about charter school governance, was a request for more information about educator evaluation. And then during a study session, and I believe it was in August, but I sent an email to the full board about a month or two ago clarifying this, what had happened. As part of generally a discussion about funding requests, one of the motions also stated that the board supports staff moving forward with these funding requests and RFIs. One of the requests for proposals was about educator evaluations. Part of the reason I believe, I wasn't in the Finance Committee meeting, but one of the reasons I believe the motion was made by the Finance Committee, which ultimately led to this August motion, was there had been an audit that stated that recommended that the state board look at the evaluation practices of LEAs because there was no consistency. And that is where the RFI came, and there was this motion in August. Because that motion had primarily been about funding items, my team, which included Greg and Jeff and I at the time, inadvertently did not move that over to our policy requests document. So you may remember that I, in November, I believe, asked Greg to go back and listen to the motions that were made during that, and I want to say it was August study session, to check if the board had indeed given staff the green light, so to speak, to move forward on a bill file. And the reason it became important or pertinent at that point was because prior to that, the Education Interim Committee in May, as a result of the audit, again, had made a motion that they were going to work on a committee bill. So they were taking the driver's seat. And you may remember that in October and November, Law and Licensing Committee, staff brought versions, or at least instructions, and then actually a draft version of the committee bill. That committee bill didn't, it was reviewed, but the committee did not take any action, meaning the committee bill didn't move forward. What that practically means is that committee bill is closed. It doesn't move forward. It's a committee bill, so it's not like it belongs to, Representative Peterson or whoever's on the committee. So then once that happened, we had some questions about had the board approved it or not. That's when we did the research. And I want to say the email came out right before either must have been either the December board meeting or January, I can't remember. But I can, and you may, actually some of our newer board members may not have been on the board at the time that I sent that email, but if you'd like me to, I will forward the email I sent. That is about the time that we started to ask if there were any legislators, because of the previous motion in August. We were like, well, we should keep this moving forward, because even though the interim committee has ended, the board did give the green light to move forward, and Jennifer's been working with the stakeholder group, and now it is a pilot. So when we approached Representative Peterson, the discussion was, let's just have this as a pilot, not something that would apply to the full state. So Representative Peterson has now opened the bill file. To my knowledge, no actual drafting has occurred, so it's sitting there as an open bill file. But the contents of what Jennifer presented today is essentially what we would be sharing with the drafter to move forward as part of the pilot, although many of the details, as many as possible, I think Representative Peterson was going to exempt portions of the code to allow the pilot, and then the board rule, which we would start engaging in, say, in April or May. A lot of the details of this would actually come out in the board, throughout the board rulemaking. So at this point, the decision for the board, which we would love to be clear about this, because by all means, we do not want to move forward with a bill that the board does not support. We will stop. But the question for you today is, does the board support staff working with Representative Peterson on a bill that would enact a pilot? And the reason why the code is necessary is there are provisions in code that require very prescriptive elements of an evaluation system. The pilot that Jennifer has just described we don't want them to have to do both, the very prescriptive evaluation annually and then also engage in the pilot. There wouldn't be much of an incentive. So it would allow LEAs to be exempt from certain evaluation requirements, but they'd only be exempt if they engaged in the pilot as described in the board rule. And it's voluntary. The bill would say LEAs would be able to do it, not required. And that's where we're at today.
We have several lights. Can I just ask where the code section is that currently prescribes the type of evaluation? Was that already listed? Just a quick
It's going to
code
be
section.
somewhere in 501 to 518. I want to say it's 507. Let me pull it up.
So 53G.
11-507. I think that's the one
All
that.
right, thank you. And
Chair,
think
may I
it's
have
in some
popcorn
of your backup.
questions?
Well, let me
Smoking
spread
fast?
it around. Let me
Yeah.
spread it around. We got
Okay.
Let me
Vice
share.
Chair Hart.
Can
We
I?
got Vice Chair Hart and Member
I
Booth.
shouldn't hit
and then-
Okay, so
506,
I'm
yeah.
extremely I struggle with, out of one side of our mouth, we say we understand the rate of change, everything teachers are going through, trying to minimize that. On the other hand, I understand it's a pilot. I get that. What I don't feel comfortable with is how quickly this is coming together, so to speak. I wonder, is it possible to write the bill in a way that allows for a pilot, but then sends the structure of the pilot to a committee?
So
Can the bill be more?
you don't need to. You guys can say, put this in the committee and work on it. Because ultimately, we won't even have to have a pilot out next year. So at least for me, I would love to give the LEAs a year to plan before they even try the pilot. So as it comes back, you're just getting the authority to do that. And then if you guys want to say, we want this in this committee and have you guys kind of work up a draft for the full board's consideration, you'll have that authority by just having the pilot opportunity.
So the bill would allow for a pilot, not for a specific pilot?
Correct. Right now, it is just, the board would have a pilot of something else besides what's on the screen. This is the code you were looking for. Yeah, like you might have decided, no, it just says pilot.
Well, it's just for an example, I happened to read an article recently, a research report somewhere, that once you grade students' work, the feedback means nothing. So in applying that, say, to teachers, I don't even want effective and non-effective. I'm not going to look at somebody and say, yes and no. If it truly is a feedback system, there's some indication that you don't even have an evaluative yes, no, which in some ways is harsher than a 4-tier kind of thing. Those types of things, I really think we need to spend more time on, but I understand the desire for a pilot, and as an editorial, this is why I wish we only had rules and not as much statute, but anyway.
And that's the intent here. Like,
so-
it doesn't say anything about what would be included. It just says pilot.
Okay.
And so you all would get to determine what the new pilot would be. Right now, they're required to have self-evaluation, student and parent input, administrative employee input, evidence of professional growth, student academic growth data. Like, that's required right now. All of that would fade away, and you could decide what do you really want to be required in the pilot.
Thanks for
I think it's a great way
clarifying.
to kind of allow some innovation, allow us to try it before it goes, if it even
Gotcha.
goes to scale eventually. And you guys can determine how many LEAs are we okay with, how many schools are we okay with.
So it's a
participating.
non-prescriptive bill.
It's as-
These are just
it's as-
ideas.
It is as little direction to us as possible.
All right, Member Booth.
We need your approval, I believe.
I would just like to go on the record to say that I'm 500% supportive of the pilot because I believe in simplification and reduction, and there's precious little of it coming from almost any aspect of our operation. And I know we're trying, but it just takes time. And we're already this far along on possibly having a pilot to see if maybe we really could reduce and simplify and still get the job done. And I'm just very excited about that because I think the many overworked, underappreciated, tired teachers would be so happy to have something that smells like simplification or feels like a reduction in what's being required right now. And I do have a little bit of a problem with effective or ineffective because I think almost always we're going to say they're effective because that's pretty tough to say you're ineffective. Sorry. And she's effective. But if there was at least one more in the middle that was like, I don't know what, partially effective, marginally effective, less effective, I don't know what, but something that we could give a lot more instead of, because they're not really effective, but they're not ineffective like losers. So I'm just hoping that we can continue to move along the possibility of simplification and reduction because we love our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Booth. I think we have Vice Chair Earl and Member Green.
So I'm
Was that
I'm
a
trying to
motion?
remember, Patty's kind of looking it up for me, but Fillmore's bill from last year, was it only applicable to courses or was it applicable to? Yeah.
Yeah, it was other.
And why couldn't this fit in that category without having to go through? Yeah, okay.
This is code, not rule. So that bill allowed for them to waive board rule, but not statute.
Right.
And in this case, you would need to waive statute.
Okay.
Member Green?
Yes, I would actually just like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to move to actually stop this process and push it back to the Finance Committee for discussion and further ideas.
Is there a second to that motion? Oh, well.
I would second that motion.
Would it be, I guess we have a point of clarification that might or might not inform the motion, but I think question about which committee, if that were to happen.
Yeah, it would.
I suppose we would decide that. What would be the natural? I think it came out of finance because it was a funding option. Now it's more
It's
of a
been in law
policy
and licensing.
question. Now it's been in law and licensing.
It's been in law and
so
licensing for a few
that would go to
months.
leadership to
Okay, I
assign if the
misspoke.
motion carries. Okay.
So if,
I misspoke, I'm sorry. Law and licensing. It's late.
yeah, if I may, just,
We could look at it,
If
but
I
yeah.
can-
yeah,
Go ahead.
just to add on, just for complete transparency to everyone, I don't know if we can add it to tomorrow's meeting, but then that would mean that it would be in March's meeting. And then I think that may be too late if the board did want to take any action in terms of a bill, getting it drafted and all of those things, pushing it through. So I just wanted that to come to everyone's, knowledge that would be the kind of the option that you would be pushing, which is however the board would like to vote on that, just having
And
that
may I
in mind.
speak to the motion? Thank you, Tom.
Yes, thanks for the clarification. Yes, please.
I just, personally, I'm just hearing a lot of things that are red flags for me that aren't quite clear, and I guess maybe some approaches that I don't know would, I understand that we want to lessen the burden and streamline the process. However, I do feel like there's some quality checks along the way. Teachers' ability to bring in practices, the art and heart of teaching that I fear that this could suffocate out by its nature. So I would like to be a little bit more involved with the development of what they're suggesting. It's just too vague for me, so anyway, I think it needs some more time.
Okay, Member Davis.
Yeah, I just need to speak against the motion because the only thing this is doing is putting in code that we can create a pilot that is as narrow or broad as we want and exempts the annual evaluation for a pilot that we get to design. That the design's not going to be in the code. We get to design that. And currently, we're not terribly effective because everyone's just marking yes so they don't have to withhold the people's money. So we want to do something that's effective, that improves instruction and doesn't leave this big behemoth out there that's not necessarily effective.
One question, would this remove the ESA component though? So that's not a pilot, that's separate from a pilot. That would remove that for everybody,
In the
correct? That's
current proposal, we would take that off of everyone. That has nothing to do with the pilot. So
Right.
I tried to separate the two pieces. The ESA is just basically, even if you're in the current evaluation system, that stick is so severe that people are not accurately marking evaluations because it means they can't move up on the lanes, and they also lose 4,200 currently, which will be 8,400 next year. Principals have a really hard time taking that kind of livelihood from a teacher when they know they just need to give them more support. So this would allow them to give the support they need while teachers still make the salary that they would like to have.
Would it also change the effective, ineffective for all teachers?
In the proposal, so if, I'm
Okay.
hearing from a couple of you, you'd prefer we just maybe leave it. I would say if, instead of giving 3, if we like a differentiated system and don't want to have another change in the system, then leave it at 4, because people are used to that, rather than like, 2 was pretty easy to subdivide. When you get into 3, you start saying, well, do we yield towards 2 of them being effective-ish and 1 not? And I think you're just better to leave it as is than
Quick follow-up,
go
Chair.
4.
Member
Personally.
Davis?
I move that we move forward with the legislation. We vote to move forward with the legislation with the effective, ineffective left alone. And we can change that in the pilot to something more like what
There's a
Member Hart
motion
mentioned, I
already.
hope.
We have a motion on the table that I'm not sure so this would be a
This would be a
or
substitute motion.
to amend. Did we have a second on Member Green's motion? We did, okay, so I'm
So
sorry.
this
we're
is
just trying to make
substitute
sure.
motion.
Substitute motion, then. The original motion was to direct them to
Direct staff to
stop.
move forward with the
Okay, so
legislation
substitute motion from Member Davis.
to allow us to create our own pilot. It would leave the categories in place for now. I would love to move to something more like what Board Member Hart, but that's speaking, sorry. And then it would include the removal of the money from the evaluation. It would or would not? It would include removing the ESA.
Oh, okay.
So the motion would be to indicate support for the bill with the exception of changing the 2, or was that not included? Just fully indicate support for everything in the current concepts of the bill as outlined in this meeting. Is that correct? Or is there any part of it you wanted to reserve support from? Full support?
To my understanding, all the particulars that were suggested are not going in the bill. Those are just ideas we could include in our pilot. The only things that would go in the bill are allowing us to do a pilot, removing us from the code requirements for those very few LEAs to study this. 2, it would take away the ESA for everybody. And 3, the only thing I would not suggest of their suggestions is the changing up the categories of ineffective and effective right now.
Okay, so
Just
that's
leave
the
it.
one you would reserve recommendation from, is the changing of the categories?
I just see we need consistency for that right now.
Right, okay. I'm just framing up the motion. I don't want to argue for or against, but that's the motion then. So it would be to express support for everything in the outline of the bill that we've heard, except for changing the categories from 4 to 2. We got that right? Okay.
Second.
Do we get a second for that from Member Straight? Any discussion of that motion then? Member Vargas?
I would speak against the motion. As an educator, I'm not like this, like, ooh, baby, educator salary adjustment, you're gonna lose money. But what other profession can you be underperforming and still get a raise?
It's a pilot.
And I'm just asking the question. And the reality is, everybody in our building knows we have exceptional teachers and struggling teachers, and their evaluations are private. And so to have those designations, I think, is very fruitful on the other side. And so I would just speak against the motion. I think moving forward with this is premature and just not good.
All right, any further discussion to that substitute motion? Member Wood?
Thank you. I would speak in behalf of this motion. I think that we must remember we have general control and supervision over education. And anytime that we can change legislation that puts the ability for us to create that back into our hands, we should take it. Right now, all this is saying is that this allows us to create a pilot, whatever that may be, and as Member Green said, she needs more details. We don't have the details because we haven't created them yet. That would be put in the hands of our body. And yes, there were some suggestions by Superintendent Johnson, but that isn't what it has to be. It will be back in our hands. So I would say whenever we can take power back and control, we should move on that opportunity to do so.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment? All right. Motion then is that the board directs staff to move forward with legislation to, one, authorize a pilot program to be established by the board through rule while maintaining the 4 designations, and 2, exempt pilot LEAs from certain Utah code provisions on educator evaluation, and 3, remove the educator salary adjustment requirement to be effective to receive the ESA. All in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. Nine to 5, that motion passes. Okay. We do have, I was waiting for the scene. We do have pizza. We need to take a working dinner. We've got at least 2 more legislative items, and then we move into the rest of our committee process. So maybe we just take 5 to grab pizza, come back, and keep plowing. Sound good? All right, 5-minute break.
We've got veggie, barbecue chicken, cheese, pepperoni.
Wait, what? I don't care, sure.
Ham and pepperoni? Yes, sir. Ham and pepperoni? Do you like ham and pepperoni?
Thank you, thank you. Dang. crank ahead if we can. Are we still? We're almost there. We'll wait for Member Bogus and Vice Chair Hart. There we go. All right, we just need Vice Chair Hart. Molly, are you out there? Sorry? For, make a motion? Oh, are we, is that next? Yeah, I'll turn the floor to you. Just give it 1 second. Member Vice Chair Hart, are you out there? Do we have Molly? There we go. Okay. All right, we're back on. Next item on the agenda from Deputy Superintendent Stallings, I believe, is the Reporting and Requirements Task Force that Member Davis is the vice chair of that committee. I'm the chair. Member Straight's also on that committee, and we've had a lot of discussion since August about opportunities to streamline reporting requirements. That has addressed both our own reports that come out of this office and also legislation that requires reports. And so Member Pulsifer, Susan Pulsifer, is a member of that committee, as is Senator Lincoln Fillmore. Representative Pulsifer has a bill file open seeking our recommendations for how we can streamline or reduce reporting requirements in code. And so we recently had a semi-emergency meeting following a number of scheduled meetings starting back in August that have produced some recommendations. So what we have today is an opportunity to look at legislative recommendations. We also are looking at internal processes, Utah grants, some other things. Those will come out later, but Vice Chair Davis is going to report out those opportunities to make legislative proposals for streamlining reports for our LEAs, especially as some of that, much of that flows through us. So,
Point of
Vice Chair Davis.
clarification, Chair? Just a quick
Yes.
clarification. What is the agenda item number?
Where are we here? Let's see, 10.2. 10.2.
I move that the board directs staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to Utah Code as recommended by the Reports and Requirements Task Force, and I'll waive my opportunity to speak because Chair Moss did a great job leading in, but I'll be happy to answer questions on individual items if anyone has any.
And I sort of provided the background, but we had some very oh yes, we need a second. I'll second, and then I'll just say that my background sort of set the table, but there are several specific items in here that Vice Chair Davis would be happy to address. So any comments or questions? If not, then the motion on the floor is, I'm sorry, let me pull that back up.
It's behind you.
Oh, sorry, there we go. Motion on the floor is that the board approve the recommendation, that the board directs staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to Utah Code as recommended by the Reports and Requirements Task Force. Any discussion of the motion? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Raise your hand. We have three opposed. Okay, that motion passes. Thank you, Vice Chair Davis. Back to, let's see, we are moving into, sorry, let me get back to where I was here. There's my, I was looking for the chairs.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I got it.
Down there. Right.
Finance Committee, I guess we're on to finance, is that correct?
Yay.
Fun for all, okay. We have two separate elements to finance, so I'll turn it to Chair Norton.
Okay, in the Special Finance Committee meeting held this past Tuesday, item number 11.2, the recommended amendment earmark to the Utah State Constitution. The motion for the board is that the committee moves that the board approves the recommendation of the following language as the proposed amendment to the Utah State Constitution. The legislature shall ensure that public education, K-12, governed without restriction by the state's constitutional agency, funding is no less than 50% up to 75% of the overall state budget.
Any discussion to that motion? Member Straight.
Yes, I have a substitute motion.
Okay.
So if staff could pull up in the Utah Constitution, Article 13, Section 5, Number 5. This will be helpful. So do I need to repeat that? Yes. Article 13, Section 5, Number 5. It probably isn't. Yeah, you're right. There it is, right there. So my substitute motion is all revenue from taxes on intangible property, comma, and no less than 85% from a tax on income shall be used, colon. Do I need to stop? Yeah, just start over. I apologize. So the one that was already drafted, I'm proposing a substitute amendment. Do I need to start at the top? All revenue from taxes on intangible property and no less than 85% from a tax on income shall be used, colon. We good? A, to support public education at no less than 50% of the overall state budget as defined in Article 10, comma, Section 2, semicolon, and B, to support higher education at no less than 17.5% of the overall state budget. Yes. As the overall state budget as defined in Article 10, Section 2, and I'll pause. C, to support children and to support individuals with a disability at no less than 17.5% of the overall state budget. Oops, sorry. No, that should be the end. That should be the end. It's not listed that way. Is it? Yes, on with the disability, period. Okay,
Has that got the motion framed?
yes. I believe that's correct. So if I may speak to it.
Was there a second?
Oh, go ahead, yes.
Second, yes, you'd like to speak to the motion?
Okay, so could we pull up either page 8 of the presentation or chart 5 in the email? Either one's fine. Yes.
Chair Moss, may I ask a point of clarification? Is the motion to request that that language be codified in the Constitution?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and of course, we don't make it. It's just a recommendation. So while we're pulling that up, one of the things that has been going through my mind for several weeks now, had the emotion of 215. But when it comes down to it, my heart is education. And that heartbeat drives me. It keeps me going. But I also have a great love for the state of Utah. And as I looked at what was happening in the general fund of our state, there is absolutely a funding imbalance. It's real. I can't deny it. And as a Utahn, I have a strong desire, as has been expressed by others, to support, defend, and protect education. But I cannot be the type of parasite that destroys its host. And in regards to the state of Utah, we need to give flexibility for access of funds, while at the same time, I feel like that we have a responsibility to also protect education. And I know that there are those that say, well, this will never go at work, they'll never go for numbers. And in actuality, I want to suggest that those numbers, I'm not set in stone on those, but I think an evaluation, at least on the education side, is what the charts will show. The 17.5 and 17.5, those are placeholders. I don't know where it lands, but I can tell you this. My evaluation, without being exact on the math, is that in the 2023 element of what the budget's at, that would be $350 million above and beyond where we're at for education. And on the flexible side, the part that we would leave unrestricted for the legislature, that would represent just over $1 billion of flexibility, which is 5 times what is needed to meet one of the things that our legislature would like to do, and it's been talked about in the media quite a bit, is to remove the tax on unprepared food. That would be accomplished, and the legislature would have the ability to use that money and to use it as they wish. Now, can we put that chart up? Or it could also be number 5 on the chart that was sent. It's the same information, just presented in a different way. So when that comes up, we have 3 decades worth of data. Well, not quite 3 decades. Goes back to 1995. Okay, and that's not that one. I think it's number 5. Yeah, just scroll down. Yeah, so this was an email that was sent out from Deputy Jones. I think everyone received this, and this is in your backup. So If you look at the percentage, pretty much it ranges from 43 to 51. But it hovers very close to the 40s and that low 50. Now, one thing that you can notice by this, if you'll scroll up and show the last recession, now a lot of these numbers will lag 1 year behind based on revenues and that. So the recession began in 2008, but it really starts showing up in 2009 and 2010 as far as in the tax rolls. If we could go back to that first chart again. I mean, the one at the end? Yeah, the one at the end. Okay, right there, but scroll up so it shows a little bit more. So if you look, I pretty much, it's not exactly, but higher ed was at 17. I put 17.5. Social services at 16%. I put 17.5. I'm not sold on those numbers, but I put our number at 50. The 45%, that's pretty close to a low. 43 and 43 go back to our recessionary period. But one thing that you'll notice if you look at overall budget and if you look at what is happening in regards to education budget, when times are bad, and I think this shows that the legislature really has, even though sometimes we don't feel that way, has the education's back in that regard. When things are bad, education has suffered less than other elements of government. I think that is clearly shown by this chart. And if you scroll up just in the same chart, so go up to the, yeah, just keep going, right? And just show a little bit more of this. You can see that same thing. But when things are good, we don't quite get as much as the rest do. This would really level things out. It would make projections very useful. Giving flexibility to the legislature would, with a significant amount of money, because if you're stuck on the idea that it's about the sales tax, it's bigger than that. It's bigger than the sales tax. There's going to be a shortfall because the balance between the general fund and the income fund is going to continue to increase. It's not going to change much. And of course, if you take out sales tax, well, they would like to do that, but from a financial standpoint, they can't. Now, if you remember, the legislature did try and deal with it in that way a few years back, but that was a referendum. It went down hard. They passed the legislation to increase sales tax in many different areas, and that's when you started seeing petitions in grocery stores. And so they backed off of that really quickly. Also, they tried to work with this funding imbalance by transferring disabilities, these social services, into the education fund. And did it help? Yes. And when they did that, that was called Amendment G. It was 2020. So that did help. And it did make it to where that imbalance, but the imbalance grew faster than they even anticipated. And as a result, that's why we're back where we're at right now. So I think this strikes a balance. It may not be exactly what a legislator would want, but if we're going to change constitutional language, I think we need to protect ourselves at a minimum level. And by going with that 50%, it doesn't waver one way or another too much. It gives us stability. If the funding imbalance continues to grow, here's how I think it will benefit us. This is my analysis. Because we are now giving flexibility to the legislature, now when we have increase in revenue, that will split it off to the legislature, additional monies. That growth will be experienced by everyone, not just education. As it is written now, it's all. And that's causing some inflexibility issues. So anyway, I know that there's lots of other people have things to say. I could probably talk for another half hour, but I won't. And yeah, I'd just like to throw that out there.
Thank you, Member Straight. I see Deputy Jones has a hand up. I'd like to address that.
Thank you, sir. I'm all about the podium tonight. So, Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones, I just want to make sure we clarify, and I think Board Member Straight knows this too. So this is inclusive of ITF and GF, general fund, right? Because your social services is funded out of the GF. So, sir, your language in the motion, right, tends to be centric on ITF percentages. So I just want to make sure that we clarify that so that you have an opportunity to clarify your percentages as the overall budget, right? Or not, I don't know. So could we go back to his
Member
motion,
Straight?
please, sir?
Yeah, as I understand, you tie it to a source, but then have an overall proportion of available revenue, right?
And my numbers may not
Income.
be quite where they need to be.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
No.
I think he's talking about the source. You tie it to the income tax fund, 85%, but
Yeah,
then
so what percentage
that will
are
get
you
us to
tying it to?
50% total.
Oh, sorry, sir.
That's okay, go ahead.
No, it's total. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, let's open,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, you're good.
What am I missing?
Well, we just want to make absolutely sure. So you're using the charts, which is great, right? So if you go back to the chart, sorry. We just want to make sure that this is inclusive of both ITF and general fund, right? So that when you make your motion and you say it's a percentage of, is it a percentage of all available funds, which would imply that, the current earmark is removed and that you got, two. I think that's what we need clarity on your motion, sir.
Right.
So, yeah.
But
Okay.
but I'm open for changes.
Right,
Makes
so to
sense.
your board, yes, sir. Yeah. So,
Okay. Member Norton, Member Hymus, Member Bogus.
Oh, mine was just on because I
Okay.
was,
Member Hymus and Member Bogus.
Yeah, this is to the maker of the substitute motion. Just out of curiosity, there were a few organizations that were there. One of a board member in my district reached out to me, and I invited feedback and haven't heard any. Did you work with any of these organizations, or is this just something that you have contemplated and thought this is the best route that you see for the board?
I've visited with many people about this. Most of the people I've visited with are people associated with JLC.
Okay.
Also visited with legislators.
Yeah.
And the big thing is, without getting, and I want to be careful, because I want these numbers to represent the right thing. And so, I'm not sold on the numbers per se. I think the education number for us, I'm more sold on than the others, because really it's not our lane in a sense. I'm just trying to give a perspective of what might be with the 17.5 and the 17.5. Yeah, but the 50% for public education, I feel pretty solid based on the charts that have been shown. But did I answer your question? Is there another part?
Well, yeah, my intent wasn't to say that you had worked on this on your own. It was to simply make sure that we have those who are involved, right? But to your last comment, if I can, why not just stick with the original motion if we don't know about the 17.5, and we definitely want the 50%, and why not just say we want between 50 and 75%? Why make a substitute motion if that's what we're looking at here?
So I think and that's a great point, I think for purposes of clarification of what it would look like with those numbers. And really, for me, I want validation of numbers and what it really means, because my calculations is that this will produce $1 billion of funds that will be under the direction of the legislature while still protected from the income fund. Now, if I'm wrong about that, I want it shown because, you know, this is a big, it's important to be right on that. And so I feel very confident in that 50%, but I could be wrong there too.
Follow-up, Chair?
Yes, sure.
Just out of curiosity, do we need or can we determine where the tax money comes from? Right, in the recommendation or the substitute motion, talks about all revenue from taxes on intangible property and no less than 80.
That's the, so most of that I just kept the original language.
Okay.
Because for the original language was all of both. Yeah,
Okay.
so both your income tax fund, it was all of that. This unrestricts, so it was restricted for that. This unrestricts it to, for the legislature to meet their cliff.
That clarifies. I guess in my mind, I'm like, I don't care where the money comes from, just give me the money, right? That's
Right.
kind of crude, of course, but I just didn't know if we had the authority to say, yeah, this is where give us the money and this is where we want it from. But if it's
Yeah.
already in verbiage, then that makes sense.
But
All
I
right.
would like
Let's-
analysis, and I welcome it, and we could actually drop those percentages out. But if those percentages are wrong, I want to know that because it affects the numbers, whether you work from the bottom up or work from the top down.
Let's turn to Member Bogus. I don't think it's the numbers. I think it's the source that's the problem, and I'll speak to that in a minute. But Member Bogus,
I would move to amend this motion, and staff, if you could call up that amendment. There's just some minor changes. One is that in number 1, I moved, because we had a misplaced modifier in those 2 sentences, so I mobilized the modifier. And then I specifically, the red, governed without restriction by the state's constitutional agency. And I added the words K-12, preceding public education. I think that it needs to be an and there, and that there needs to be clarifying language there. And if this is the direction the board is headed, I believe that we should head this direction with those amendments.
is there a second to that amendment? Hearing no second. Second from Member Klein. I think you discussed the motion, so I'd like to speak to the motion before we get too far ahead, because I'd like to report on what we had discussions on the Hill this morning. The legislature is fairly clear that the number one thing they're pressing for is to remove the linkage between education funding and income tax, and we all know the reason for that, the structural divergence that income tax is growing while the general fund is falling. So we have discussed the fact that the original motion came out of the Finance Committee, but we had to tell them we've not yet brought that to the board. And so we met with Representative Schultz, Representative Peterson, Representative Milner, and told them our body's at least preliminary commitment that we're looking to preserve that roughly 50% that's historically been the cut of total revenue given to public education, which is reflected in Member Straight's substitute. It's also reflected in the motion that came out of the committee. The difference here, which I would just caution against, that this maintains the connection to income tax in the lead, the sentence before the 1, 2, 3 enumerated sections keeps it 85% on tax on income, and we've received pretty strong indications that they're just not interested in anything that keeps the funding source tied. They're open to protection and preservation. I can turn to Deputy Jones, but there was some resistance to this idea of 50%, but that's what we took from the committee and said this is the preliminary sense of our Finance Committee, is that we're looking to preserve that historic trend line, which has kept us right about there. And one thing that we shared that came from Deputy Jones and our staff was that as a percentage of total revenue, historically, and I can't recall exactly the trend line here, but it shows Utah at roughly 51% of state, I think, money. And so that has been the effect of the earmark. It wasn't necessarily the design, it just said we're tied to income tax. But that preserved us at about 45 to just a little bit over 50% of total revenue. And so what came out of the Finance Committee was, okay, you have to decouple us from income tax, preserve what has been the effect of the earmark, even if we've taken away the formal tie. That's what came out of finance, and that's all we had to go with. So my concern here is that it couples it back to income tax. So I'd be in favor, number one is effectively what came out of committee, but it reverts back to income tax, and I think that may be a significant problem. But we could turn to Deputy Jones. Were you going to address that?
Yeah. Yeah,
Go ahead.
I mean, language-wise, this works, except to Chair Moss's point, it does seem to tie it to the income tax. The language works if you open it up to a percentage of the entire available revenue, right? The entire available fund. If you just tie it to the income tax, you're doing it. So, because the charts are inclusive of the general fund and the social services, so your percentage is doing that. So, you know, it's that first line that really ties it to the income tax fund still. So I mean, I think I'm getting Board Member Straight's intent here, Chair Moss. However, the way that reads indicates to me that we're still tied into the income tax fund. So if your percentages are of the whole, right, then, you know, that could work. But again, you know, to Chair Moss's point, the indications we got this morning were, while they're open to amendments or constitutional language, percentages and specificity as far as quantifiable measures in the Constitution would likely not pass, so.
Especially in the funding source.
Right.
As much as the
Right.
percentage numbers, it's the source. It's tying it to a particular, you know, source of funding, which is the income tax that they're particularly worried about. And so that, yeah, the rest of it is sort of has its own problems, but it decouples it from the income tax. Those other three bullet points say, all right, fine, we're gonna float between income and general, but we want to keep our cut of the total, right? And so that's the difference. So that's just a concern I'm throwing out. It's not, I think we have a live amendment, so I'm not proposing another amendment. I guess we have on the floor the amendment from Member Bogus to number 1, which I think encapsulates the idea that what we're going after here is a percentage share of available total revenue that is not otherwise restricted. For example, the gas tax goes to transportation, right? And so that's not part of the available pool, at least if I understand the amendment correctly.
Well, my intention with the amendment is, should this be the direction the board chooses to head, I really think that qualifying language is what produces protection for K-12 public education as it has been historically defined. If this is not the direction the board wants to head, I had a second amendment prepared for the original motion.
So we have on the floor Member Bogus's amendment, which is in red as to bullet point number 1. Any further discussion to that amendment? Member Lear.
This is very tedious, but it's apostrophe S states. And that, you know, maybe could be confusing to some people. Because you mean Utah's, right?
Yes, I do.
As
Thank
a
you for
state's
that. I appreciate it.
constitutional agency.
Okay. All right, any further discussion on that motion? If not,
I
let's,
have-
oh, sorry. I didn't see your-
Wait, I wasn't quite,
You had more?
I
Okay.
had just another comment to the motion and to our discussion. I think, since words matter, I think we should stop calling this an earmark and start calling it a constitutional guarantee. And I think that is a more positive statement and more educationally positive. And I think earmark is pejorative and has that connotation. And the legislature can use it, but I don't like it.
Well, if I could briefly respond, as I understand their discussion of the earmark, it is specifically the tie to the income tax, as opposed to a general constitutional protection. So their number one concern is that the constitutional protection that's been in effect since the 40s is the connection to the income tax, right? And that's the part that's diverging. And so they're not, you know, they have different opinions about whether there's constitutional protection, but they're not opposed to that. So when we say constitutional protection, that means we're going to enshrine it in the Constitution. When we say earmark, we mean coupling it to a particular revenue source of income tax. And the legislature has been very clear that they intend to remove the earmark by decoupling from income tax, but have invited us to weigh in on constitutional protection once that decoupling is, I understand that's lawyerly, but this is, we're talking about law, right? So it's a funding source problem, not necessarily an objection to constitutional
And I
protection.
kind of get that. I kind of understand what you're saying, but I also believe that, I'm trying to think how to best express that distinction, because I think it is sort of the same and sort of different. They can call it I don't care what the legislature calls it. I'm just saying, from an education perspective, I don't want an earmark. I want a constitutional guarantee. And given that I'm not if it's their use of the
I
phrase
think
tying it to the income tax.
Well, I think that's what's understood by earmark. It means a particular funding source.
And I
that-
still prefer the
right?
other language.
Yeah, me too. And I think that's, I guess my point is, I think they are saying they are fundamentally committed to removing the earmark as a tie to income tax, but not against constitutional protection of some form.
And
So
then
that's a
which
broader opportunity, I guess, than a particular
Which
funding
actually brings me
source.
to my last point, and that is that, and I don't know if this is part of the legislature's thinking or not. I don't really care what the legislature's thinking is. I want to come up with something reasonable and fair, and then they can hate it or not, or use different language or not. But I'm not going to try and guess what they are thinking. I've never been good at that. But my last point is that I think Brent was implying, but I would want to say verbally, and that is that I absolutely want clear language, specific language like this in the Constitution. For me, it's not satisfactory to have language in there that was one of the early examples of, and then I think the legislature calling it an earmark. The legislature shall have flexibility to make statute that allows for blah, 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 blah.
Right.
My point is, I want the amount, the number in the constitutional language.
And that's been the clear message from us and everybody in that discussion.
Okay, and I wanted to just make
So,
sure it's
yeah.
stated, even though it's obvious. Thanks.
That's absolutely 100%. And so the only question is that protection a connection to a particular funding source, or is it a piece of the overall pie, right? That's and it's important distinction, because that's what's on the table.
And I know we're
is
trying to
how do
stick
we
to
get
Robert's
protection?
rules, but that makes me come back to one point that it is also important that you made me you didn't make me, I just forgot. But it had to do with, I'll remember.
All right, we
that.
do have other lights, so let's move around the table. Hold on here. We've got, did we get member Bogus? Did we answer your question?
I believe so.
Okay, we had member Earl then.
Yes, I just want some clarification. I don't understand, and maybe I'm missing something. I don't understand what governed without restriction means. What is that referring to be governed without restriction, those funds?
So we have in this legislative session, we've seen publicly funded education or public education funding redefined by HB 215. And so when we talk about the public education budget, we are speaking to the budget that the LEAs and the charters that we govern. And if that is not constitutional language, then what happens is that word is redefined in the present legislative cycle, and the siphon out of that budget can continue unchecked without that language in the Constitution.
Okay, I don't know I guess that's not meaning the same thing to me, and I don't know if reading it means that. That's why and to me, when I read that, it's saying governed without restriction.
You need the commas.
What's that? Something, I don't know what it needs, but it's just saying that,
Commas.
okay, maybe the commas.
And
Governed,
that's fine
comma,
with me.
without restriction, comma, by the state's constitutional.
That is
provisions.
fine with me. It used to be in parentheses, and I didn't like that. I thought it looked unconstitutional. So
But we do, and I guess this is where I'm coming from, is that the legislature does put restrictions on it. So I'm trying to understand we can't be, do you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like the legislature, when they give us specific funding, it has restrictions from the start. WPU has a restriction, the others have a restriction, so
the restriction is on, the language for the restriction is a modifier, if you will, of K-12 public education.
Does-
K-12 public education that
But it
is
says
governed
by
by this
the-
agency without restriction.
Can I ask a follow-up? Does that mean that you would be reserving no less than 50%, and that money would then be used without restriction? Or is it
No,
that
I'm
the
talking
pool of
about
available
the,
money is
the entities governed. Public education governed by this agency without restriction shall be funded at X. I'm not talking about unrestricted funding. I'm talking about funding in general, and the LEAs and the agencies that we govern shall be governed without restriction, and they shall allocate 50% of the budget to that system, that siloed system alone.
So that would dissolve any restrictions on current K-12 funding. Is that what you're saying?
No.
I'm still,
That's why I'm confused, because I'm not sure, even if that's what your intent is, and in moving it forward, that was our intent, I'm not sure that it says that. It suggests, it doesn't just suggest, to me, it says that the entity itself will make those determinations. It suggests that it's outside the realm of the legislature, but that's just what the language says to me, so.
I'm open to reframing that language. I just want to be clear that the siloed system that we govern without restriction has access to that funding, even if the funding itself is restricted.
I'm not sure. Anybody else have questions?
It needs to go to
or-
public ed, not private ed.
Let's go to.
Public dollars
I
need to
mean,
go to public ed.
anything, there's a lot of money that flows through public ed, and so there's a lot of, above and below the line, right? And there's this, that, and the other thing on it, and I don't know that, if the intent is that this will dissolve some of those strings, or is it that we will have access to 50% of that pot of money that is available to the legislature without other restrictions like the gas tax? I had thought it was the latter, but I think you're talking about.
So I'm not talking about
restrictions on K-12.
strings on funding. I'm talking about restrictions on the governing authority of USBE. And that 50% of that budget needs to go to the institutions that, and the framework, maybe rather, that we govern without restriction. If there's a restriction on our authority of a certain program or certain, whatever they might be, that this money can't be siphoned out into that program, that it goes to siloed K-12 public education as it has been historically known in this state. That is what I'm
Okay.
trying to say.
Any other
If I've done it poorly, I apologize.
I think remember straight?
Yeah, so I think to put K through 12, we may not want to do that because it says to support public education as defined. And so Article 10, Section 2 does define what public education is. So I think it may be superfluous to put that there. I'm not against the other language, but I'm not sure that it adds any protection.
Do we have further discussion of the motion, or should we tee it up for a vote? Is there Member Davis, Member Norton? I'm sorry, yes, the amendment. We can tee up the amendment, but speaking to the amendment.
I do. I have a question about the K-12, and having it not say P there. So, I thought we were pre-K. Are we responsible?
And public education would typically include all of that, right? But K-12 would limit it down.
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
So-
Are we responsible,
May I, Chair?
finance?
Member
So,
Vargas?
Hang on just a second.
Okay.
Member-
I want to address that question to finance. about
Question to
where
finance
does-
to
Where
Deputy
does the
Jones.
P fall in this? Are we responsible for the pre-K, or we just K-12?
Member Norton? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Deputy Jones, and then back to
okay.
Member Vargas.
Okay, so Chair, if I can clarify the question, so for the,
It says K-12 public education.
right,
Are we responsible as well for pre-K, the preschool part of it?
not for the funding of it, no. Oh, is that what you mean, or, yeah, okay, Chair Moss, is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you could.
Amending the Constitution, could we be?
So to be fair, my intent with
Member
that,
Vargas?
ladies, oh, I apologize.
No, you got it.
Was in the spirit of preserve, protect, defend, which was what we were tasked with, is to preserve and not reallocate. And so the intent is to preserve the system, and if the legislature wants to fund pre-K, great. But that we're preserving the K-12 budget as it is presently, and that is where that language comes from. It's not trying to do anything weird or I don't know the word, but it's just there to preserve funding in its infrastructure. If the legislature wants to allocate another $50 million to pre-K, that's their business. But this is in the intent of preserving the present funding.
Member Norton, follow
Yeah,
up?
I just was going to follow up real quick. I don't have any problem with that whatsoever. I just wanted 100% clarity on, does pre-K come out of this budget? And apparently not, so it shouldn't be there.
Member Straight, and then over to Member Klein or Davis?
I would like to make an amendment.
I'm not sure if let's see.
I'm first.
We have a substitute with an amendment.
first.
Can
So
we
I
have
think
a
we can do
second
one more.
amendment to the substitute? One
Yeah.
more.
All right. So without erasing,
Oh.
I'd like to strike 2 and 3 because I only really put that there. It's not our lane necessarily. So let's strike 2 and 3, knowing that idea or concept
Oh,
is there.
you're right. That's not an amendment to the amendment. I'm sorry. Let's hold on that. Sorry.
Oh.
Let's get the amendment, which is Member Boggess's. Member
You're
Davis,
right.
did you have something to the amendment?
I support the amendment, but I'm in queue for the
Okay.
other.
Okay,
All right,
we'll
so
wait.
let's take a vote on the amendment, which is Member Boggess's amendment. The red lettering is the amendment, which would change item 1 to read, to support K-12 public education as defined in Article 10, Section 2, and governed without restriction by the state's constitutional agency at no less than 50% of the overall state budget.
Chair Moss,
Any further?
just to
Yes.
be fair and sporting, I moved the modifying phrase in both 1 and 2, but I don't know that it matters. So
What
in the
is-
original motion, as defined in Article 10, Section 2,
That's, you were trying to, the
yeah,
intent was
Mr.
to
Rasmussen,
add that in
that's not part
2?
of my amendment. I'm talking about, as defined in Article 10, Section 2. In the original motion, it was at the end of each line, and in my motion, I moved it to modify public education and higher education, just to be fair and sporting.
Your motion is correct, though, Member Bogus, because the state budget isn't defined in Article 10, Section 2. The public education and higher education are defined in Article Section 10, Section
Yeah, that's why I didn't put it on 3.
Does that express the motion
Yes.
correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All in favor, please raise your hands. That motion passes, correct? Okay. All right, we are back to Member Straight's motion. Did we have Member Davis was in queue or Member Straight was in queue? Member Straight, sorry? What was the vote there?
9-5,
9-5, okay.
wasn't it?
Well, we're recording individual votes, right?
Oh, was it?
Member Straight, back to you.
Yes, I would like to amend the motion to strike 2 and 3, or B and C, however it is. And also
We have
to
a second?
strike.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm also striking, and no less, and take out, and no less than 85% from a tax on income shall be used. So it's only all revenue from taxes on intangible property, because we're covering what we need with the 50%, and I'm becoming more convinced that my 85% number is wrong anyway. But the 50% number, I think, is solid.
Nope, it's already on the floor for the people.
So he's got an amendment.
Now, if we can
to-
look at that grammatically, as far as presentation goes too, but
So we're dropping 2 and 3 and also a clause up in the paragraph or sentence before number 1. Right.
yeah. But we're striking 2 and 3 as well. Or B and C.
So Member Straight.
And we'll just let it go at that because that's our lane.
So the intent is to keep the connection to taxes on intangible property.
Yes, that's because that's the way it is, and there's been no suggestion that that would be changed. Now, my question to Mr. Jones would be, is intangible property part of the calculation of that 50%?
Well, the taxation on intangible property is a revenue, so is a partial
And
revenue
so-
source, so it would be
Do we have
part of
any-
that.
Can we break that out in any way, and that would change the number, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so Chair, if I may, just to clarify, I'm not still sure why we're still tied to those sources, right? Because if you're trying to get, it's not necessarily that your 85% is wrong. It's not that your 85% is wrong. It's just all about, are you intending to access 85% of all of the available revenue, no matter what fund it's in?
I struck that.
Okay.
I struck that because I'm not convinced my numbers are right. But the 50% number is correct based on our discussion.
Okay.
Now, what you're saying is that perhaps we should strike intangible property as well. If we're getting the 50%, that simplifies it, and it includes, the 50% includes intangible property anyway.
It is a revenue, as a part of the overall revenue source is the taxes on intangible property would be part of that.
When you give that number, this year's 45%, and some years it's 50% and 49.
Right.
When you gave that number, we're locked down at a minimum of 50%, which includes both of those items already.
Includes those both, Chair, includes both of those
Yeah, both
items as
income
revenue
tax
sources,
and-
correct, yes.
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 So do we have, what's your preference, Member Straight, on the motion? So. Would you, what would you be striking then in this? Well, that's,
Well, 2 and 3.
what would you like to strike in the
All of
sentence
2 and
above
3.
number 1?
Let them deal with that. This is our lane. The
Right.
only reason I put that in there is for trying to give some context of where we were at currently anyway. If you look at that fifth chart that we were looking at earlier, it actually spells out those items anyway. And maybe higher ed won't matter. It sounded like when they came and did public comment in our committee meeting on Monday, it sounded like that a lot of the disabled advocates were not so sold on being part of the equation anyway. That they wanted to go, maybe even go back. So that's just to simplify it. So to support higher education all the way down to budget at the end, strike it.
And
But it's part of our conversation.
the sentence
Just
above,
number 1.
the sentence above number 1, what's your pleasure there on what to strike and what to keep? Are you intending to keep it tied to a particular income source, or just say?
I'm fine with that. We don't,
So you'll
it's not
keep-
necessary. That gives the ultimate flexibility, and we still get a number, because what I'm hearing from LEAs, what I'm hearing from board members is when 215 was passed, we can think whatever we want of it. The first thing out of their mouths is, you know what's next? And actually, before it even passed, I was at the JLC meeting, they said the next thing's the earmark. They're gonna try and take that away. And so that really, I think we could say that historically, the legislature has varied between 43% and 51%. That is a fact over the last 29 years. It has been between 43% and 51%. We benefit from having a 50% at least. I think that's very generous, and it gives the legislature the flexibility that they've asked for, and in my opinion, they need. And so I'm trying to serve both sides of this table.
Board members,
So does that state
would
your
be
motion?
helpful If up in that upper section, it clarified where the money was coming from. Because you were saying it was from income tax or it was from, but
Well-
what Scott is saying, I think we've got to clarify that by
It's all revenue.
these sources.
Member Booth, that's exactly the opposite of what Deputy Jones is indicating. The clear message from the legislature is that they are fundamentally opposed to tying it to a particular income source. We don't have to
That
accept
does
that,
that.
but that's where they are.
But
So
we
the
get our-
question
yeah.
is, sorry, just a second. So what you've said here protects our overall cut decoupled from any particular source. The question is whether we want to still be recommending a tie to a particular funding source, which is their primary objection. That's what they're calling the earmark. So you're the master of the motion, but I think that's sort of the feedback that we're getting.
I think by removing those actual, as far as income tax and intangible property, by removing that, we are solving that issue in my view, and we're going strictly off our historic funding and making it constitutional language, which will make educators, in my opinion, happy. But we'll find out tomorrow if this passes and they see it. Either I will get lots of phone calls of, hey, good job, or lots of phone calls, hey, you. And we'll go
So-and-so.
from there. I'm from San Pete County. I know some of those words.
So this
Can I ask a clarifying
this
question?
locks in an effect without necessarily locking in the pieces that lead to the effect.
When
Member
we
Wood.
say we're not going to tie it to any income source, all income that we have are revenue. I mean, it's tax revenue. That is the income we have. So why would we not tie it to all revenue from taxes? No pet categories, no.
Deputy Jones, would you like
That's
to
what
address
we're
that?
doing. We're
Okay.
doing that.
Well, so it says it's stricken down below, so I'm just
right.
making sure that it comes back.
Correct.
So, sorry, what? Do we not have a second for this? Okay, I've been reminded that
I'll second.
Member Lear will second. Okay, let's get back to
Christina's next.
questions of who's got the lights on. Member Bogus.
With respect, I'd like to amend the amendment, but I think it's a good one. It's already in the queue, and I would like to strike the present language and just reframe it, literally reframe the language with that language right there.
Is this the top language there?
That should say without exception. I apologize. It says, and governed without exception. I sent a new email. I apologize to you.
No, not there.
No.
Well, let's see, this would be.
Yes,
an
right
amendment
there,
to an
Mr.
amendment
Rasmussen,
because
that's
affects
exactly
the
it.
language of the pending amendment.
And so it's very similar to the original motion made by Chair Norton. I do think, sorry, I'm speaking to the motion. I apologize.
Let's see if we have the motion up and then see if we have a second, and then we'll come back to. Guess we just need to see this language in context. This would be.
I'll second it.
So this would be a constitutional provision that would ensure that.
Yes, and it's very similar. Sorry, I'm speaking to the motion. May I speak to the motion?
Well, let me just make sure it's properly teed up as an amendment to an amendment. We've got
Okay.
something on the floor. Well, can we see this in the context of the pending motion? I'm Sorry, we're kind of all over the place. We got to see if this fits in with the amendment that was pending. So I don't think this is an amendment to, well, let's see. Let's ask Sybil, is that an amendment to the amendment that was pending? The amendment that was pending being the striking language, and then Member Bogus's proposed amendment to the amendment.
Where is she adding it? I'm confused.
Well, I'm really
That would
just
replace
reordering
the
it.
whole thing. So let's just hold on and see. We've got an amendment pending.
And that's fine
Wanna
with
make
me.
sure
I
we
just
follow
wanted
the
to make
order.
it more streamlined if I could.
Right, let's see if that's. So instead of this, it would be the language, could we pull that other language of Member Bogus up on the screen so it's right below the other stuff there and we can compare? Just below or above. Yeah, if we can just pull that up, okay. So that the deleted items above were the pending amendment. Member Bogus's proposed amendment to the amendment would replace all of that with this language. Is that in order as an amendment to the amendment?
If it's the similar language, then yes, and it sounds like it.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure I'm not confusing an amendment to the amendment with a substitute.
But if this,
That's the language. So is that an amendment to an amendment, or would that be a substitute?
I think it's more as
Okay, I'm hearing that that's a substitute. So let's hold it and vote on the pending amendment, and then that could be appropriately brought back, as I understand it, as a substitute, correct? Okay. All right, back to Member Straight to speak to the amendment, to
Yes.
your own amendment.
I thought I was speaking to Christina's.
That's been held as a, not currently in order, but a potential substitute.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Could-
Cindy was, can I get Member Davis? I
Yes, please
apologize.
do. Go ahead.
I'm in the queue after Christina, so.
Yes, so I'll,
Well, hold on, let me look at my, okay, I've got Davis, Bogus, Lear, Wood, Hart, and Straight. Are those all for Member Straight's amendment?
Yes.
Okay, Member Davis.
just speaking to Member Straight's amendment, I support the striking of 2 and 3 because that's not in our lane. And when I looked at the original language, the 85% of the income tax and the 50% of the overall, I was like, no way, that's never gonna fly. But then as I thought about it, I thought, it's a preservation. We're currently at about 86% of the income tax fund, and it actually is a preservation. And as that income tax fund grows, that would give us growth. I think the 50% part's the more realistic part in the work that we're all doing together, and kind of giving up that tie to the income tax fund. That piece we're doing in exchange, hopefully, for the statutory language and the constitutional guarantee of at least half of the overall state budget. But I'm just saying publicly that I would have supported both.
Okay, Member Bogus. Member Lear, sorry, that's right. I'm following
Determined.
the order over here.
I have two comments that are completely different. First of all, I wanted to ask Scott, one of the things that's troubled me about this discussion, and we got sucker punched with the 215, sort of, in that the proponents were calling, were saying there was a $10,000 WPU, which is, or $10,000 payment per student, which is not accurate. We know that, but they were bootstrapping in various federal funds as well as some local funding. I want to see what the right word is for overall state budget, or should it say, so that we're clear that it can't be 50% of the income tax plus the local portion plus Title I schools plus So is overall state budget, revenue, what is the phrase that will protect that? And then I still have one other completely different issue.
Deputy Jones, and I think,
Deputy Jones is who I'm looking to.
yeah.
Okay, well, my, Chair, my suggestion is, or answer is overall state revenue.
State revenue, okay.
So some of the items you mentioned are spending streams and some are funding streams, right?
got
We're
it.
talking about the funding streams and saying we get.
But they've been blended
this cut-
before.
Right, blended on the in part, and then on the out part, you've got,
So I just want to
MSP
make
and all
sure
that.
that we're using the best phrase to characterize only in the constitutional language, I'd want to see the right phrase, not, we're also going to take part of your equalized portions that we blend together and all that stuff.
so I think that language was.
He said revenue.
Overall state revenue?
Overall state revenue.
Okay.
And then my second point goes to under number 1, by the state's constitutional agency. We've had confusion over the years about what the state board is, and some people consider it an executive agency. It has separate constitutional authority. So I think a different word than agency would be better. I don't know if entity or body or something along those lines would be the best phrase there, just because there's already confusion sometimes that the board is an executive agency and some people would like it to be that. And that's under number 1 there, so.
So is that a suggestion?
It's a motion.
A motion, well, let's see, we've got,
Changing revenue, changing budget to revenue, and then also agency to something else under number 1.
so is that an amendment to the amendment? We're still
Yeah.
dealing with Member Straight's amendment.
The revenue is you're right, the agency is not part of, I don't think it's part of Brent's.
Sorry,
Yes,
Member
just
Laird.
change budget to revenue and we'll get to the agency later. Right, but that's not part of Brent's and I'm supposed to be
All
sticking
right,
to
do we
Brent's.
have that proposed amendment up then?
Unless. Oh, so it is a part of Brent's, so. Budget, and then you can go down to number 1, which is part of Brent's motion, and put entity or body, or constitutional bodies probably. About in the middle down, yeah, right there, no, up, at the end, right there, yeah, state's constitutional body instead of agency. Yes. Yes. Sounds tedious, but I think that matters in other contexts.
So I'm going to start a list. So I'll keep the order. If you go ahead and turn your mics off, it's distracting for everybody. Unless you're speaking, it's distracting for the people online. So I'll just keep a list. Go ahead and turn your mics off unless you're speaking. Thanks.
All right, any discussion to the amendment to the amendment? So the amendment would simply, yes, we do need a second, sorry. Got a second from Member Norton. So the amendment is to substitute body for agency in item number 1, to read by the state's constitutional body. All in favor, raise your hand. Yes. All right, that is unanimous. Well, any opposed? All right, that is unanimous. Okay, back to Member Straight's. Right, Member Straight's motion with the proposed strikes is up on the board. So I guess one question grammatically, that the board recommends the legislature initiate the amendment process to amend the Utah State Constitution as follows, shall be used to support. So The legislature shall support public education. Is that what we're trying to say? At no less than 50% of the overall state budget. Is that? Overall state revenue. Is that correct, Deputy Jones? Okay. I don't think we need shall be used. That seems like a dangling participle or whatever. So, okay, and that leads into, we might just add that. Never mind. Another part of the proposed amendment? Okay. We,
Chair? Chair?
yes,
So,
Deputy Jones.
can we do Article 10, Section 3 is what provides the Utah State Board of Education general authority and supervision over public education. So you can just reference, as referenced by Article 10, Section 3. So, I don't know, Ben, do you have access to Article 10, Section 3?
I'm not screen sharing.
Okay. Yeah, so if you look at that, ma'am, that's the one through the chair. If you look at that, ma'am, then that's where you get the definitive language about Utah State Board of Education. Yeah, right, okay, yeah. Okay. Sure. Section
So
3.
you want to switch state's constitutional body to USBE? This is Board Member Lear's motion.
Your motion, Member Lear, what's your preference? Okay,
Is that your motion, or they took that down?
let's take that back to the body of the amendment.
So in blue there, is that your motion, Member Lear?
I don't like the word. Oh. Point of clarification?
All right, let's see, Member Lear, do we have your motion, your amendment teed up accurately?
That points out, and like it's my amendment, even though.
Well, if that's let's see if you've got your amendment as you'd prefer it, and then we'll see if we have a second and we can.
If you read the constitutional language, it says over and over, the legislature shall provide, the legislature shall provide. So if you say the legislature shall provide for K through 12 public education, you're following the language of the Constitution.
Support at no less than.
I'll provide for.
All right, do we? Okay, do we have your amendment, Member Lear? Framed to the, this is an amendment to Member, I believe it is. Well,
Yes, yes.
the board recommends would go above the blue, right? I think, right, that's just the lead-in.
Point of order. Just a question. Do we
Okay.
need to write, it says shall provide at no less than 50% of the overall state revenue. Provide for, is that clear? Do we need to say,
Provide for K-12 public education.
or do we shall fund K-12 public education as defined?
Is that a
Can I
friendly
respond?
member Lear?
Leanne pointed out that the language in the Constitution says that.
I know, as long as what we're saying means we receive the funding.
Shall provide funding, member Lear, is that friendly?
Yes, I guess that could be manipulated. It's pretty Machiavellian for you. Yeah.
Shall
Shall provide funding.
funding.
Yes, let's
Okay.
do that. Is that clear?
Okay.
Does that do it for you?
We may have a motion. Let's see. Member Lear, does that
Yes, sir.
accurately
I
state
think it
the motion?
shall provide funding. Public education is defined and governed without exception by the Utah State Board of Education as provided in Article 10, Section 3, at no less than 50% of the overall state revenue. Yes. That is my, that does reflect my
So
amendment.
as stated, that
Yeah, thanks, everybody.
that would include items that are otherwise protected. Well, this is a question for Deputy Jones. Would that language include revenue sources like the gas tax that currently have some form of earmark attached? And do we need to have language? Those are restricted. So do we say something like available or unrestricted overall state revenue? Or is this, well,
Yeah, I would recommend that you go with this and let us sort the language
Okay,
out with the
perfect.
attorneys, because,
all right,
you know, it's.
good enough. I hear you.
You know what we
Do we?
I
yeah.
do know what you're intending. If we start getting into, you know, restricted, non-restricted gas tax, food tax.
Yeah,
I just
okay.
want to
You're
make
gonna
sure
get-
this doesn't bootstrap in
Right.
the local amounts and stuff like that.
Right, got it, okay. So, that's on the table. Do we have a second? It's been, I can't remember who the original second was. We have Member Straight as a second. Any additional discussion of the motion? Member Bogus?
I'm just wondering if we need to say state tax revenue after all this.
Can we just say state revenue? Are there other sources of revenue beyond taxes, Deputy Jones, that would be part of this funding? Fees?
No. Well, I guess there could be, sir, but I wouldn't get tied up on that. I would
Okay.
just say.
Is that all right? Okay, with that
overall revenue.
clarification, all right,
Sir,
all,
say overall revenue.
all
Because
revenue
then that's
and-
all sources of revenue.
okay. I think we got it. All in favor? Raise your hand. Any? We're what? Member Earl? Okay, all opposed? Any opposed? Okay, Member Earl. Okay, that motion passes. We're at 13-1, I believe now, correct? Okay,
Chair Moss, can I make one final comment as you go to?
please,
to-
and we're
to-
not done with the discussion. We still
when
have
you-
other items, but yes.
When you go to this and they say, we don't want a number in the Constitution, will you point out lines A, B, and C, 9A, B, and C, where they put in 25% of this, 50% of this, 75% of this? Will you point that out to them?
We will. Why
Thank
don't you
you.
itemize those? And these are in what section that, did you just cite for
The
the
same
record?
section we worked on,
Article 10, section.
13.
Section 13.
Article
Article
13.
10, section 13.
No.
No.
Article 13.
Give me a site. Article 13.
Section 5, number 9. Subsection 5.
Section 5, subsection 9. Okay, thank you.
Subsection,
He's got it.
I got 5 different sites
It's
coming
straight
in.
down the page
We'll
where we were
find
just
it. All
working.
right, fair enough.
Ready? 11-3.
Thank you. Staff's got it. Okay. All right.
Ready
Look,
for
I
11-3?
would just like to make a comment, if I could. One, and I'm not making a motion, I'm just throwing out a report from the meeting this morning was, and I'll just leave this with the body to take action or not, that one suggestion that was thrown out that seemed to find some reception was a possible amendment to the Constitution would be that, quote, subject to revenue, the legislature shall support an established statutory public education funding framework. That was already there. That's the prefatory language. That includes public education funding stabilization, enrollment growth, and an inflationary index to protect and defend public education funding against economic uncertainty. That was thrown out and then prepared by Deputy Jones for possible action by the body. And I'm not sure if that's been distributed, Deputy Jones, or just handed to those who were at the meeting this morning.
Right.
So that basically is a different approach. It would put in the Constitution effectively what is currently in statute in 375. 375, 357. We got way too many numbers going around here. So that is the concept, that 357 would essentially be constitutionalized to protect public education stabilization, enrollment growth, and an inflationary index. So that is a report back from the group as captured by Deputy Jones. And I'm not presenting it as a motion, just making the report to the body to do with it as you please. The floor is open for any additional recommendations, including those that came out of the Finance Committee. I think there were other statutory proposals. So back to Member Norton, Chair Norton.
Okay, agenda item 11.3, the recommended public education funding stabilization bill language and requirements. Motion for the board. The committee moves that the board approves the prepared recommendations 3, 4, 5, and 8 of the Committee for Language in a bill that specifies funding requirements formulas similar to House Bill 357 from the 2020 legislative session. Recommendation number 3. The statute codifies that legislatures shall provide a WPU value of $6,000 or more per student by the fiscal year 2027. Based on the base budget as of 1/23/2023, WPU value is $4,175. It is achievable, but means a 10% increase in the WPU value over the next 4 years. Recommendation number 4. In times of economic growth, the legislature must fund at least 6% of the WPU before increasing funding to any other subcommittee budget until Utah's funding per student exceeds the 75th percentile in the nation. In times of economic recession or stagnation, the legislature shall fund enrollment growth and the inflation factor before increasing funding to any other subcommittee budget. And recommendation number 5, the statute codifies that the legislature shall set aside sufficient funds per year to ensure sustainment of public education funding to prior year funding levels for up to 5 years when there are periods of recession, negative growth, and/or declines in personal income averages. This is providing or sustaining education's rainy day fund. And number 8, tie percentage increase in personal income to increase in the public education funding and provide inflationary factor to certified tax rates.
Okay, that was a Finance Committee recommendation, so does not need a second, but floor is open for discussion or questions. Member Straight.
Yes, so there's the constitutional side and then there's the underlying legislation. For Amendment G, that was House Bill 357. Many of the elements of House Bill 357, which included funding stabilization factors, which I found to be an excellent thing. It has $440 million in it right now. I don't want to hog the motion, and so I'll let someone else do that. But I do have one amendment that I'd like to add to the motion once one is before the board.
Okay. Member Vice Chair Earl, then Bogus, Norton, and Davis.
I want to make a substitute motion. Angie, I sent you an amendment. Yep. Or not an amendment, a motion, substitute motion. Would you like me to read it out?
Hold on.
Wait till it's up? Wait till it's up.
We have Earl, Bogus, Davis, Norton, and Hart in the queue, so you can turn your lights off.
Should I read it now or? Yeah. Okay, you're good. Just let me know when.
Chair, can I clarify something, please, or just ask a? So
Please do.
for number 4, can we clarify whether it's the 25th percentile or the 75th percentile? I want to tell you that it would take about $2,000 per student to get to the 25th percentile. Do you want us ahead of 25% of states or 75% of states? 75, if to get ahead of 75% of states, it would cost much more, like around $8,000 per student. So do you
In
want us ahead
addition
of?
to the current WPU
Yes, sir.
value?
Yeah, so 2,000 more per student, which right now it's at 4,175 in the base budget bill. It's going to go up.
12,000.
Right, to, you know.
You ready, Angie? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So my recommendations for Utah Code, the legislature shall provide a WPU value of 6,000 or more per student by the fiscal year 2027. Fund at least 6% of the WPU during times of economic growth before increasing funding, that shouldn't be a period there, increasing funding to any other subcommittee budget or line item education appropriation. Fund enrollment growth and the inflation factor during times of economic recession or stagnation before increasing funding to any other subcommittee budget. Set aside sufficient funds per year to ensure the sustainment of public education funding to prior year funding levels for up to 5 years when there are periods of recession, negative growth, or declines in personal income averages. And the last, restrict the number of public education bills in each session by setting an earlier deadline for public education bills or by limiting the number of allowed to be, I don't know, maybe that needs to be fixed, viewed and prioritized WPU funding over grants and line item appropriations.
Is there a second?
I would second that.
Okay, there's a second. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, just going through trying to clean up the language a little bit. When you talk about 75% or 25%, I went online to say where, I don't know what numbers we're using, depending on whose numbers you were using, or I'm just saying it's just dependent on, I don't know. And it doesn't clarify, are we using Scott Jones? Should we put Scott Jones's number values? I just don't know. So that's the question there. Anyway, all I'm saying is that not that I'm questioning your numbers, because you're looking good today, particularly in front of the pulpit, but.
At the podium.
At the podium, you're
podium.
looking really good,
Yep.
but my point is that I think let's get something that we can just substantially get behind, that what's the gist of what we're trying to say, and I'd make those recommendations. Anyways, and I think that the bill restriction, I think, is just a flat-out responsible thing to do at this point. So, well, yes.
Could you summarize exactly what the changes are between, I mean, we get number
Okay,
5.
they're
but
simplified.
With the other
Okay,
4.
hang on, let me pull the other one up. Does someone have, oh. Is it right there? It does not include, I do have to clarify, it does not include, which one? The last, number 8. And it adds the bottom one, yep. So it does not include number 8 that has to do with tie percent increase to personal income to increase in the public education funding and provide inflationary factor to certified tax rates.
Chair, if I may?
Please.
Okay, when we talk about percentages, we talk about percentages to the, or percentage increases to the value of the WPU. So in number 2, can you just make sure it's 6%? Yeah, only 6% of the WPU, right? You want a 6% increase to the value of the WPU.
So you're asking to have value in there, so it clarifies
Right,
that.
yeah.
6% of the value of the,
To the value of the WPU.
to the value.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think I took the language from what we had, but.
Right, and we might
Yeah,
have
just that
omitted that,
clarification,
but
sure.
yeah, I just want to make sure it's clear.
Should,
That we're
wanna-
increasing the value of the WPU by a
do we need to
percent.
amend that, or do?
I don't think you do, but I'm not the chair. So.
My second still stands.
That's fine. There we go.
So, okay.
It's me.
I have a proposed amendment to the substitute. A suggestion.
I think I was
from-
before you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who's before me?
Sorry, but you can make your thing, but I
No,
want
no,
a chance
no.
to make
I-
mine
I
too, so.
apologize. I looked around for lights. I'm sorry.
It's okay, I'm just following the.
Okay, never
the
mind. The
li-
lights
the
went off.
list.
That's why. I'm sorry. The lights went silent. Now I see 2 back on. We're going to Member Hart to run the show.
It's okay, that's fine. I
You got
have
it.
an amendment, or to the substitute motion.
Got it.
I move that we add keeping HB 357. I got the number right? And as one of the numbers. And to delete the section, I don't know how she changed the original committee's recommendation, but that says will fund growth and inflation, because that's already, you deleted it? No, that was in number 4. It was the second half of number 4 of the committee motion. So instead of that, it would just keep HB 357 the way it is. And then these would be added into HB 357, all of these. It would keep number 5, and it would add number 8 back in. And I'm not necessarily tied to the first half if people really have heartburn over that, but I am to the second half of tying the certified tax rate to inflation. So I want to add number 8 from the committee's original motion into this Board Member Earl's substitute motion.
Can we see what 3 is that's being proposed to be deleted then?
Yes.
Can you scroll so they can see the original?
Let's see. I think it's on
It was right there.
3. Number 3 is proposed to be deleted?
No, it's number 4, the second half.
Okay.
when there are periods of recession, negative growth, and/or declines in personal income averages. No, sorry, sorry, she changed the language from the committee, so maybe it's not there anymore. Looks like she took it out.
Who's she?
The maker of this, of the original substitute motion.
Member
The
Earl?
committee, in the committee's number 4, it says, she just has changed the committee's number 4. So let's just say we need to keep HB 357 and we need to add number 8 back in. That's my amendment to the substitute motion.
So in lieu of number, am I getting this right? In lieu of number 4, we would have the language of 357? No?
I'm trying to figure out if she included anywhere the second half of the committee's motion number 4. If
Yeah,
she
I
did,
thought that
it needs to
became
be
number 3.
striked.
Your proposal is that it needs to be stricken.
If she included the second half of the committee's motion number
Right.
4, it needs to be stricken from this. And we need
That's
to
your
add
proposed amendment is to strike it. Is that
that
correct?
that HB 357 continue, and we add number 8 back in from the committee's original motion.
So so number 3 is so item number 4. Member Davis, is that the one you're addressing? Was the original item number 4? That was split into items number 2 and 3, I believe, in Member Earl's motion. Is that correct?
Oh, so number 3 we'd strike.
No, number 3 was the second half
But,
of the
but
original
only the
number
first
4.
half of number 3. Oh, the first half of her number 3 we need to strike. It says fund enrollment growth and the inflation factor during times of economic recession. Strike that and instead include another number that says continue HB 357. Because HB 357 already has that in code, not just in times of economic recession, but every year.
So do you want the language or stagnation, or let's just get,
No, I want continue HB 357 to be its own number in this whole list.
okay, so we're adding that as a separate. And then what are we doing to item number?
No, we lost half of her number 3. It was only the first half of her 3 we were striking.
Well, number 3 was not really. it
What
a
was the
single-
other
it was a
concept in
single
number
phrase.
3, Member Earl? That's right.
Fund enrollment growth and inflation, and the inflation factor during times of economic recession or stagnation before increasing funding to other subcommittee budget.
So maybe we can just strike the whole thing.
You're saying because that's included in 357?
Just strike 3 and make the number 3 continue HB 357.
Okay.
All right, so the proposed amendment is to strike number 3 from Member Earl's motion, and instead, number 3 would simply say continue HB 357. Does that reflect the motion?
And add number 8 from the original committee's
Okay,
recommendations.
but we got this part right? This
Yes.
is- Okay, so we're continuing HB 357 instead of item number 3 from Member Earl's, which was the second half of the original number 4. And then we're adding back what was number 8 from the original list, which is tying the percent increase in personal income, et cetera. Correct? Do we have item number 8 from the original list of Deputy Jones? We got it. I think so. We're putting that potentially back in.
Can I yield my time to speak to my amendment to Deputy Superintendent Jones and ask him just to explain the indexing? And a lot of these recommendations came from the field, but what that indexing part was about.
Yeah, do we have a second on this? Got a second from Member Norton? Okay. And then we're going to Deputy Jones to speak to the motion.
So as you know, they do an indexing of the inflationary, a 5-year rolling average. That's what most recently resulted in the 3.4%. We would do, with the personal income piece, we'd do something similar to that. I don't know if it would be a 5-year rolling average, but it's essentially the same kind of application or process that you see right now that's with the inflationary adjustment. We index to the consumer price index, the past 5 years, minus food and energy. So we do something similar with personal income.
Point of clarification, that would not tie it to the income stream, just to the income itself, to the funding stream. Excuse me, I'm talking with my mouth full. Is that correct?
Can you say that again, sir? Take
With my
another
mouth
bite.
clear? This would not tie it to the income tax as a funding stream. It would
No.
simply index it to income.
Right.
Okay.
Personal income.
Got it, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think Member Hart has the list. Member Bogus.
So I have a question and a possible motion. My question, can it be directed to Deputy Jones?
You bet, please.
Sir, I just have a clarifying question. When we are comparing numbers, like from our state to another state, and we're talking WPU, are we comparing our WPU to their PPE? Because other states don't have WPUs.
Right.
And so, just for a point of clarification, there seems to be a disconnect in the math for me, because it seems like we're comparing our WPU to other states' PPEs. So I would just ask if that's true or false, and then if it's true, why aren't we comparing PPE to PPE? And I just,
Yeah.
and maybe I'm seeing that incorrectly.
Okay, so Chair, if I may.
Please.
Why we did that was because of the earlier, about the 75th percentile, and, or do you want to be above the states with the 25th percentile? We just did our level best to take what is reported as being the per pupil amount, and then we did the same as well, right, with the WPU. So does that answer Board Member Bogus's question or provide additional detail?
It does answer my question. I would make a motion that we divide the amendment into two separate things and vote on them in isolation.
Second from Member Lear. Any discussion to the motion to divide? Sorry? I assume the divide is between the continue HB and strike the rest of 3 and separate that from number 6. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be the intent. Number 3 as a whole and number 6 as a whole, if I'm
Okay.
verbalizing that correctly.
Any discussion to the motion to divide?
Chair,
If not, Member
I'll speak
Davis?
against it because the legislature will probably divide all this anyway.
Deputy Jones, did you want to address
Yeah,
that?
Chair, if I may, and I think it speaks to the motion, is pupil, per pupil expenditures, the PPE is based on all revenue sources. So we were trying to do apples to apples as if all revenue sources would be considered here as well. So, because the WPU is per student as well. So I have to make sure absolutely clear that that's what the process we took, so to speak.
Yes, I
So,
appreciate
okay,
that, sir.
okay.
Thank you very much. And I
Okay.
appreciate you answering all my questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yep, okay.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion to separate? All in favor, please raise your hand. Six, that motion fails. So back to the motion, or the amendment. Let's see. We're back to discussion to the motion. We had Member Norton up next, I think.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that indexing factor. I just wanted to clarify in number 8 that we've got student count, which is WPU, and then 2 indexing factors. Is that correct? We've got CPI and PII, or whatever, but more than one indexing factor. So if not, add an S. As our numbers continue to fall, I think we need to make sure that we have at least one other indexing factor there.
That.
I just couldn't tell from the wording how that was.
Is that a point of clarification or an amendment to the language?
At first, it's starting off, it's a point of clarification.
Okay. So is that, did you get the answer you needed on whether we have two?
We only
Okay.
have one. It's
Okay. So
inflationary factor.
is there,
So then
Is
I'll
that a
make,
motion, or?
then I'll make a motion
Okay.
to make that factors.
So we're changing factor to factors, correct? That's the, adding an S with that, without objection. Is that a clarification that anybody objects to? Okay. Without objection, we'll add that to the amendment. All right, we have.
And then now it's your turn.
No, I don't. I'll go back to.
All right, Wood.
Remember Wood. Okay, you're off. Vice Chair Earl.
Yes. I just want a clarification. So number 8 would allow for taxes, just help me walk through this. It would allow for taxes to be raised locally. When I say raised, I'm not talking about the rate, but the amount of funding coming in without going to a truth in taxation. Would that be accurate?
Chair?
Yes, please.
No, I don't think that would be accurate. You know, you're still gonna have to follow the existing laws. You know, I mean, if they were to codify this, then, you know, there would be additional support from in the other codes along the lines of truth and taxation. I don't think this would exempt them from that, if that's the question, Chair.
Okay, so, and I'm just using the last 5 years, the rate was held, which was actually led to an increase in individual taxes paid. And so, but that didn't have to go through any kind of truth in taxation because it was held at the state level, nor was it voted on each year. So I'm just trying, would it be same type of a mechanism here? I'm just trying to understand, making sure
Okay.
I'm not off.
Chair, if I may, I think that Vice Chair Earl is discussing or talking about the basic levy that was frozen for 5 years. This relates to the voted and board. So this is local. The basic levy is the, you know, what the minimum amount they need to charge to put
So
into
they
the
would,
basic program.
this would allow the increase in that amount, but it would not circumvent the truth in taxation. That's what I'm
Right.
taking.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, it would not circumvent the truth
That's
in
what I wanted
taxation.
clarification on.
You know, I mean, you know, I would defer to our legal analysts on that, of course. I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think that this in itself would allow for that.
So I think I'm understanding. It'd allow for that to go from 2.00 or 0.0024, whatever, to raise inflationary, right? So that they could draw in more taxes, but they'd have to go through the truth in taxation. Did I say that correctly?
Right, because the basic levy is subject to the truth in taxation as well, so.
Sure.
So, right.
I just
yes.
wanted to make sure that was, that we weren't trying to bypass that. That's all I was
No,
trying to seek clarification.
No, not at all.
Okay,
There's no
thank you.
intent there
Okay.
whatsoever.
Okay, Member Straight.
Yes, would it be possible to add something to the list, or, and how would I do that? As an amendment,
I think we
or?
have an amendment pending, but that would allow, if that goes up or down, other amendments to come to the floor, unless it's an amendment to one of these two items that is contained in the present amendment.
It would be an addition.
An addition, so I
So-
think that would be another amendment after this was voted up
So
or
I'll
down.
wait then, so
if
wait
that's all right.
then. I'll
Okay.
just hold my spot then.
All right. Any other discussion to this motion to amend? Okay, sorry?
That's all we have.
Okay. So the motion is that we strike item number 3 and replace it with continue HB 57 and add item number 6, tie % increase in personal income to increase in the public education funding and provide inflationary factors to certified tax rates. All in favor, please raise your hand. Member Earl?
I did.
Okay, that appears to be unanimous? Okay. So those amendments go into the underlying motion. The floor is open for, I'm sorry? Waiting in the hall? Well, we've got standards assessment and part of finance. Hold on. Okay.
We didn't.
Is it possible to accept those changes so that we see the amendments that were made? I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you're still driving, but.
Yeah, they were trying to turn it down for it.
Well, let's see. Hold on. I had an amendment. I think Member Straight. Did you have an amendment? You're up.
Yeah. We're
Okay.
good then?
We've incorporated the amendment that just passed, so the underlying motion is back, and the floor is yours if you have another amendment.
Yes. I would like to add number 7, that any expansion of House Bill 215 above and beyond the yearly inflation adjustment be financed above the 50% threshold. Does that make sense?
Is there a second? And then we can speak to the. Not. We're rewriting Robert's rules as we.
I had no response to that.
Okay, would you like to speak further to the motion, or, okay?
I just think that
Any,
it could expand and expand and expand, and it could be a Trojan horse in our education funding. And it is what it is, and it's passed. So as it stands now, and with its inflationary increase, I think we kind of need to include that in the funding. But if it expands to where it's adding additional, then I think that would be harmful to us.
Any other discussion of the motion? I'll just suggest that we've had some resistance to mixing issues outside of the constitutional earmark question, and so I speak against it for that reason, although I understand and appreciate the sentiment. Member Wood and Member Bogus?
Does it have an inflationary amount? I know they capped the amount. Is there an inflationary amount in there? That would be, is that in the amount of the scholarship? The 8,000 goes up inflationary, but the total amount is capped?
Does somebody know the answer to that? Deputy Stallings, perhaps? Let's ask Deputy Stallings for clarification here.
Could you ask the question one more time, Board Member Wood?
I'm just asking, I thought in the substitute that came out right before it passed that they took out, that there's a cap at 42.5 and it would have to come back to the legislature to debate. So there is not an inflationary increase. But there was some type of increase in the scholarship amount, but
Correct.
not in the amount.
So there is so the change from the original bill to the third substitute on the 8,000 is, remember, the original bill would have had that 8,000 increase by the same percentage as the WPU. It was changed to the 5-year average of inflation. So it's the same inflationary increase that we get for the base budget, if that makes sense. Of the 8,000?
Of the 42.5, that is capped. at
That one
40.
just is fixed. It did
It's a
not
fixed
have an
amount.
automatic inflator. Only the 8,000 did.
So within the 42.5, any student could have an inflation accelerator until it hit the cap. Is that? Or did I just botch
Are you talking
that?
about the educator salary adjustment?
No, I think we're talking about the scholarship amount. All right, the total amount is capped, but any individual scholarship is subject to inflationary adjustment, correct? Until you hit the total overall cap, I think. Does that sound?
So there's no cap on the increasing of the 8,000, but the amount of scholarships is capped at the amount of the appropriation.
Right, that's what we're saying.
Yes, sorry.
Okay,
Yeah, I
got
get
it.
it now.
Any,
If they don't increase the appropriation, correct,
Yeah,
the 42 million.
Member Bogus or Member Straight? I'm not sure.
I'll
who-
withdraw.
Okay,
I don't
member-
think there's support.
No, you have a
With-
second. I think
Um,
you can't withdraw, it belongs to the body, right?
Since it's on the floor, the way to withdraw would be to vote it down. Member Bogus and Member Davis?
I totally appreciate what Member Straight's doing here. I just don't know that it's necessary. I think it's covered in the constitutional language, and that would just be my thought.
Okay, Member Davis.
I would just leave it, so it's in, because I don't think they'll keep it in the constitutional language, and this would make clear our request.
Okay. Motion on the floor is to add 7, financing the expansion of HB 215 above and beyond the yearly inflation adjustment, above the 50% threshold. All in favor, please raise your hands. Six in favor, that motion fails. Thank you. Back to, I have one amendment that I'll put out because it came from a stakeholder, and it would be to number 4, I believe. Let's see. And to reallocate any decline in the number of WPU into the value, into increasing the value of the WPU. See if you can make any sense out of that. Correct. At the end of, it says and to reallocate any decline in the number of WPU to increasing the value of the WPU. Does that make sense?
Sense to me.
The value of the WPU for those remaining students, correct. So I halfway must have made sense. That's the sense.
Have I worded that right for you?
I think you captured it. Yeah. All right.
Chair?
That's from a member of the working group that's been talking to the, so I'm open. I don't know if there's a second though, so it's out there.
Chair?
There's a second. Yes, Member Straight?
no.
Yeah,
Or is it Deputy Jones? Either.
Well, so Chair, not to derail this, but I do need to go back and clarify something I said to Vice Chair Earl. So that idea did come from the field, and the idea is that would get rid of truth in taxation. So that's my misunderstanding of that. That idea came from the field, so I need to clarify that with her and set that record straight.
We're talking back on number 6,
You're
right?
right, number
Not my
6.
amendment. Okay.
Right,
All right. Okay, gotcha. Member Straight, did you have a comment to the amendment?
Yes, so would that also include add-ons? So if you have a special ed student, it would varying degrees, there's actually add-ons of WPU in regards to different, so, or is it a single WPU for a single student, or is it very based on what the school loses?
I think it would, I mean, perhaps it would better say to reallocate any decline in funding due to a
Well,
decline in the number of WPU due to a declining number of WPUs. I don't know that we need to define that, honestly. This might get the concept out there. So I think that states sufficiently for me the concept, and there might be. All right, we have a second. Any discussion to the motion? Yeah, I guess any discussion of the motion, oh man. Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. That motion passes. 14, okay, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Any other discussion to the underlying motion as it has been amended? Okay. Different option, but
That's what I thought.
I didn't want to.
No, it would.
All right. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. I think we now have an amended motion then to bring back to the body. And the substitute motion as amended is that the board recommended the legislature, I'm not overlooking any lights, am I?
No, you're not. Well,
Oh, Member Davis? Hold on, Member Davis, did you have another comment before we read the motion?
Yeah, well, I just want to clarify something, that the truth in taxation is currently required in law, but that our LEAs will likely ask for that to change if it gets tied to the certified tax rate, but it's currently required.
Got it, okay.
But that's not what we're asking, we're just asking that it be tied right now.
Got it, okay, understood. All right, so the substitute motion as amended is that the board recommended the legislature, 1, provide a WPU value of $6,000 or more per student by the fiscal year 2027. 2, fund at least a 6% increase to the value of the WPU during times of economic growth before increasing funding to any other subcommittee budget or line item education appropriation. 3, continue HB 357. 4, set aside sufficient funds per year to ensure sustainment of public education funding to prior year funding levels for up to 5 years when there are periods of recession, negative growth, and or declines in personal income averages, and to reallocate any decline in the number of WPU to the value of the WPU. Restrict the number of public education bills in each session by setting an early deadline for public education bills, or by limiting the number allowed to be reviewed and prioritize WP funding over grants and line item appropriations. 6, tie % increase in personal income to increase in the public education funding and provide inflationary factors to certified tax rates. Is there a comment to the motion? I think we had concluded. Did you have your light on for a comment?
I do.
We're
but
up for a vote, but
I thought you would say, are there any more comments?
sorry, go ahead. I think we had closed, but go ahead. I'm just not going to reread the motion after your comment.
No. I just want to throw out this thought, and just because I read an article yesterday that talked about the difference of opinion among experts about when there's a recession, and the different, and I'm not super concerned about this language because it's fleeting, but I just think that's something we ought to think about, that there's not a given or a solid definition of recession among experts.
Understood. Okay, thank you. All in favor of the motion, please raise your.
I have a speak to
Sorry,
the motion.
Member Davis. Okay, we had closed comment, but I'm
This
sorry.
is the
We'll
whole
reopen.
motion, right here?
Yes.
I just want to say, for public record, that I do not take lightly removing any link for education to the growing income tax fund. We have been asked by some legislators to suggest a plan that gives them flexibility to use the income tax fund to, 1, consider removing a food tax, and 2, to meet demands or needs for all state agencies. And this is in lieu of finding or initiating other revenue streams. So I just want that to be really clearly communicated, that we're not here trying to see how we can reduce education funding. We're here because we've been asked to, and we want to be good partners, and we want the health of our whole state to be good. And we are suggesting these, in this motion here, that these statute promises be made in partnership with what will be changed in the Constitution, in fairness. And I just want to make that really clear to the public, and appreciate the legislature or the legislators who've asked us for our opinion. I just appreciate that they asked us. So if any of them are listening, thank you for the opportunity to give input.
All right, thank you, Member Davis. And with that, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. That passes unanimously. So thank you for the discussion and the input. And we will continue to represent the will of the body in those discussions. We're going to try to shake up the schedule a little bit. We've checked with our parliamentarian and council, and what's the word? We go to the rest of finance.
We're going to,
So we still have,
financial literacy, so the guests can leave.
okay, and then back to
We're
finance
going to move executive to tomorrow.
and finish the rest of finance.
Yes. And finish after the.
Right, so
after
we'll
the
go to
Financial literacy standard.
yes.
Executive will be tomorrow.
We'll go tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay. So what we're looking at is going to standards and assessment. We have staff members that are here with us that we want to respect their time. It's already 9 o'clock. We apologize. We will delay then the completion of finance, the part that's not related to the constitutional earmark discussion. We'll do that tonight. So we'll do standards, constitutional guarantee. We'll do standards and assessment, then complete finance, and we are going to postpone until tomorrow the executive session items. And we will put out the amended, am I correct? We did lawn licensing. We're ahead.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Is it procedurally possible to combine the action items coming out of standards and assessment as one motion? And then if people have issue with 1 or 2, to divide those, and then also to divide those coming out of finance, and then people can divide if they have an issue with one?
I think we only have a single action item coming out of standards and assessment, and it's the one that we've had. Do we have 2?
I wouldn't combine them.
Then for finance?
What am I missing? 14. Oh, I've got the wrong list then. I've got 1 action item. You got 2? Okay. My 8 shows. information item.
But it was only committee action. They put it out for 30 days for the board members to make a comment. Yeah. It is
Well,
just the one.
let's turn to standards. They'll know. We have one item and possibly two on standards and assessment. We know the one that we've got folks here on, so let's move to that. And let's see, we need to wait for Vice Chair Green. Are you going to present, or is Chair Booth? You got it? Okay. All right, thank you. Vice Chair Green, we will turn to you for a report out on standards and assessment.
Okay. All right, we do have information items 1, 2, 3 that you are welcome to look at, and we'd like to go to action item number 4, financial literacy standards revision. Pull this up. Okay. So the recommended action is motion for the board that the board approves the general financial literacy standards as amended, including any conforming technical changes needed for all standards. Would you like me to read the background?
Yes, go ahead, speak to the motion. Any background or support you'd like to provide, then we'll open it up to the floor.
Okay, the Financial and Economic Literacy Task Force has revised the standards for the financial literacy course as provided for in board rule and state statute. Staff presented the proposed revisions and feedback from the 30-day public comment period during the January 13th, 2023 Standards and Assessment Committee. Board members made several motions to amend. The revised standards are presented now for the full board's approval.
Thank you, Vice Chair Green. Any discussion?
Chair?
Member Klein.
No,
I've
I've
had
my,
Klein, Green,
yeah,
Wood.
I had my light on.
Am I? Okay.
So I have an amendment to Strand 1, Standard 2, bullet points 1, 2, and 3, and I emailed that to the board members. I have Mr. Rasmussen has formatted it slightly differently, but the content is the same except for I am asking to delete bullet point 3 or strike the language of bullet point 3 and add what he has on there. That was not in your email, so you can see what was. It's up here. Yeah, that was added after I emailed you. Can you enlarge?
No, those are mine.
So most of this is definitions around the economic system terms, the different economic systems. So I can speak to the motion if you want. Do you want me to read the whole thing?
So she's amending standard 2.
Sorry. Do we have your motion on the screen stated
Yes.
correctly? Okay, is there a second?
I would second the motion.
Second, Member Bogus. So yes, back to speaking to the motion.
Okay, so I've gotten feedback in our committee meeting as well as from people in the community with some concerns about the language, and so I've worked to try to take that into consideration with the different economic ideologies not being limited to any particular political system. As they manifest themselves, they've manifested themselves historically and currently in many and varied forms of government. So my amendments seek to clarify what these economic terms actually mean so that we can take out the bias because we are very divided on some of these issues and just teach what the different systems are. And yeah, so I'm open to any questions. But the first amendment, well, I put it all into one motion. But the first bullet point we would amend to say, understand the different ideologies behind economic systems, including capitalism, laissez-faire, social market, neo-capitalism, socialism, fascism, and communism. And I've included the definitions from each of those. There is a link there so you can see where the definitions came from. And then I would amend standard 2, bullet point 2 to read, discuss historic and current examples of traditional market, command, and mixed economic systems as they relate to the aforementioned ideologies and their effects on economic growth. And then the definitions that go with that. And then the final, let's see. And then the third amendment, or for bullet point 3, is right there. So discuss how free market systems and property rights correlate with economic prosperity.
Okay, discussion to that motion. Let me see, I'll get back to my member Wood, member Straight, and member Rio.
Well, I had a motion. Can we go back and see them one at a time now that she scrolled through all those? But I'm not speaking to this motion.
So member Wood, you're in line for another motion? Okay. All right. Did we get a second? I thought.
Member Bogus.
Member Bogus had seconded, yeah. Okay. I've got member Straight and member Reel.
So I would like to go to Strand 1, Standard 1, bullet point 5. So, Standard 1.
Is this to member Klein's motion?
Sorry, did I say standard 2? I think it's.
No, he just was referring back to standard 1.
Well, so I want to talk about this for a little bit and then connect it.
Is this to
with the
member
rest of
Klein's motion, though, or is this to
Well,
a separate part of the standards? Okay, so we're going to focus on member
So
Klein's
Standard
language.
2. So on Standard 2, first bullet point, so Strand 1, Standard 2? And the first bullet point reads, well, let's see, is it this? Understand a command system such as socialism or communism, a market system such as capitalism, and a mixed economic system such as fascism or public-private partnership. It seems to me that if you ended the sentence with system, we're good. I don't understand the adding of fascism.
I've taken that out.
Oh,
In my amendment, I've taken that out.
okay. So it reads as is, so that's completely stricken.
What does it say up there
It's-
on my amendment?
Oh, so we're back and forth
So
between
bullet
two
point
different
1.
documents. Okay, my apologies.
Can someone
I
up
have
there
what's
read that?
here, and then okay, so bullet point 3
It's
is that
similar. I don't know that it's exactly the same, but it's similar. I don't have them side by side. It would be nice to have them side by side. Is that possible?
I'm sorry, I'm having a difficult, because I read all these, but I'm having a hard time correlating them back and forth.
I think that's what he's doing right there. So now you can
Okay.
compare.
So here's how I'm feeling about this. So in all fairness, one thing I do appreciate is that there's not a ton of amendments in here. So I appreciate that. That hasn't been my experience in the past. But when I get something and we're in this meeting, and in all fairness, you talked across the table and said, hey, I just sent you something, but it's hard to look at that while we're managing. Plus, there was one element when I listened to the meeting that concerned me, and that is, what is the proper process? And in speaking to this motion, I'm now getting new information, and we're reworking and we're editing something on the spot on a curriculum that has been under construction for a long time. And so, how can I make this? I would like to make a motion that an amendment. I'm sorry, we do have an motion. Thank you. I'd like to make an amendment that this be sent back to the writing committee for further clarification, to see if they can work in these ideas into the standards. I would just feel better about that. I'd feel it would be within the confines of our process just a little bit better. And then it's hard to deal with amendments on the spot when you're not an expert. And even though I taught this for probably 8-9 years, financial literacy, I do not feel like even at that I have the expertise to question the thoughtful work of the writing committee. And I feel like we're editing just a little too much these standards. So that's my motion.
So I think that would probably be in the nature of Sorry. I think that would be in the nature of a substitute motion, if I'm correct. So
A
that's,
substitute motion to send back to the writing committee, and then back to the standards and assessment, and then deal with it again here.
do we have a second to that motion? No second. Okay. Let's bring it back then to the floor, and we have Member Reel.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, Member Klein, I appreciate you taking feedback and coming with this feedback after our committee meeting, and I appreciate you changing that, so thank you. And to Member Straight's point, I'm not an expert, but much of what I was in opposition to in the committee meeting was the blurred line between economics and government and financial literacy, and I felt like there were we were trying to put too much in these standards that were more applicable to economics or to government classes. But I do have a question actually about the definitions. Is it appropriate to put in definitions into standards like this? Because it feels like that is something that's outside of the scope of standards and possibly too excessive for this. A list of definitions, just to clarify.
Deputy Norman?
Yes, thank you for that question. So traditionally, we don't put definitions into standards. If you look over the course of time, that's not usually a part of it. If the board would like to have them in it, that of course would be your prerogative. We can ask specifically, we have Talia and so we have Talia and Brecken right there if they'd like to come up and talk to you about the placement of definitions. The reason why we usually don't put definition in standards is because of the same thing. One, the board doesn't do curriculum. And so what would happen is then you'd have to find curriculum that matches those definitions as well. So if there's already industry standards, certificates, testing that defines them in a different way than is being defined in this area, then those would have to be replaced in those curricular materials, training packets, all of those other things according to what the board standard is. And so that's usually been the reason why it hasn't been done, but that is not to say that it couldn't be done at this time.
Great, thank you. I guess I would be not in favor of this motion due to the definitions, but open to amending the motion to change the language a bit, but still following on the feedback that you got, being able to have that opportunity. And if that means sending it back to the standards committee for a little bit more time on that piece, I'm open to that. But I think either looking through other standards to see that, and the complications with adding those definitions makes it a little harder for a yes vote for me.
Okay, and I apologize, I was responding to a text, but further, did that answer the question? Further discussion, I think next up we have Member Klein and then Member Earl,
And I have Wood to this motion.
and then Wood. We've got,
Well, Earl crossed off,
Okay.
so it goes to Wood.
So,
okay, sorry. Member Wood.
okay, I would speak against this motion. Financial literacy is one of the few courses that we see outlined with specifics in statute. And if you look at 53E3505, it specifically says that they should learn a description of a command system such as socialism or communism, a market system such as capitalism, and a mixed system, which if you scroll down, you can see the original language that's there. I guess scroll up, I'm always wrong in that. Understand a command. So it's aligning with the statute that we already have, and I think it's important that when we are given statute, that we try to align our language with what's already there.
It's,
Thank you, Member Wood. Back to Member Klein.
it is, I have used the language of code, whether you're looking at, if it's not the one that you're looking at now, it's the other bullet point, but I took that into consideration, what was in that code.
Okay, thank you. Member Bogus, then Member Davis.
I would just offer that I think we're in an age where clarity is very important, and while we don't put definitions into standards very often, I think we're in a place where we need them, because how I define something is maybe not the way, I mean, even just earlier today, the word adaptation was something that was ill-defined, and so I think it would be fruitful and provide our LEAs clarity when we start to define things. Just my thought.
Thank you, Member Davis.
I'm wondering if this is time sensitive, and if it's not, and we have the writing committee look at this, could they give us information when it comes back on clearly delineating which pieces are financial literacy, which are economics, and which are social sciences?
Deputy Norman.
Yes, and I think that we have Talia and Brecken that could speak to that piece. Those questions were asked during the committee as well.
Thank you.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Those questions were asked during committee as well,
Back to
and so
work,
we
okay.
have Brecken and Talia that can answer those.
Oh, awesome.
Thank you and welcome. Can you just announce name and position and then go for it?
Absolutely. Good evening, Board. My name is Talia Longhurst. I'm the Director of Career and Technical Education. With me tonight, I have Brecken Haywood, who is our Financial Literacy Specialist, among other duties. I think my answer to the question that Board Member Davis asked would be that the Writing Committee has given their belief and preference in the standards that you see. They've had a chance to review what came out of committee last month. And their preference would be to stick with what was in their original version.
So can I ask just a question, clarifying follow-up there? So some of the feedback from the Standards Assessment Committee went back into the Writing Committee for a request to consider certain ideas, language, et cetera?
So after public comment, it went back, all of the comments went back. There were 7 or so public comments that went back to Writing Committee, as is our process. That came through when it came out of committee last month. Brecken showed them where we were so that they were prepared with whatever the board decided to do tonight. But they did express that they would prefer the way that they submitted it initially.
Okay, so I guess my question is, were specific recommendations or language sent by the committee for the Writing Committee to reconsider?
Not officially, no.
Okay, just kind of the sense that they
Just
had
some
had a
feedback.
discussion and, okay. Further, does that answer, I can't remember who that question came from. Was that Member Davis?
I have a question.
Okay, I can't remember who asked the question that we brought Talia and Brecken up for. I just want to make, okay, that was Member Davis. I want to make sure that person had their question answered.
Okay.
You're it.
There's quite a list in code of concepts that are supposed to be included in this financial literacy standards. Are all of those included? Okay.
Okay, next up, Member Wood. Maybe. No? Okay. Member, I see Lear, let's see, Lear and then Straight. Okay, Member Lear.
My question would be, I recall asking a question like this to Scott Hansen 6-ish months ago, and I'm going to ask Natalie because Scott's answer was such an excellent one. When I asked him where a definition came from, he said Cornell Law. So Natalie, where did these definitions come from?
There's a link in the email I sent you.
And just help me, because I didn't check.
to go back and find
Well,
it
I mean, did
myself.
they come from a legal text? Did they come from Webster's? Somebody's article then about these systems is what the answer is, right?
So it is HEIN online. So capitalism, socialism,
Do
or
you know
fascism,
what
a guide
kind
to
of
economic systems and
credibility?
ideologies.
Do you know what kind of credibility that research platform
In
has?
reading the article, it just took out all of the polarizing sides of this and how, is communism better, is socialism better, is free market better than a command
But I guess
system,
it's not
right?
Cornell law.
It takes it all out and just puts the definitions. So that's all it was. It's not a pro this or pro that article.
Okay.
And that's why
That
I
answer the
felt like
question?
it was a good compromise. And really, the definitions are almost the only thing new. The parts that were controversial in our committee meeting, I took out, with the exception of this one line, the red line that you see there, that's still there. I didn't take that out with my amendment. The other was just the 3 bullet points under Strand 1, Standard 2, and the language is almost exactly the same, just minor changes, and it's the language that was already there that I just tweaked before from what you guys did, and then incorporated a few more of the different kinds of systems so that we could list them all. And then the 3rd bullet point is the only thing that is brand new language. So I tried to get it back to closer to what it was. And then I added that 3rd bullet point. I deleted what was on the 3rd bullet point, and then added the new language so that hopefully it would be more agreeable to everybody. Instead of saying that America is superior, and that capitalism or the free market is superior, it just simply, I don't know if you can scroll up and to show that 3rd bullet point again. It's just a more factual statement and to discuss it, not just to tell the students, as was recommended in our committee, an action word that teachers could use instead of just telling kids what to think. It just gives them the opportunity to discuss how free market systems and property rights correlate with economic prosperity.
Let's see, do we have, is it member, oh, we're back over here. Member Straight, Davis, and Hymas. Member Straight.
Okay, thank you. Since we have you up here, so if you go back to Strand 1, Standard 1, bullet point 5, is that one the original language from the writing committee?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So it seems clunky to me, but I still can make sense of it. If I were to teach that, I understand how to do that. But nonetheless, I respect what the writing committee did. I'd like to make a substitute motion that we adopt the work of the writing committee.
So we had people in line, but let's see if there's a second to that, and then those folks can discuss it. Is that a second to the? Okay. So we had in line member Davis and member Hymas. Would you like to address the present motion?
Well, I guess my question was about the amendment, if we could just use the clarified language without all the definitions, since we don't have time to vet the definitions to know, I don't know if, just in a short notice, if they're accurate or not.
So is that an amendment to the substitute motion, Member Davis?
What's that?
Is that an amendment to, is that a proposed amendment to the substitute motion? Or would that work? Substitute motion is to adopt the work of the writing committee.
I'd like to see the description one more time between hers and the way it's written currently. And she said it took out the divisiveness, but left the same concepts.
I'm sorry, we have a substitute motion on the table. Is this an appropriate amendment to the substitute, or is it too distinct from the substitute to be an amendment? So the substitute is just to go with the underlying recommendations of the writing committee.
Oh, it's okay. He's just about to tell me I can't do this, I think. When he gets up that fast, I should just withdraw the motion. I can feel that wind right behind me. Oh, it's Brent's motion out of order. Excellent. He got up on you, not me.
I'm sorry, okay, thank you. Thank you. So the motion currently on the floor is Member Klein's amendment to the underlying motion. That amendment has been discussed. It could be subject to amendment, but I haven't heard an amendment to Member Klein's motion unless that's what Member Davis is proposing.
Motion to divide.
Oh, we lost Member Davis, so.
I'll speak to it. I'm next in line.
Just, okay, you are. So, I think we had Member Hymas next in line. Well, then we'll come back. So Member Hymas.
So Natalie, I don't know if you want to hear this or not. So I don't know if I can, and not to say I have any pull or anything, I just, as the amendment, like I can get past some of the bullet points, I can't support a list of definitions. That's where I am, so I would speak against the motion as written.
All right, further discussion. Member Davis has a light on, then Member Klein. This is going to Member Klein's amendment. Sorry.
Davis and then Green and then Wood.
Oh, that's Member Green, not, okay. Davis, Greenwood. Okay.
I'm confused where we are because Brent had one on the
So-
table and then I was amending his. And so you're saying it's all gone?
The substitute was ruled out of order by the parliamentarians, so we're back to Member Klein's underlying motion. And speaking to that motion, there are no amendments pending to her motion.
Okay. I could support adding in a few of those extra ideas, but also probably not the definitions at this time.
Is that a proposed amendment to
No,
Member
I'm
Klein's
speaking
motion?
to the, I mean, if she wanted to change it, she could.
We didn't quite get there. We had other, right.
I'm trying.
All right, so nothing more, there's no amendment on the floor, so
Davis, now it's Green.
back to Member Green and then Member Wood?
Yep.
Okay, there we go. And we're on Member Klein's
Can I make an amendment then?
amendment to the amendment, yes.
Okay,
That
to
would be in
strike
order.
the definitions. Leave the amendment as is, but strike the definitions from that.
Is there a second to that motion to amend? Second. Any discussion to that motion? Holding. So we can vote on that then, correct? There's no discussion. All in favor of the amended motion to
Can I
drop
speak to the amendment?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought.
It's
yes,
okay,
back to the-
I just jumped in before you finished your sentence. I
No,
just want a
please.
point, maybe it's a point of clarification too. I feel we've discussed other committees, as discussed, you know, when you're in your groups, and we've also brought amendments and had thorough conversation. I do feel a little bit of different approach to what we're doing right now. Again, I'm going back to this, that it's vilified when an amendment is brought forward. I had the same complaint during our committee meeting, and I'm getting the same feedback that I feel like happened in our committee meeting when a member, which we have all done all day long, brings up for discussion. So I just feel like there's maybe a double standard that's happening right here. So I'm speaking to that, and I just want to ensure that this is a fair process for board members. It was implied that, again, it's being implied that staff doesn't know what they're doing, and that's not true. If we're saying that and making those accusations, then I think we would have to apply that to anybody that's brought an amendment to what your committee did today, and that's happened all day long. So out of respect to board members in the process, I hope that, again, board members that bring amendments like this would be given the respect that we've given everybody else all day. So it's probably out of order. But
No? Okay.
it's just for clarification, and I can get feedback if anybody would like to, again, go down this road with me, and I'm new here, so I just want to get it right.
We're
But-
talking about bringing an amendment which alters the work of staff in terms of adding or subtracting to the writing committee, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, thank
And-
you. So the motion on the floor is to delete from Member Klein's amendment the definitions.